on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, no to work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Hi there, you're watching Western Europe PMPL Fall Split. I'm here with Milky Way from MUERTE. How are you doing today, man?
Good. Хорошо.
There's big difference in your roster compared to last season. How did you recruit the new members and how will their strengths affect your gameplay?
После конца прошлого сезона было ясно, что у нас что-то идет не так, потому что было много конфликтов среди участников команды, поэтому нам пришлось поменять состав. Как раз таки исходя из того, что нужны игроки неконфликтные. Из-за этого мы выбрали Корку и Фурию. И ясное дело, у них еще был опыт, поэтому у нас не было вопросов между тем, взять их или не взять. Как мы поняли, что они фри-агенты, и нам не понадобится, не понадобится то, что... Короче, замены никакие не нужны, и они нам хорошо подходят.
Awesome. After the results of spring, we've seen a way better result in PMRC versus Africa. Do you think the competition was less difficult in this tournament, or is it because of the new roster?
Ну и, конечно, из-за того, что у нас и состав хороший, такой результат вышел, и из-за того, что мы только собрались, у нас конфетно-букетный период, можно сказать. Но мне кажется, состав точно сильнее, чем был. Ну и не сказать, что суперсильный регион играл против нас. 100% лан-турнир, по МРЦ, который был, он был бы посложнее, если бы мы на нем играли. Не знаю, какой бы результат получился.
What kind of tips could you give anyone in PUBG Mobile in finding synergy this quick with the new roster?
За неделю примерно начали тренироваться, проводить разборы и играть 2-2, тренируя коммуникацию. Я думаю, это нам помогло точно.
Do you ever feel burned out during your time on the professional stage? And what kind of sacrifices do you make daily to become such a good esports player?
Нет, никогда себя не чувствовал выжатым за все это время. Все всегда получается, время хватает, все норм.
You've won a PMPL title before under your previous team, Team Unique. What would it mean for you and your team to claim it in 2023 under MUERTE?
Для нас эта победа ничего не будет значить, потому что она не дает проходки на ПМГЦ. Просто заработаем чуть больше денег, но лучше нам не станет от победы на PMPL, нам нужна победа на EU чемпионшипе.
Well, thanks so much for joining us here, Milky Way. Is there anything you'd like to say to your fans at home?
Спасибо тем, кто нас поддерживает. Хотелось бы, чтобы этих людей было больше, и для этого мы будем стараться.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Спасибо.
difficult to make this crossing here. Has to hit the deck, doesn't go down fully, but there he goes.
Oh, send him in through the front, trying to be the tripwire too. They've all got to push him towards the house.
A few track points for all of these teams, but one of the main ones here is who will be top 16 to get to the final here for PMPL EU Fall. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the festivities. We have 6 games for you today to run on through. We'll take a little bit of a look at that closer in a moment, but for now, max 16 teams, 4 teams will be done today.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough time for some of the teams at the bottom, and it's possible. There's not that big point disparity at the bottom like you have at the top with Mad Balls that they're not going to budge whatsoever. But at the bottom, you know, there's some clear movement that can be made. So yeah, we'll have to see. Top 16 is going to be important because the finals, don't forget, that's a spot in Championship, which could mean a spot in PMGC. So there's a lot on the line here for the bottom squads.
Definitely so. Let's take a look at everything that's going on, and you guys over on the socials can join us as well. Use the hashtag PMPLEU and make sure that you're involved in all the conversation that's going on. And also, I do believe, Mr. Maxman, that cool things are going on over at Instagram. In fact, I can read it out for you word for word.
You didn't have to.
He already was the spring MVP, and yet he just keeps getting stronger. What do you think about that, Max?
Shakespeare vibes.
Yeah.
I'm shaking in my boots right now. It's so cool how you read it. I loved it.
Epic.
No, it's a quick little overview onto Zerich stats. This is cool stuff. If you go follow socials, you get stats like these. He was MVP of spring. He just keeps getting stronger and even better in the fall season. Yeah.
Yes, he does, I guess. And also, you guys could potentially make PMPL stronger. There we go. If you go and fill out the survey, yeah, cool. Awesome. Do that. All right. Serious time. Let's take a look at the schedule and see what's going on here as well here for the day. We've got ourselves 6 games. We will also have a TDM, I do believe, here throughout the middle of the day as well. But top 12 teams will grant themselves an opportunity here in Phase 3 to get onto that Livic match, which is extra points, which means potentially an extra point or 2 going into that final, Max.
Yeah, and we'll see looking at the overall rankings, but currently the teams around that 12th position to play that Livic are just at a 1-point difference. So there's going to be a lot of up and downs, a lot of changes throughout the day. Yesterday was a very weird day, Kalaris, I think it's fair to say. So we'll see if that's going to bleed into today, also's matches, and how things are going to be going down. But yeah, as we said, a lot on the line, so we'll intrigued to see who's going to be able to pop off, or if we're going to see Mad Balls start to think, oh, how about we start winning again? I don't know.
They might. We'll see. If it's like Phase 1, they won't. But we'll see how it all goes on down. Let's see who's going to start deciding to win on our team here, as Blank Max Manjanero, John Allen, Claris, as well as Jackie have been participating in the predictions. Predictron was also there as well, Max, who didn't do as very well for Livic, but generally he's been like absolutely 100% on the money, usually.
Look, I think we got to bring a new rule in the game. Nobody can use Molotovs because Predictron can't compute fire, okay?
That's true.
We got an official ban now on Molotovs. You can't use them anymore, otherwise Predictron will not be on point anymore. Though I'm tied with Blank, but if I have a little bit of copium for myself, Kalaris, he's had more games than me. So it makes sense. So I'm okay with myself.
So what you're saying is that you think you're in the lead, despite Gennaro having a higher percentage.
She's only played 30 games. What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
What do you mean? That's the averages. No, I win.
All right, okay. We'll take that into account for now, and then ignore it completely. All right, well, let's take a look at the overall rankings for now, as we do have ourselves this up at the top. It's Mad Bulls, and they had an insane lead when it came to going into yesterday. Then, somehow, some way, Dagestan was able to step up and say, it's still a lead, but it's not as much.
Yeah, we're going to start winning, and winning again, and how about 3 times in a row? And they got 3 chicken dinners back to back to back. So really strong performance from Dagestan. Everyone's been looking good. If I had to bring out one player in particular, it's been Zadira that's been looking impressive. But Volga Boys too. I mean, Kalaris, you would have showed me this after Phase Jared. Would call you a liar, but they made it. They're on the podium. Yes, it's the Volga Boys. They are
the Volga Boys.
Yeah, he didn't do the voice. He didn't do the haha voice. Oh.
Sorry, I'll do it next time when they get a win. I apologize.
Cool.
But you're right. You're totally right. I would not have expected this either. The fact that Volga Boys and Tuna especially are up there. And you know what? honestly, they've looked good doing it. And I'm happy to see that, considering that it was, I would say, towards the end of Phase 2, getting a little bit silly at how one-sided this tournament was. But right now, there's been a bit of a shake-up, and that excites me, Max.
Yeah, with Tuno especially, they've improved so much over the course of 3 phases now, and we had that very cool bit of insight with Noshi to know that he actually does have a really cool looking room, and that was pretty much all we got from that interview. Maybe we'll have another try today, I'm not too sure, but they've been able to improve significantly and get Purple to speak English, so good job on using that Duolingo. He's back, the Owl is back. Though one team that's not back, Kalaris' Major Pride, sure got themselves a win yesterday, but outside of that win, not much is really happening, and again, they cannot afford to have a bad time here, because now you only got the finals to try and catch up to Mad Balls that were having a bad phase.
Yeah.
The fact that they also don't have a good phase, that PMGC race, in my mind, it's pretty much over.
Yeah, it does feel that way at the moment. And also, as you were alluding to earlier, top 12 will move on to Livic. And as you can see here, it is absolutely neck and neck between the likes of Alpha Team, VIRTUS.PRO, Nexus Gaming, MUERTE is really in there. Actually, all of these teams could quite easily jump into that top 12 or fall out of that top 12. So we'll be keeping an eye on that before we get to that Livic, of course. And then that barrier from 16th down to 20th as well. That's kind of on the overalls across phase 1, 2, and 3, of course, here. But still, the names down towards the bottom are kind of the names we're going to be focusing on in that big overalls anyway, right?
Yeah, it's kind of redundant. It's been happening phase after phase after phase,
Yeah.
and some of these bottom teams are there on the overall rankings, of course, because they're just not able to show up, and there's been no improvements. I would even say that some teams aren't trying as hard anymore. Unicorns of Love, a little bit tough on how they rotate, a little bit slow, not trying as much. But we'll see. We'll have some relegations happening next year, so they have to prove their mettle if they want to make it back in, because
True.
It's not going to be an easy entry point next year. There's a lot of big changes that will be happening.
Well, one of those teams that I highly doubt would end up being relegated is someone like Dagestan, especially after yesterday's performance, looking absolutely fantastic. They came in yesterday after having a win in the last game the previous day. So they got themselves 3 chicken dinners back-to-back here, and yesterday's performance was absolutely fantastic, Max.
Yeah, just under 7 average eliminations. That's absolutely bonkers. Loving it from the guys. But one stat that interests me personally, Kalaris, is when you're looking at a team and how good they are, is I look at their bad games. How did they perform in their bad games? And you can see day 3, day 4, a little bit tougher times, a little bit lower on the survival time and lower on the average placement points, but they're still bringing eliminations. They're still packing some significant damage in these matches, which shows to me that even in their bad matches, they're bringing points on board, which allows them to stay relevant in the rankings, which makes those big wins even more impactful because they don't fall that far off on their bad games, technically.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they've been looking good. Every single player has had their moment, I would say, also. So, I'm stoked. I know this team was good, but they just needed a bit of a year to get to this level, and now they're just fully showing what they can do.
Yeah, I would say they're playing mature PUBG Mobile. If you look at all of their wins throughout Phase 1, 2, and 3, yes, they had that 25 elim pop-off game, but every other win has been about sub-10 eliminations. It shows that they're not wildly going out and looking for fights here, there, and everywhere. They're calculating and understanding, okay, how much can we get away with in this situation? Just the bare minimum to try and get us to a victory, which 10 placement points is always 10 placement points, right? So along with some of the eliminations that come along with it, I think it's, again, mature PUBG Mobile, and they're showing that they could stand the test of time if they stick around here as this 4-man roster.
Yeah, and I really like their opportunistic kind of playstyle. If they see an opportunity to go for a third party that would have a knockoff effect of facilitating their late game scenario, they're always going to be taking those fights. And teams, I think, that are not the big 3 or like your MUERTEs or your Titans would be a bit scared to do so. They're not scared. They would take fights against any team in this lobby, which I love to see from Dagestan. And as I already said, I would love to see them go in a championship to get that experience. I don't expect a first place in championship, but just getting to play against the Turkish teams, that is great experience to bring into 2024.
Well, Max, I hear that you've got something to break down for us, so why don't we doobity that?
Let's do that. Actually, I didn't even open my telestration. There we go. It's going to be open. I got ready. So we're going to look back at one of our Erangles of yesterday. There was one by Dagestan, which kind of a freebie, Kalaris, but we're not going to talk about that. We're going to focus on this fight of Alpha Team versus Gladiators. So in this position, Alpha Team, Blank's favorite compound. So good, so strong. He loves to play. He wins from here, I've heard. And Alpha Team deciding to take a fight versus Gladiators. They do eliminate Tixi, and me, Kalaris, were talking during this game, thinking, this is amazing. You can get rid now of Gladiators. You got a knock and a flush. this is the team at their weakest. If you eliminate this team, you're going to clear your backside, and you could technically then transition into this dip. You got some rocks to play, or you could even play onto this side. You got so many options that are opened up when you eliminate gladiators. Yet Alpha team, as you can see right now, after getting that flush on Tixi, kind of pushed himself back, not really too interested in fully taking this fight, which gladiators, you know, are going to be so good. If they see you give them a little bit of space, they are going to punish you, and instantly they leapfrog themselves up towards this dip, which is nadeable. Kitsune does get naded up in the end, but they're out of utility, and they can't confirm Matic. They can't get rid of Meku's off angle, so that rotation path has been cut off. So I would like to see from Alpha team, if these kind of situations happen again, to clear their backside, which is something I believe Dagestan do so well. And here you can see they're getting the cars thinking, we can't push gladiators. This option is a no-go, so we're just going to go forward. And instantly what they do, they cross over the road and start to fight Vulgar Boys as they slowly descend down on their position. And Dakimi has so many nades, so it makes it really tough. So, you know, it's good to take the fight before gladiators. We need to clean it up because that rotation, it was just impossible after fighting Vulgar Boys.
Yeah, by the time they move over towards Vulgar Boys' side, it's a little bit... I felt it was a little bit late if you want to actually make that move. And secondly, there was an interesting moment there in dynamic where they're going up against gladiators, and it almost looked as if they were apprehensive about throwing some of their utility, a little bit slow about doing it, or I don't exactly know how many numbers they had in terms of that utility. Maybe they were concerned about their lack of, as you were mentioning towards the end of that. So yeah, a few factors kind of playing there, which I think could, if they'd have been a bit more proactive, maybe could have led them to a victory, but it's by the by. Dagestan had a great compound anyway. Anyway, let's take a look at what's important here, because down towards the bottom, we've got ourselves, not these teams, we're actually looking at Mad Bulls here. I thought we were moving on towards our 16 bubble teams, but let's talk about Mad Bulls as well, because of course they're excellent. They are awesome. No disrespect in that regards. However, for some reason, it happened in phase 1 as well. In the last couple of days, they fell off a little bit and they're not having the easiest time.
Yeah, I mentioned for Unicorns of Love, maybe not trying as hard anymore because they know they're not going to make it. I think maybe, and I'm really, this is pure speculation, maybe they're like, okay, we secured our spot into the finals, we're fine right now, we don't have to put that much effort into it, and we're just going to cruise into the finals, and that's when we're going to start popping off. So taking somewhat of a break. Again, I'm not sure if that's exactly the mentality they're going with here, but this is not just a small drop-off, it is a significant drop-off from what we saw in the first half of this phase and now the second half. And I'm just very surprised because even the way they rotate away, for example, from Rozhok, it didn't seem like there's that much effort into it. They get caught out very easily by your Dagestans, by your Permitters, by your Major Prides, and they just can't play into the late game at all. They go out relatively early, it seems. So, yeah, it's weird, but I'm not going to lie, I don't expect this to be the case in the finals, so I think they're just taking it chill.
Yeah, it sort of feels that way, right? It's as if they show up at the beginning of a phase like, okay, we're amazing, we've done enough, we're done. I mean, there are a lot of these moments when we look at the highlights from yesterday, especially where when they're being eliminated, they are being eliminated by the absolute top dogs, apart from this moment where they got eliminated by Unicorns of Love. That was weird. That was not one of those. But yeah, you're talking about, as you say, your Dagestans, your Titans, your Major Prides that are rocking up in their positions. So you can't begrudge them too much for losing out on those kinds of fights, even though they are very capable of winning those kinds of fights. But it's whatever. I think, as you say, we'll see them in the final, we'll see them strong, we'll see how they do. But let's see who even gets to the finals when it does come to those 16 bubble teams that I was alluding to earlier on. Now, this is important, Max, because in terms of overalls, a lot of these teams are very much in the danger zone right now, and I don't expect a good couple of these to be able to get to that 16th spot into that final.
Yeah, I do want to bring up one very interesting point, that No Mercy Warriors is the only team in this whole tournament to not have a chicken dinner, which means a Dark Project, the Nameless, Permits a tie-up, they would win because chicken dinners is the tiebreaker, is the first stat for the tiebreaker. And actually, when you're looking at Dark Project, the Nameless, and Permitter, they're trying to play catch-up with No Mercy Warriors. It is heavily doable for them to achieve that. Permitter would need 34 points.
PMPL Yevropa o'yinlari 20 ta shu mintaqaning kuchli jamoalari o'rtasida qiziqarli bahslar davom etadi va bugun aynan mana shu musobaqaning liga bosqichining oxirgi so'nggi kuni. Assalomu alaykum barchaga, Kamina llab-quvvatlang sizni o'zgarmas sharhlovchilaringiz duosi Azaka Ritim bilan birgalikda.
Barchaga assalomu alaykum, qadrli muxlislarimiz. Mana shu uzoq fursat mobaynida biz siz bilan birgalikda kuzatib borgan turnirimiz ya'ni o'sha siz aytib o'tganingizdek liga bosqichlari o'z yakuniga yetish arafasida va mana shu bugun top 16 ta jamoani qaysi finalda o'ynaydigan top 16 ta jamoani aniqlab olamiz va bugundan keyin yana bir necha kun tanaffusga chiqamiz. Undan keyin final o'yinlariga tayyorgarlik ko'rib, yana xuddi shu tarzda final o'yinlarini ham sizlar bilan birgalikda kuzatib boramiz.
Albatta, bizda tez orada kartamiz ham start oladi. Birinchi kartamiz bugun katta ehtimol ikkita Arsenal, ikkita Miramar, o'rtada bir donigina Erangel va so'ngida Livik bizni shu kartalarimizga qo'shiladi azizlar. Bu degani demak biz sizlar bilan 5 ta karta emas, har doimgidek demak 6 ta karta ko'rib olar ekanmiz. Kecha juda ham qiziqarli kartalarni ko'rib bordik. Kecha birinchi to'rtta kartada unaqa ko'p kill qilinmadi, lekin pozitsion kartalar bo'lib o'tdi deb bemalol ayta olaman. Buni shu chiroyli rotatsiyalarni, aqlli rotatsiyalarni azzakamga o'xshab Kitsunni rotatsiyalarni sevib boradigan odamlarga anchagina yaxshi chiroyli kun bo'ldi. Chunki Kitsunni rotatsiyalardan faqat u qilmadi, balki qolgan jamoalar ham aynan shunaqa rotatsiya qilishga, shunaqa pozitsiya tanlashga harakat qilishdi.
Qolgan jamoalar
To'ppa-to'g'ri, ayniqsa Dagestan o'yinchilari to'p beradi. Undan keyin bizda Tun o'yinchilari uyg'onishdi. Birinchi to'p 1, keyin to'p 3, Major Pride o'yinchilari oxiriga kelib uyg'onib qolishdi. G.GLADIATORS oxiriga kelib uyg'onib qolishdi albatta. Yaxshi natija ko'rsata olishdi. Oxirgi kartada yana MUERTEdan Furiyaning sa'y-harakatlarini bu yerda ta'kidlab o'tmasak bo'lmaydi va albatta kechagi kun MVP'si Bavdan shu F3K6 MVP'lar qatorida bo'ldi. Bizning mintaqamizga anchagina tanish bo'lgan o'yinchi, haqiqatda o'zini kichik bo'lsa-da fan bazasiga ega. Mana shu o'yinchini bizning mintaqamizda, bizning communityimizda, ya'ni o'zbek o'yinchilari, o'zbek kibersportsmenlari yoki o'zbek shu PUBG Mobile shinavandalari uni Dangerous Sports jamoasidagi o'yinlar orqali tanishadi, bilishadi yaxshigina. Mana shu yosh qozoq o'yinchisi kechagi kunimiz MVP'si bo'ldi. Haqiqatda jamoasi uchun katta foyda olib kela oldi, albatta pointlar bilan birgalikda. Bu jamoalarni aytib o'tayotganda, ya'ni Kalina Power, Dagestan jamoalarini, Tuna o'yinchilarini eslab o'tayotganda, albatta VIRTUS.PRO ni eslab o'tmasak bo'lmaydi. VIRTUS.PRO kecha o'zini o'yinlari bilan sizni lol qoldira olmagan bo'lsa-da, sahal bo'lsa-da, pointlarni to'plashga harakat qilishdi. Endi qanchalik harakat qilishni bilmadim, lekin sal pointlarni kamroq bo'lsa ham pointlarni qo'lga kiritish
to'g'ri bo'ladi. Agar shunaqa ta'rif bersaki, finalga bo'ladigan yo'llanmani menimcha mixlab olishdi.
Albatta, hozircha na.
Endi agar shu pozitsiyadan ham agar bugun mana shu 5 ta qo'shimcha karta, 5 ta karta ichida agar top 16 dan tushib ketishmasa,
agar hozir adashmayotgan bo'lsa, kecha natijalariga ko'ra 12-o'rinda turishgan edi va agar 12-o'rindan tushib ketmaydigan bo'lsa, mana shu jamoa, demak ular Livik kartasini o'ynashadi. Agar tushib ketishadigan bo'lsa, endi 3-fazamiz natijalariga ko'ra albatta bu narsa qaraladi. Va agar tushib ketishadigan bo'lsa, top 12 deb bo'lishmasa, demak Livik kartasini o'ynashmaydi. Menimcha VIRTUS.PRO anchagina bugun o'zlarini shu qo'lga olib, o'z muxlislari uchun o'z katta ega bo'lgan fan baza qilishlari kerak. Birinchi kartamiz Miramar kartasi boshlanayotganiga shama qilishmoqda va bizlar juda ham qiziq holat bilan ahamiyat bering aka, ana o'zbek o'yinchilariga ega bo'lgan jamoalar asosan katta fan bazaga ega. Nimani hisobiga? Baribir o'sha o'zbek o'yinchilar hisobiga. O'zbekiston communitysida unaqa ko'p kuchli o'yinchilari yo'q, ya'ni mana shunaqa katta darajada ishtirok etayotgan o'yinchilar yo'q va shuni hisobiga hozirda qaysi jamoaga o'zbek o'yinchisi qo'shilib ketsa, albatta uni ketidan bir qop qancha ham qo'shilib keladi. Shunday katta qop. Albatta bu hazil, bu nimaga bunaqa deyapman, ya'ni o'zbek o'yinchilarini o'ziga yarasha katta bazasiga ega.
Shunisi bir hafta xizmatingizda.
Faqat ta'rif berish yeb qoldi menimcha. Xo'p, bizning Miramar kartamiz start olmoqda azizlar. Razlyotkamiz Campo Militar taraflaridan bizda Los Igosga qarab uchmoqda razlyotkamiz. Bunaqa razlyotkamiz Azdaka qanchalik qulay ekan jamoalarga. Misol uchun Ilpozoga mana shu yerga borish hozir biroz muammo bo'ladi.
Muammo bo'ladi, taymingda muammo bo'lishi mumkin, lekin mana shu transportlarni qo'lga kiritgan holda Ilpozoga harakatlanadigan jamoa Montenegro Tavrdagi tepalaridan transportlarni olib yetib olishadi odatda. Hozir xuddi shunday holatni biz balki guvoh bo'lishimiz mumkindir. O'zbekiston jamoasi o'yinchilari Medlos ikkita o'yinchi hozir Los-Leonsga tushmoqchimi yoki O'tboydan yana boshqacha transport oldi. O'tboy umuman hozir bugun o'yinlar kuni boshlanib ketdimi deb aytmoqchi edim.
Bo'lishi mumkin, chunki kecha boshlandi VIRTUS.PRO va yo'l o'rtasida va mana ular yonma-yon spotlarni loot qilishmoqda va mana shu holatda balki bir-birini rotatsiyasini yopish holati bo'lishi mumkindir. Yo'lga bu nimaga kerak? Buni to'g'risi tushunish qiyin, lekin ularda yo'qotadigan narsa yo'q. Yutadigan narsa ham yo'q.
E'tiborli jihati, agar adashmasam, ikkita jamoa ham hozir aynan mana shunday erta ruin holatini kutishmoqda. Sabab e'tibor bering. Rollkis o'z sheriklaridan biroz uzoqroqda. Bu taraf biroz high groundda joylashgan elementlar bor, Elementrix ham xuddi shunaqa angarlar bor. O'z sheriklaridan biroz uzoqroqda high groundda joylashgan. Chempionatlar.
Agar Elementrixni bu yerda ishi yoki scouting yoki o'sha cover ishi bo'lsa, bu xo'p. Yaxshi. Lekin Elementrix menimcha solo qolib yashab beradigan o'yinchilardan emas. Balki bunga Ruder qodirdir, balki bunga juda ham tajribali Wade va Bek qodirdir. Lekin Elementrix bilmadim qanchalik, chunki bu ko'proq fragger, bu ko'proq o'sha fightlarga qo'shilib ketadigan o'yinchilardan biri. Hozircha hech qanaqa bir-biriga kontestsiz harakat qilishmoqda jamoalar. GG bemalol transportlar olgan holatda La Cabrera spotiga yo'l olishadi, Cratterfieldsni split sifatida loot qilishadi. Bizda hozircha muammo yoki qiziqarli fightlar yo'q. Biz esa kuzatishda davom etamiz. Valle del Mar taraflarini azizlar Nameless jamoasi qiladi. Ularda bu bilan muammo yo'q. Esingizda bo'lsa, o'sha paytda aynan mana shu jamoani Dark Project o'yinchilari bir ikkita Miramarda rosa siquvga olishgan edi. U spotlargacha ham quvlab kelib, qiyinchilikka duch keltirishga harakat qilishgan edi, lekin hech nima Dark Project jamoasida chiqmagan edi bu harakatlaridan. Hop, kechagi Dark Project natijalariga agar qaraydigan bo'lsak, anchagina yaxshi harakat qilishdi. O'tgan kuni ham xuddi shunday holat. Ya'ni umuman olganda 3-fazamizni ikkinchi yarmini juda yaxshi boshlashdi. Balki o'sha PMPL Yevropa boshlangandan beri ularning eng yaxshi natijalari bo'ldi desam, mubolag'a bo'lmasa kerak.
Ajoyib parkour namoyish etildi. Hozir Shifudan mana bunday qilib borish mumkinligi ko'rsatib o'tib ketildi. Mana bu menga yoqadigan turmush.
Smoklar tashlab ketmoqda Shifu o'z sherigiga va Los Leonesda loot qilishni davom etishadi. O'z qo'shnilari Kanina Power jamoasi bilan kecha anchagina yaxshi shiddatli o'yinni ko'rsata olgan. Kanina Power bilasizmi azizga qanaqa jamoa ekan? Meni tushunishim bo'yicha Kanina Power unaqa top uchun kurashmaydi har karta, lekin stabil tarzda 5-6 pointlarni qo'liga kiritib, mana shuni ketidan ular pointlar to'plashadi.
Hayratlanarli jihati, hattoki mana shu ishni ham amallay olmayotgan jamoalar bor.
Endi bu juda ham ko'p unaqa jamoalar, quyi o'rinlardagi barcha jamoalarni aytsam bo'ladi. Bunga misol tariqasida o'sha Nameless, o'sha yo'q, o'sha Nomerty Barriers jamoasi, yana kim? Dark Project ham shu qatorda edi-yu, lekin ular 3-fazani o'sha aytib o'tganimizda ikkinchi yarmini wow boshlashdi. Natijalar
bu biroz endi kechlik emasmi?
Top 16ga kirib olishga kurashga qo'shilishmoqda. Top 16ga Top 16 uchun umumiy jadvalimizda aynan Nomerty Barriers jamoasi bilan va biz buni ko'rib kuzatib boramiz. Qani kim qanday holatda
o'yinchilar ham shifat qilishmoqda.
Balki ular uzoqroq
yopilmoqda. Aynan xavfsiz hudud ham chap tarafda, yo'l o'yinchilari chap tarafga qarab rotatsiyani amalga oshirishlari kerak. VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari esa aynan mana shu taxminiy pozitsiyalarni egallashmoqda. Yo'l o'yinchilarini rotatsiyada ushlab olish uchun.
Albatta fightga tayyor turishlari kerak VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari va biz hozir Wade, Ruder va Elementrixni fightga tayyorgarligini qandayligini tekshirib olishimiz ham mumkin. Yo'l jamoasi o'yinchilari bilan birgalikda. Qaysi a'zolari Qaysi Pikaduda bemalol shoshmasdan ult qilishmoqda. Ularga hech kim qarshilik qilmaydi, ularga hattoki zona ham qarshilik qilmaydi. Ko'pchilik jamoalarga qarshilik qilsa-da odatda. Va mana bu ajoyib bo'lgan transport. Ya, harakat qilmoqda Qaysi o'yinchisini a'zosi skills. Endi bu o'yinchilar nima deydi? Majorlarda, streamerlarda bular. Permit o'yinchilari, Permit MXR Snacks bir boshida Folli o'ynadi, Folli ishtirok etdi ushbu jamoa tarkibida. Mana shu jamoa haqida ham aytsak bo'ladi. O'sha fikrimizni, ya'ni o'sha outsiderlar qatoriga qo'shib, hattoki o'sha 5-6 pointni ham qo'lga kiritolmayotgan. Mana ularning o'rtacha statistikasi 2.
Lekin sal uyg'onishdi.
Permitdan
Juda ham ko'p faytlarda o'sha kill pointlar farm qilishayotgani ko'rdik. Bu hozir VIRTUS.PROdan boshqa mehmon bo'lishi.
Elementrix juda ham yaqin va tutilib qolmasa bo'ldi edi. Endi Elementrix bilamiz bir joyda tura olmaydigan o'yinchilardan bittasi va noqtani otmaysanmi uka?
Nahotki Elementrix oxiri.
Endi Vayt ham yordam berardi bu yerda. Takimini dabit qilib yuborishdi. Vulgar bilasizmi, aziz aka? Men sezdim shu narsani. Vulgar kayfiyat jamoasi. Ruschasiga aytganda настроение jamoasi.
Bir marta boshlab olishsa, yog'ini olib keta oladi.
Shun bilan zo'r ketadi. Shun bilan ruin qilishni boshlashadi jamoalarga o'yinni. Ya'ni ruin albatta o'zi xohlab emas, o'zingiz ham ko'rib bilib turasiz. O'yinni agar yaxshi kuzatib borsa, o'zi umuman hamma bu jamoani atilab qilmayotgani bilinadi, lekin harakatlarga yoki kim bilan fight olib borayotganiga ahamiyat beradigan bo'lsangiz, bu jamoa shunchaki nom uchun fight qilyapti deb o'ylaysiz. Ya'ni Titan, Medbus, G.GLADIATORS shu jamoalarni qiyinchiliksiz yopib yuborayotganini ko'rsangiz, albatta siz ham shubhaga borsangiz kerak. Mana kechagi holat. Bir donagina Dakimi 3-1 Titan Gaming jamoasi o'yinchilarni yopib yuborgan holat. Bu juda ham qiziq edi va ajoyib holat bo'ldi.
Juda ham chiroyli o'sha highlightga qo'shiladigan GG jamoasi.
Uchun GG zona. Bu shunchaki dahshat Gaming Gladiators o'yinchilari 4 tasi ham zonada va katta splitda turishibdi. U tarafdan rotatsiyani amalga oshirishga kimni duxi yetar ekan sizga?
Hozircha Dark Project o'yinchilari yaxshi, zo'r pozitsiyani egallashga harakat qilmoqda.
Endi o'zlari tarafdan kirib kelishyapti, bemalol MUERTE taraflaridan.
Hozir siz aytgan fikrga bo'lsa, VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari qo'shilib ketishdi.
VIRTUS.PRO menimcha o'tga yetib borishmasdan zonani ichiga kirib olib, keyin harakat qilsa kerak. Bizga yo'l a'zolarini ko'rsatishmoqda. Bir muncha e'tibor qaratib o'tdik yo'l a'zolariga o'yindan oldin va mana shu kartamiz boshlanayotganida ham VIRTUS.PRO bilan kecha kontest bo'lib o'tgan oradagi menimcha o'sha недоразумение deydimi? Kelishmovchiliklarni bir qilib qo'ygan jamoa. To'g'ri, 1-0 qiluvdi bular, 1-1 qilib qo'ydi VIRTUS.PRO jamoasi. Endi qanchalik 1-0 deb hisoblasa bo'lar ekan, Sanuktiga harakatlarni Sanukti. Esingizda bo'lsa agar, ular ikkita nokni ham qabul qilib olishdi. Bitta o'yinchini yo'qotishdi ular. Mana shu fight davomida. Lekin keyin butunlay yopilib ketishdi. Rangel kartasini bitirgan bitta o'yinchilari Nemnisni hozir a'zolarini tushirib olish mumkin. Rogoda umuman zashimga o'xshagani yo'q, omadsiz zashim va shuni hisobiga bu yerda Nemnis o'yinchilari qutulib qolishmoqda qisman bo'lsa-da, lekin 0-0 shunaqana esi yonidan o'tib ketayotganda to'xtab qolganligini ko'rishimiz mumkin va unga bu anchagina qimmatga tushishi ham mumkin. Titan o'yinchilardan a'zolari low HP'da yoki nok holatidaligini ko'rishimiz mumkin.
Holatiga tushib,
ko'tarib olishdi albatta. Bir kill chatimizda ko'rdim, lekin nok qilishdimi yoki nokni qabul qilib olishdimi shunga rosa qiziqdim. Kill chatimiz bizni bir hayron qoldirishga anchagina usti, shunga ham har doim ham ko'rganlar, taxminiy ko'rgan narsangizga ishonib olmaysiz.
GG o'yinchilari ishga kirishmoqda. Hozir
mana Nemnis o'yinchilari qayerga yetib borib qolishgan albatta. GG o'yinchilari ham sal aynan o'sha Nemnis tarafga yaqinlashibdi. Hech qanaqa qarshi.
Ular o'zi o'tda turishgan edi, GG o'yinchilari. Men shunga hayron bo'lib, hozir sizga aytmoqchi edim, bu match nokini qabul qilib olmoqda, lekin baribir Nemnis o'yinchilarida vaziyat biroz og'irroq.
Bu Tixi ham nok holatida. Yod bo'lish kerak va
bo'ldi.
bunaqa pozitsiya, balki
o'shani aytmoqchi edim. GG o'yinchilari har doim qanaqadir tog'larda 2 yoki bitta 3ta bo'lib splitlarda turishardi. Lekin hozir compoundlarda turishgan edi. Boya zonamiz berganida.
Ahmet bering aka hozir oxirgi o'yinchisi deymizmi? Menimcha mani bu zinani shundoqqina chiqib ko'rishni kutishmaydi. O'shaning uchun o'sha yerda turaman deb xayolida bo'ldim yoki tushunmadim aynan nimaga o'sha pozitsiyada turganini. Ochiqchasiga ko'rinib turadigan, birinchi bo'lib e'tiboringizga tushadigan zinani eng tepasida
nok holatini amalga oshirilganligi menimcha uni ham biroz jo'shqinlantirib yuborgan bo'lishi mumkin.
Shoshiltirib, albatta kechagi kunimizga anchagina rang qo'shib bergan Kanina Power jamoasi Nexus bilan fight olib borishmoqda. Odatda ko'p ko'ramiz Miramar tarafida Kanina Power va Nexus fightlarini. Uchi va Nexus o'yinchilari bu yerda Agorin holatiga tushib qolishi mumkin edi, lekin Radoxni o'zi holatiga keltirib qo'ymoqda. Dorin jamoadoshidan ayrildi, ikkinchi jamoadoshi nok holatida va endi o'z sherigi bilan bu yerda qanchalik qarshilik qila olarkan Kanina Powerni qolgan o'yinchilarga SBG ham biroz bo'lsa-da o'zlarining e'tiborlarini qaratishmoqda mana shu holatga. Kapaqal orqasidan kirib kelmoqchi ekan Kanina Power o'yinchilarni. Menimcha katta ehtimolda xuddi shunday ham bo'ladi yoki mana shu low groundda to'xtaydi. Xuddi shunday ham qilmoqda. 5 soniyadan keyin esa zonada yurishni boshlaydi Kanina Power o'yinchilari. Yoki tezlashishlari kerak yoki shu pozitsiyada yopilib ketish xavflari bor. Kapaqalni esdan chiqarish kerak yoki tezroq bu yerda uni holatiga kelib dabit qilib yuborish kerak. Qaysi xatoga yo'l qo'ymoqda Nexus o'yinchisi Dorin uni jazoladi. Qaysi holatda uni ko'tarib olish kerak. Nahotki Agori ko'rmayapti. Viktorning holatiga keltira olishdi. Gap so'z bo'lishi mumkin emas. Kapaqalni bir muddatga yoddan chiqazib turishdi va
hozir bu ziyonga ishlash.
Albatta, endi tezroq
sezdi.
Endi tezroq yopib yuborishga harakat qilish kerak.
Gigabyte ishlarni amalga oshirmoqda. Shu bilan birgalikda o'sha sheriklariga ma'lumot yetkazib beradi. Tuna jamoasi VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari bilan faytga kirishmoqda. Bu biroz yuqoriroqda
yana Elementrix
yozib olishdi. Endi hozir Ruder bitta o'zi qolib ketdi yoki ikkita.
Menimcha ikkita o'yinchi eng kamida, chunki weight ham bor. Va azizlar bilasizmi, Kanina Powerning shu holatda eng yomon timing bo'lsa kerak PUBG Mobile'da, chunki fight olib bormoqdasiz, vaqti juda ham kam va sizdan oldin fight qilmayotgan jamoalar allaqachon siz xohlayotgan zonaga kirib kelishmoqda va siz effekt неожиданностиga tayyor turishingiz kerak. Ya'ni kutilmagan effektga tayyor turishingiz kerak. Borgan joyingizda albatta jamoa bo'ladi va u jamoa siz kelishingizga tayyor bo'lib turgan bo'ladi. Siz bo'lsa qanaqa qilib o'sha pozitsiyadan chiqib ketib, shu pozitsiyada fight g'olibi bo'l. Mana oxiri yopilib ketishmoqda Kanina o'yinchilari so'zimga isbot. Top 14 3 kill bilan hattoki menimcha Nexus o'yinchilari Nexus to'g'rirog'i oxirgi asosan Kapaqal ko'proq ham yashasa kerak Kanina o'yinchilaridan. Yoki hozir o'zi yopilib ketadi.
Endi men bu o'yinchilar aynan o'sha pozitsiyada SBG o'yinchilari bilan fight qilishlariga to'g'ri kelmoqda. Bulikani ko'tarib olishdi. E'tibor qaratishingizni so'rayirdim. Yo'l o'yinchilari bilan VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari baribir bir-birlariga yaqin turishdi. San Martinda balki adashmasam VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari 2 kishi bo'lib qolishdi.
Kapaqal otma menga.
Skin bor mashinani biroz portlatib yuborish qiyinroq.
Endi men bir narsaga ahamiyat berdim. VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilar bilan yo'lni ta'kidlab o'tdingiz. Odatda o'zi yonma-yon spotlarni loot qilayotgan jamoalar baribir SBG keldi.
Kim ekib qo'ydi yoqqa kecha yo'q edi.
VIRTUS.PRO 2 kishi bo'lib qolishdi. Ikkita ham yo'qotishgan. SBG o'yinchilari shunchalik katta rotatsiya, shunchalik katta splitda turishibdiki, bu yoq qo'ysa ham SBG, bu yoq qo'ysa ham SBG, Kapaqal zonani nariyog'idan kirib kelsa ham SBG turgan ekan.
Bu o'yinchilari kecha biroz tanaffusdan keyin menimcha yana bugun o'sha
muxlislarni xursand qilishga tayyor.
Qazi qartalarni yeb chiqishganmi deyman. Boshlab olishdi. Yillari ketma-ketligini o'z kitoblariga yozishni.
Qazi qartani o'zbekchasini yemasa foydasi yo'q deylik aka.
Endi voy nima deyapsiz? Hozir bular bu yerda Zerich hamda adashmasam Flag qozoq qirg'iz o'yinchilarimi?
Kelavergan qirg'iz.
Endi nima bo'lgan taqdirda ham menimcha ularda yaxshiroq qilinadi. Shu 5 barmoq ana shunga o'xshagan narsalar.
Balki. Bizda mana shu kartamizni o'tkazib yuborayotgan jamoalar ham bor va hozircha menimcha grand jamoalardan hech kim o'tkazib yubormayapti.
Alfa jamoasini aytishim mumkin.
Ha, albatta alfa jamoasi.
Shockwave Yana kim bo'lishi mumkin? Shockwave.
Yana ikkita jamoa azaga. Mana shu team listga qarab topa olasizmi kim?
Topa olmayman. Faqat ozgina vaqt kerak, siz sharhlavering.
Xo'p, yo'l a'zolari hali hamon o'z pozitsiyalarida bemalol turishdi. Zona ulardan qisman qochdi, lekin hali imkon bor zona egib olishga. Tuni o'yinchilari juda ham qaltiratatsani amalga oshirishdi. Bitta o'yinchi ikkita ikkita o'yinchi bitta transportda. Noshri va Abito endi albatta mana bu low groundga kelib olgandan keyin smoklar tashlash kerak. Yetib kelib olishdi esalomon.
Uchtasini topdim. Jalol to'rtinchini sizga qo'llamoqchi. Alfa, Shockwave, No Mercy Warriors.
No Mercy Warriors a'zolari. Xo'p.
To'rtinchisi kim bo'lishi mumkin?
To'rtinchisi bizning endi jamoasi o'yinchilari bor. Nexus bor. Vulgar bor, Kalina Power, VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari. Top 12 bor yo'qishdi doningdagi pointlar bizda yana bir qiziq fight. Mana shu fightlardan keyin yetib o'taman sizga 4-jamoani Titan o'yinchilari hozirda bu fightga qo'shilib kelishmoqda. Qaysi o'yinchilar. Endi bunaqa kichkina zonada menimcha anchagina palaparchi fightlar juda ham ko'p bo'ladi. Va mana bunaqa otilayotgan smoklar anchagina yordam berishi mumkin. Sinov holatida esbichun o'yinchilari smok kim otadi hozir? Kim otdi smokni? Mazdaga ham otadi, Mazdaga. Viktor edi. Bizni o'sha rejissyorlarimiz ham Viktorni juda ham yaxshi ko'rishadi. O'shaning uchun SPGdan faqat Viktorni ko'ramiz biz.
Titan o'yinchilari hisoblariga kelib qo'ydi. Buni ajoyib tarzda zerishmi?
Albatta, ting qildi menimcha. Tez nok bo'lib qoldi. Zarich
Jalol hozir bu o'yin juda ham qiziq bo'ladigan ko'rinmoqda. Nahotki.
Nimaga qo'rqaman? Vo DBS. Avlik.
Yana birgina o'yinchi qoldi, Rockmon qoladi. Titan o'yinchilarda McQueen nahotki. Hozir agar bosib ketgandami?
Bunda tilib ketsa, masalan, ol. Ya'ni ular ham bagini tepasiga chiqib olib, kartani o'rtasiga kirib bittada zonada.
O'yinda kegliklar bo'ladi-yu. Qurma qilib.
Edisni Kitsun bu yerda kutmayapti. Edisda granata bormikin? Aynan shu turgan joyda bitta otib etib portlatib olsa.
Edisning pozitsiyasini Kitsun umuman kutmayapti-yu, lekin
Matik babam. Matik hozir low HP'da qoldi, lekin Kitsun hozir save qila oldi. Gap so'z bo'lishi mumkin emas. Fightga Gaming Gladiators o'yinchilari ko'p qo'shilishmayapti. Bor-yo'q 3 ta kill, 4-inchisi ham Edis bo'ladi. Xo'p, mayli.
Siz boshda aytib o'tganingizdek, bu tarafdan hech qaysi jamoa o'ynashiga menimcha
shunaqa kecha
qo'rqishdi.
Kecha xuddi Major Pride'dek, endi qo'rqishdimi yo'qmi bilmadim-ku. Sanuk kartasida aynan Major Pride, Black White. Salom Black White. Anchadan beri ko'rishmadik Black White. Ramziy ma'no bo'lsa kerak bu yerda Major Pride o'yinchilari o'ynayotganda. Endi Black White albatta kuchaytirishga kirgan Major Pride'ni MGC points bo'yicha ular Medbusdan orqada qolishmoqda va aynan bugun agar comebackni amalga oshirib juda ham yaxshi kartalarni o'tkazishadigan bo'lsa, MGC points bo'yicha ular birinchi o'rinda o'zlariga naqd qilib qo'yishlari mumkin. Albatta oldinda final o'yinlari ham bor, ya'ni PMPL Yevropa final o'yinlari. Uni ham hisobi bo'ladi albatta. Shuni ham unutish kerak emas. Va Major Pride hozirda mana o'sha Black White o'zini jamoadoshlariga yordamga kirgan. Dino emas, hamyurtimiz bugungi kunni o'tkazib yuborishi mumkin, lekin bir xillarni ko'rdik. Hattoki o'sha PMPL Yevropa kuzgi mavsum 3-fazasini 2-kunida birinchi kartasida Black White o'tkazib, to'g'ri, Black White o'ynagan kartada, keyin ikkinchi kartadan Dino kirib keldi. Juda ham qiynab yubordim eshitayotganlarni ham. Qog'oz zavoddan kelib, lekin menimcha mana tushundinglar. Major Pride a'zolari bizda pozitsiyani egallab turishmoqda, zonaga kirib olish pozitsiyasini Dark Project bilan qo'shnichilik qilishmoqda.
Menimcha ayni vaqtda o'sha taxminlarga qarasak bo'ladi.
9 ta bor-yo'q jamoa qolganini taxmin etamiz. Endi bu qanchalik to'g'ri, qanchalik noto'g'ri, noinsoflar faqat Yevropa kastalari demoqchi edim. Yo'q, ular ham biz bilan bir xilda. 9 ta jamoa, odatda bir 5 ta jamoa qolganda ham taxmin berib olishadi, predikt berib olishadi. O'shancha. Hop, Keling, unda kimga siz berasiz aziz aka? Sizdan birinchi so'raydigan bo'lsak.
Ikkita tanlaylik.
Ha?
Ikkita tanlaylik.
Bitta tanlaylik. Chatimiznikilik yana xafa bo'lishadi.
Unda GG o'yinchilari.
Bo'pti.
Men bu demoqchi edim.
Keling, unda men yo'q.
Major Pride ga bering.
Mana yurishim olamayapti, so'rim
Yoki Titanga bering. Titanda ham ajoyib pozitsiyaga o'tib olish uchun imkoniyat bor.
Imkoniyat bor, lekin ana shu pozitsiyaga hozir o'tishga harakat qilib ko'rsa, bu total xato bo'ladi.
Keyinchalik o'tib olishadi albatta. Permit o'yinchilar.
Men hozir yana ikkita prok berib bo'lgandan keyin bersam-chi.
Unda birato'la top 1 ayta qoling, o'yin tugaganda.
Prosta saqlab qo'ya qoling demak. Hop. Keling, unda men boriga baraka. Ishga qaror qildim. Yo'q, mid bo'lsin. Lekin bu yerda qarang, pozitsiya bo'yicha O'zbekiston o'yinchilari ham yaxshi, lekin ularning pozitsiyalariga bir nechta jamoalar ko'z tikib turishdi. Ular bilan fight davomida o'zi 3 ta bo'lgan jamoa, o'zi unaqa fightga ko'p aralashmagan jamoa hozir juda ham qiyin holatga kelib qolishi mumkin. Mana zonaga kirish harakatlari aynan Dark Project. Mana shu jamoa ham bir xayolga keldi. Ivaneskani 100% rotatsiyalari balki yordam berib qolar Dark Projectga. Degan edim, agar menimcha bu hozir transportga hozir o'zida o'tirib olishganga qaraganda cho'tta
kesbo mashq harakatini davom ettirib turadigan bo'lsa,
baraka topsa 2-3 ta o'qiydi. Men bitta bir-birini siqishyapti. Qayerga yuramiz? Qayerga? Voy, Ivaneska chat, kesbo 10. Kesbo. Men tashib ketdinglar deyapti. Ivaneska yetib keldi, tepasiga rogo yetib keldi. Tigzi Dark Project o'yinchilarini cover qilib bermoqda. Titan o'yinchilari, mana mashlarni tikishtirib olmoqchi edingiz demanga, to'g'rimi? Hozir yopilib ketadi.
Yo'q, chiqishadi Titan o'yinchilari.
Endi o'tda Jiji yordam berib yubordi. X Navi o'yinchisi Oldboy haqqi hurmati deb Oldboyni dabit qilib yuborishlari mumkin. Issiq hamlikni dabit qilib yubordik. Issiq bir o'zi qoldi. Nasıl yetişti?
Agori'nin işinden bo'ladimi deb o'ylayapman.
Oh, GG. Neko Issiq ham yopib yubordi. Zeroni ham yopib yuboradi men. Low HP'lar zero qolmoqda. Dagistan ham mana aytganimdek yopilib ketmoqda. Dagistan, bundan ham, buni ham yopilib ketmoqda. Hozircha taxmin o'z anaqasini oqlamoqda. Lekin siz ham GGga berdingiz. GGda ham mid bo'lsa ham 8 tadan kill point bor. GGda anchagina vaziyat yaxshi. Major Pride qaysi o'yinchilar bilan fight olib borishmoqda. Mana bu chiroyli fightni biz sizlar bilan ko'rib boramiz. To'rga to'r Unicorn skills'ni ko'tarish bilan ovora. Nomi damage'larni qabul qilib oldimi? Yo'q, granata esa hech qanaqa damage olib kelmagan Nomi tarafga. Yana bir granata emas, bu flashga ekan. Flashdan foydalana olishadimi? Kitson yana bir kill point o'z hisobiga yozib qo'yishga imkoniyat paydo bo'lmoqda. Nomi Ingoshni holatga keltirmoqda. Ko'ramiz qanday vaziyat bo'ladi bu yerda. Asik o'yinchilari himoyalanishlari kerak. Skills low HP larda Black White esa granata qizdirmoqda. Granata otgan. Granatasi hozir samarali bo'lgani yo'q, chunki ana o'sha xonada hech kim yo'q edi. Skills Unicorn Kasikni qoladi. Kasik bugun o'yinlarga qo'shilganligini ko'rishimiz mumkin jamoasiga. Ko'ramiz, bundan oldingi kunlarda Kasikni jamoa tarkibida ko'rmayotgan edik. Black White smoklar ichidan DBS o'qini qabul qilib oldi va uni bu momental tarzda holatga keltirmoqda. Hamda holatga kelib qolishi mumkin. Foyda so'nggi a'zosini umumiy qolmoqda. Kasikdan Unicorn ajoyib himoya va bir donigina Kasikni nok holatiga tushirishgandan keyin yopilib ketishmoqda. Major Pride o'yinchilari faqatgina Ingoshni yo'qotishdi va Kasik o'yinchilari tez holatda hozir o'shiriklarni ko'tarib oldinga harakat qilishlari mumkin smoklar bilan. Major Pride o'yinchilari albatta tiltda bo'lishsa bu yerda ajab emas. Madboss a'zolarini ko'rsatib o'tishmoqda. Madboss o'yinchilari aynan hozir Kasik o'yinchilarini yopib yuborishlari mumkin zonaga kirishda. Shunchaki dahshat fightni ko'rib oldik. Madboss Kasik o'rtasida Kasik namoyish etib o'tishmoqda. Bizga yana bir bora ular go'sh emas. Ular faza to'rog'i mavsumdan mavsumga, fazadan fazaga kuchayishmoqda. Bu shunchaki dahshat. Mana shunaqa jamoalarni ko'rganingizdan keyin keyingi mavsum yana ham qiziqroq bo'lishiga amin bo'lasiz. Mana bu uje streamerlarning jamoasi emas. Mana bu uje yaxshigina kuchga ega bo'lgan jamoa, chunki ham kuchli o'yinchilar bor va aynan shu kuchli o'yinchilarga ham qarshilik ko'rsata olishmoqda. Mayli himoyada bo'lsa, mayli o'sha umuman faqatgina kutib olishgan bo'lsa ham-da. yana aktiv harakatlar, Dark Project o'yinchilari Qaysi Skills mana bu rotatsiyasini yo'q qilib tashlamoqda, uni not holatiga keltirdi, unicornni bir o'zi bo'ldi. Qaysi o'yinchilar yopilib ketishdi bizda azizlar, top 5 ular uchun yomon emas, albatta Major Pride'dan keyin yopilib ketishayotgan bo'lsa-da, ular juda ham qiyin pozitsiyadan chiqib ketishdi va albatta menga juda ham qiziq ular nechta kill point bilan yopilib ketishdi. Major Pride to'g'ri Qaysi o'yinchilari Bitta Dark Project, Mad Bulls va GG o'yinchilari yashashmoqda. Flag knock holatida, flag eng kerak emas paytda knock holatiga keltirildi, chunki u zonadan tashqarida, zona esa yurishda menimcha boshlagan va bu to'xtash niyati yo'q. Balki hozir flagni sotib yuborishar yoki flag o'zi zonaga kirib olishga harakat qiladi. Tiggi xatoga yo'l qo'ymasa bo'ldi, lekin Kitsune holatiga keltirilmoqda. MX Tanzashim ajoyib hozir o'z samarasini bermoqda. Mekundo HD'larda hozir nok holatiga tushib olish ham mumkin. Nok holatiga tushadi. Gaming Gladiatorslar agar bosib yuboradigan jamoalar bo'lsa, hozir ular g'alaba qozonishadi. Permit o'yinchilar yopilib ketishmoqda. Bu shunchaki dahshat. Albatta zona ham yordam berib yubordi. Ushbu jamoani yopib yuborishga Meko esa David qilib yubormoqda. Dark Project o'yinchilari anchagina samarali o'yinni ko'rsatmoqda. 5 ta kill point bor va aynan ular hozir Gaming Gladiators tarafga qarata transportlar bilan harakat qilishayotgandek ko'ringan edi go'yo. Mad Bulls hozir endi favoritlarga o'xshab borishmoqda. Mana shu kartamizdan g'olibi bo'lishga. Asaka siz qanaqa fikrdasiz? Hozir mana shunaqa low groundda Gaming Gladiators o'yinchilari chiqib keta olisharmikan? Birinchi nokni qabul qilib olishdi. Mad Bullsga qarshi juda ham qiyin mana bu holatda fayni yutib chiqish Kitsune hamda holatida Gaming Gladiators yopilib ketishmoqda. Mad Bulls esa 11 kill point o'zlarining hisoblariga yozib qo'yishdi. Shunchaki dahshat. 11 ta kill point bilan Gaming Gladiators yopilib ketishgan bo'lsa, Mad Bulls endi 11 ta kill point ishlab olishmoqda va ularda potensial yana 3 ta kill point bor. Dark Project yoki Mad Bulls ko'ramiz azizlar. Ajoyib final mana shu kartamizda 4-3. Dark Project yana yashashmoqda. Yana Ivaneskani harakatlari Kesponi yo'qotishgani, yo'q Kesponi emas, balki Ace'ni yo'qotishgani bekorga. Ace ham yo'qotishmadi. Kim yo'qotish unda? 4-o'yinchisi Nika. Forced. 5-o'yinchilari ham bor edi. Men o'sha o'yinchini nikini eslamayapti edim. Forced o'yinga kirgan ekan bugun. 5 ta kill point bor, yomon emas. Mad Bulls o'yinchilari yaqinlashib kelishmoqda. Mana bu umuman ham qo'r himoya xavfli bo'lishi mumkin. Dark Projectning o'ziga ham, Mad Bullsga ham. Lekin u holatdagi bilamiz. Ivaneska, ko'ramiz. Rozan. Ivaneska nima qila oladi bu yerda? Hech nima qila olmasa yo'q. Frozen'da holati keltirildi, lekin yo'q. Masala hal qilindi. Mad Bulls jamoasi. O'yramani. Mad Bulls a'zolari top 1ni qo'liga kiritishmoqda. Bizlar ajoyib karta. Mana shu jamoadan buqalar jamoasi. Qarashlar ham buqa. Faqat Serich va Flightda qolganlarda yumshoq. Lekin anchadan beri o'ynayotgan o'yinchi. Jiddiy. Xo'p, ajoyib kartani ko'rib oldik azizlar. Mad Bulls o'yinchilari bizni 12, 13, 14 ta kill point bilan top 1ni qo'lga kiritishmoqda. Shunchaki yaxshi natija. Gaming Gladiators ham ajoyib o'yinni ko'rsatishdi. Comeback mana shu yerdan boshlanadi degan bo'lardim agar Mad Bulls o'yinchilari yaxshi kill pointlarsiz bir ham olisha olmaganda. Lekin Mad Bulls har doim Gaming Gladiatorsdan oldinda. Shuning uchun unutmaylik, Mad Bulls o'sha kuchli Gaming Gladiators.
The boys are back in town. We've got Mad Bulls back on top here with a victory. It looked a little bit easy towards the end, admittedly, here. But one thing that was interesting about that, Max, whilst we were watching it, is Mad Bulls didn't even give a second of a chance for a Dark Project to third party on the Gladiators situation. That was over in a flash.
Yeah, we were like, okay, Gladiators, they're going to be fighting Mad Bulls. That's going to be opening up an opportunity for third party of Dark Project if they strike at the opportune time. And then the fight is over in 15 seconds. there is no time for Dark Project to do anything in that scenario. Sure, they do get themselves 6 placement points and 5 eliminations, which was mentioned by John and Blank at the end of that game. It's very important because they were a team that needed just a few points to hopefully make in top 16. They needed 22 and they got themselves 11. So half of the points, if they can continue on this path, they might be able to reach the top 16. But yeah, as you said, Mad Bulls pretty much chilling at the end of this game and just sweeping the edge on the south.
Very chill here as we have our 9th through 16th as well. Not too many points coming in for them, but a difficult circle to play for quite a lot of these teams in terms of the terrain and the road causing a few problems for some teams. I think if Gladiators gets across the road as 4, maybe there's a world where they can make something different happen, but 2 teams existing north of that road, Max, makes it very difficult. Serge, whoa, gee.
He just keeps getting better.
And stronger. Yeah.
One better, stronger every time. Yeah, Zarich had a big pop off there. He was really creating some strong angles alongside Chalika. He was doing some good stuff. But as you said, talking about the roadside, the fact that you have 2 teams constantly trying to cross over here, it was PMPL and Gladiators, they kind of cancel out each other. And you could see instantly Gladiators were using so many resources just to outlive PMPL. And I think this was the right strat. If PMPL breach GG or if GG breach PMPL, you clear the entirety of the north. You're the only team up there. Then you can play the ridge line completely safe. And I think Gladiators, as you said, if they remain as 4, win the game. They still do good in terms of limbs and placement points, but I think that was the game-winning play if they wanted to dominate the north roadside.
Yeah, it makes for an easier potential strikeout over across. If it was anybody other than Gladiators, I don't think they actually survived with 3. So well done to them for being able to do so. But yeah, then Mad Balls comes along and absolutely steamrolls their position. Beyond that, though, I was a little bit surprised. Major Pride took a issue with Kazakh team over in that compound and then absolutely got blasted into oblivion. Unicorn was greedy. He went for the flush and then was able to get the final knock of the team as well, which, you know, DBS does DBS things, Max, as we take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, I think he got the 3-piece there. It was really good. Our position actually was right behind the door and he was looking on a tiny gap through the stairs, gets the opening knock, and then he goes for the flush. And he doesn't get body. I hope we're going to see it in these replays. It'll be really cool to see it happen. But yeah, Major Pride just getting completely destroyed. It was a bit complicated. I get it because they were just coming out of the smoke like, ooh, where are we? What's happening?
Yeah,
I can understand, but you should have been able to get at least unicorns, I believe. But yeah, it was a tough rotation. As you said, it was a tough circle for a lot of these teams trying to rotate in position. And Titan also taking some interesting fights on the northeastern side. I think they get involved and tangled up fighting Tuna, and Gladiators see the opportunity to strike them down and clear even more space because that's the right play to go for. They're just, again, opportunistic. They see the opportunity to third party and they clear all of the northeast.
Apparently Floof likes it as well. She was barking our head off then trying this was going down. But oh, here we are. Are we going to see it? Are we going to see Unicorn with the DS? Yes. Oh, briefly. Never mind.
Just trust us.
Just the one. The rest happened, we promise you.
Yeah, we promise. It was a real thing that happened there. And yeah, look at this fight. It happens. Just 1 onto the 2 and onto the 3. And then there's no more time for third party for DP. They're pushed against the blue zone. It's not much to do.
There you go. There you go. I can't believe it. Like, just how ferocious Mad Balls was pushing across that map as well for the most part up against Dark Project. As I think Blank said it, just a big skill difference in how to approach that. I mean, they had numbers advantage as well, so you can't discredit that. The fact that Fleek was able to just go on the off angle and open things up straight away against them once they realize that their vehicles are coming up against their ridge. But as Dark Project, they... and this might be just kind of speculation, but it just felt like they didn't know how to approach that scenario at all against them.
Yeah, it was a bit tough because if you want to push and get a position onto Mad Balls, you're going a little bit downhill, which I can understand that can be a bit scary when you have to take that kind of spot. But I think if they wanted to have even just a chance of winning, you had to do that because their dip against the blue zone, 1, you become very predictable on your next movement because it's only one way into the circle for you. And it's a dip, which, as we know now in PUBG Mobile Esports, that makes it very nadeable, and that's what Mad Balls are trying to use and abuse. Though, talking about Dark Project, we had a bit of back and forth. Their cross around the road, their 2-2 split versus PMPL, that was
not required.
An interesting approach. I think if you just wait for the circle to pop, you understand that is not the right option and you just stick to the southern side of the road. But they went a bit too early and because of that lose Forced. And if they keep Forced alive, maybe, who knows, win the game because 4 players would have been a bit easier for them to take that fight versus Mad Balls.
Yeah, in my mind, crossing the roads then, especially when they did, was just not an option at all. Like, you have to... And the funny thing is that by the time they come back over the road, they leapfrog ahead of the Major Pride position, which was totally defensible for them anyway. So, I don't... Anyway, let's take a look at the overalls and see how that's all unfolding as well here. It's up towards the top. Major Pride, yeah, good job, guys. you're number one. That's really cool.
You Dagestan, yeah. You're not catching up.
215 points. You know what, Max? Maybe if you get 3 chicken dinners today, maybe you can get that elusive 20 chicken dinners.
Yeah, I was going to say that. The 20 chicken dinner dream is still alive. It's still up and about. And yeah, I mean, they've got to get 3 more. I mean, we do have a Livic.
So they've got 4 chances to get 3.
Yes, 4 chances to get 3 chicken dinners. They can do it. I believe. Dagestan. No, don't get wins anymore, please. Just give them to Mad Balls. Thank you.
Well, Dagestan, they've still got 4 on the board, but it's a lot of points behind here as we now take a look down towards that 12th place barrier. Not really much has moved here, so there is still great opportunities for you to be able to get towards that Livic, which is always very important for a few extra points, Max.
Yeah, just some extra points. It would be cool to see if some teams like that product can catch up. It's going to be tough. They're going to need a huge day, but they got 11 points, so hopefully they can continue on that war path here.
All right, well, let's head on the warpath once again as we have our 2 commanders on the battle lines. It's John Allen and Blank.
Bugungi kun hisobidan ikkinchi kartamiz azizlar start olmoqda va bizda yana sanov kartasi va bu sanov kartasida bizda VIRTUS.PRO jamoasi ishtirok etishmayapti. Ular ushbu kartani o'tkazib yuborishadi. Grantlardan biz yana Titan Gaming jamoasini ko'rmayapmiz. O'z sportlarida ular yo'q. Hop. Dark Project, Kanina Power, Major Fight, Nexus o'yinchilari, Gaming Gladiators, MUERTE, SPG, Vulgar jamoalari va qolganlar bilan hozir ham birozdan keyin tanishib o'tamiz. Hozir esa Snacks'ning holatiga tushirilmoqda. No Mercy Warriors o'yinchisi Issiq tomonidan. Mercy Warriors o'yinchilar. PMPL bilan anchagina faytlari qizg'in ko'rinish olmoqda. Obli qochib ketdi. Issiq navbatdagi kill point ishlamoqda.
Dabayizni qo'llash kerak.
Sherigi esa, Sherigi qayerda? Sherigi ham kelmoqda. Edis. Issiq ham, Edis ham low HP da. Va kim yordamga kela olarki? Yaxshi, Oblinni otgan granatasi endigina etmoqchi edim va bo'ldi. PMPL o'yinchilari bizni yopilib ketishmoqda. No Mercy Warriors o'yinchilari PMPLni yopib yuborishmoqda. To'pini oldi, bor yo'q ikkitadan yana kill point bilan
va Mercy Warriors'ni esa biz top 15 da yo'qotishimiz mumkin. Fayz mana shu fightga qo'shilib kelmoqda. Issiq low HP'larda uni o'z sherigini ko'tarib olishga harakat qiladi. Agar Nina Power'da transportlar bo'lsa, tekin 2 ta kill yotibdi. Tezroq harakat qilish kerak.
Manimcha bor transport,
Albatta bagi.
Qaysi medikamentlar ham yo'q o'yinchilarda.
Nina Power yetib keldi deyishotdi. Mercy Warriors o'yinchilari Agori bu yerda qidirish bilan ovora. Yana xato bo'ldi bu. O'z pozitsiyasini bildirib qo'ydi. Obli yoki Issiq. Oblining holatida granata uni portlatib yuboradi va bu yo'q. Issiq oxirigacha kutsa kerak. Kimnidir hatyoba nok qilaman degan holatda bu birinchi o'yinchi bor yo'q. Ikkinchisi qayting uzoqligini nok qilib qo'ydi. Uzoqlik kelayotgan o'yinchini. Top 15 bizda 4 ta doningni kill point bilan. Ertalabdan biz ikkita jamoa bilan xayrlashdik va qolgan jamoalarning o'yinini kuzatishda davom etamiz. Mana shu ikkita PMPL va Mercy Warriors'ni yo'qotib olganimizdan keyin Nina Power o'yinchilari o'rtacha kill pointlari 100.86 ekan. Sanuk kartasida unchalik zo'r bo'lmagan natijalardan biri ham desa ham bo'ladi. O'rtacha Qaysi kazolari yana Mad Bullsga qarshi fight olib, Major Pride'ga qarshi fight olib borishlari mumkin. Black White ikkinchi karta ham kirmoqda. Black White bundan oldingi kartada lekin foydasi tegmadi. Albatta o'sha dinochalik ham o'ynay olmadi bundan oldingi kartada. Bemalol shuni desa bo'ladi.
Endi balki shunaqa vaziyat bo'lib qolgandir.
Albatta. Buni inkor qilib bo'lmaydi. Biz esa kuzatishda davom etamiz. Qaysi o'yinchilari bunaqa tog' tepasida turishgandan keyin menimcha Major Pride o'yinchilari u yerda jamoa borligini bilib o'z shashtlaridan qaytishdi. Ko'ramiz. Bundan oldin kartani o'tkazib yuborgan Shockwave va Alpha jamoalari qo'shilib kelishdi. Bizda Mercy Warriors o'yinchilari qo'shilib kelgandek bo'lishdi, lekin yo'q. Tez yopilib ketib qolishdi. Va biz esa kuzatishda davom etamiz. Bu kartamizda VIRTUS.PRO jamoasi yo'q.
Boya birinchi kartamizda esla olmagan 4-jamoamiz bu MUERTE bo'lgan ekan.
Men xayolimda bor edi. Hayronman, men ham hayronman. MUERTE jamoasi qanaqa? Men eng qizig'i o'sha ro'yxatimni ham yo'qotib qo'ydim. Guruhlar bo'yicha ro'yxatimni.
Men hozir o'ylab o'tirman. Qanaqa qilib MUERTE jamoasini esdan chiqarib qo'ygan bo'lishimiz mumkin? Mercy Warriors'ni eslab, MUERTE'ni eslamaslik.
Albatta bunaqasi ham bo'lib turadi aslida. Sharh davomidagi qiziq bir holatlardan biri desa adashmagan bo'lamiz. Bunaqa zonada ahamiyat beramiz aka. O'zi odatda aynan mana shu Kempalfa tarafga zona berganida jiji o'yinchilari mana shu odatdagi default tikzi turgan tog'ini egallashadi. Katta split bilan sersa tog'i va shunga o'xshash holatlar. Lekin yana ham chuqurroq o'tib borishmoqda Gladiators o'yinchilari biroz boshqacha play style yokida mana shu zonaga ahamiyat berayotgan bo'lsangiz, odatdagidek Kempalfaga o'ynamayapti. Ya'ni yana ham chuqurroq o'ynamoqda. Kempalfadan o'tib ketishi ham mumkin. Bu zona o'qilishi mumkin Gaming Gladiators'dan ko'ramiz, kuzatib borib bilamiz. Madbus uchun esa bu zona juda ham qiyin zona deb o'ylayman. Chunki mana shu rotatsiyalar davomida ularni bir nechta jamoalar kutib turibdi va mana shunaqa alfa o'yinchilarga o'xshab yoki qolgan jamoalarga o'xshab ular oxirgi manzilga yetib borguncha o'yinchilarni yo'qotishlari mumkin. Agar o'yinchi yo'qotishadigan bo'lsa, Madboss bo'lmay qoladi bilsangiz agar. Ko'p shunaqa holatga amin bo'lamiz. Pakiston o'yinchilari esa bir donigina transportga harakat qilishmoqda va aynan Frozen mana nok holatiga keltirishda. Pakiston o'yinchilari bir amallab alfa o'yinchilardan o'tib ketishdi. Endi o'zlari ham bilishmadi, menimcha bir amallab o'tib ketishgandi va tepalardagi Qaysi o'yinchilar ularni o'qqa tutishmoqda. Yonlardagi endi Major Pride o'yinchilar ularni o'qqa tutishlari mumkin. Shunchaki dahshat bu. Major Pride yana yopilib ketishlari mumkin. Bu yerda Dagestan o'yinchilariga qarshi fight olib borilmoqda. Dagestan o'yinchilari kirib kelishdi. Ikkinchi o'yinchi ham nok holatida bu yerda tekin killlar va yopilib ketishdi Dagestan o'yinchilari. Nimaga hozir ular harakat qilishdi? Nima bo'ldi azizlar? Hamma bittadan kill point.
Juda yaxshi himoya bo'ldi Major Pride'dan hozir
tayyor turish kerak.
Dagestan o'yinchilari balki u yana hozir Qaysi jamoasi o'yinchilari MUERTE o'yinchilarini o'z holatiga keltirib qo'yishmoqda.
Endi ular tushib kelishmasa kerak menimcha MUERTE pozitsiyasiga. Chunki anchagina tepada turishibdi, tushib kelishayotgan taqdirda ham o'zlarini qabul qilishlari mumkin. SBG o'yinchilari rotatsiya yoshishmoqda va bizda odatda Gaming Gladiatorsga aynan mana shu jamoa o'yinchilari qiyinchilik tug'dirishadi. Lekin ular ham bilishmoqda, bunaqa zonada Gaming Gladiators o'yinchilari bu pozitsiyada turishmaydi. SBGdan Innoz Z holatidan Yevropa o'yinchilaridan tashkil topgan jamoalar asosan mana shu mostdan rotatsiyani amalga oshirishmoqda. Shockwave o'yinchilari o'zi mana shu pozitsiyada o'zini amalga oshirib, shu pozitsiyani o'zida qolishgan. SBG mana shu pozitsiyadan harakat qilishadi. Bilamiz, mana shu zonalarga ular ham xuddi Dagestondek tavakkal rotatsiyani amalga oshirishadi. Bir xillarda bu o'xshaydi, bir xillarda esa yo'q. Nexus o'yinchilari ham mana shu mostdan harakat qilishadigan bo'ldi. Ko'rishimiz mumkin, orolning u tarafida turishibdi, mostning u tarafida. U yerga hali o'tishga shoshilishayotgani yo'q. Shockwave a'zolari hisoblarida bitta kill point bor. Mana shu jamoa. Ivaneska o'tgan kartamizdagi top 2 jamoa. Miramar kartasida yaxshi natija ko'rsata olgan jamoa. Bu yerda Wagner zada uni kutib turgan ekan. Ehtiyot bo'lish kerak. Forset holatiga tushib qolsa bu albatta yaxshi bo'lmaydi, lekin yaxshi bo'lmaydigan narsani qilishni yaxshi ko'radi Forset. Afsus. Ivaneskani ham debit qilib yuborishadi hozir. Oxirigacha qochaman o'tdi Ivaneska. Yo'q. Bo'lishdi. Nimaga Ivaneska o'zi umuman bu vaqtda fight boshladi ekan. Endi to'g'ri, birinchi killni qilib olish kerak edi. Azkincha bo'lsa ham shu jamoani agressiyasini to'xtatish uchun. Lekin bilmadim, Kapahal orqadan menimcha uni holatiga keltirdi. SPG'ni ko'rdingiz, qanaqa rotatsiyalar amalga oshirishayotganda ikkita o'yinchi transportda, uchinchisi esa maklarni o'sha tepasiga chiqib olmoqda. Va 200 IQ move rotatsiya hali hamon davom etmoqda. MUERTE bilan JJ yana qo'shnichilik qilishmoqda pozitsiyalar bo'yicha. Shockwave o'yinchilari hayron bo'lsa kerak, nimaga Camp Alpha taraflar bombosh deb. Mana JJ o'yinchilari zonani o'qishmoqda. O'sha aytganimdek, zonani o'qishda MUERTE ham xuddi gap so'z bo'lishi mumkin emas. Tasannum MUERTE ham xuddi shunday. Naq 3 ta grand jamoa hozir zonani juda ham chiroyli tarzda o'qishmoqda. Va shunchalik zona haqida yaxshi ma'lumot borki, mana shu jamoalarda SPG'da ham bizni orada Dark Project'dan istisno qotdik va shunchalik yaxshi kuyka borki jamoalarda. SPG ham, Shockwave ham to'xtamasdan, ya'ni qasdir jamoa shu yerda pozitsiyani egallab turgandir degan mubolag'asiz hozir bombosh pozitsiyaga kirib kelishdi. Bu menimcha anchagina ajoyib. MUERTE esa 5-kill point ishlashmoqda. Bu holat. Ana eski. Nima keragi bor edi o'zi ikkinchi marta banchi qilib. Sizda bo'lsa o'tgan mavsumda mana shunaqa saniq kartasida shunaqa zona ko'rgan edik. Esizdami?
Aha.
Tapib bilan bek nima qilgan esizdami? Excuse me va IRR jamoasi o'yinchilari. IRR excuse me birdaniga 3 ta o'yinchisini granata bilan portlatib 3-1 clutch qilgan vaziyati.
Esladim.
Adashmasam 3-1 edi. Va ana o'sha holatda Tapik Elementrix bilan birga edi. Adashmayotgan bo'lsam, anchagina qiziq mavsumimiz bo'lgan, o'tgan mavsumimiz va bu mavsum unisidan qolishmayapti. Chunki bu mavsumda biz yangi nomlar orttirdik. Yangi jamoalar topdik, yangi o'yinchilar topdik va bunisi eng kerakligi. Vulgar a'zolari Sanukni peshkom bosib o'tishni hozir niyat qilishgan. Kimdir Wagnerzadan nuk qilmasa u to'xtamaydi, azizlar.
Wagner Zada buni nickname'i. Nickname'ning so'ngchisi bu yerda Mango tushib ketdi. Pistni olishda 0. O sergini ko'tarishga harakat qilib ko'radi. Kanina Power o'yinchilaridan a'zolaridan biri ham nok holatida. Bu yerda close fight. Nexus o'yinchilari buni uncha qiyin holatda. Ular hozir Exo va Kapahali yordam kelish kerak. Nexus o'yinchilari. DBSdan birinchi ikki to'q tegmadi va Ko'pincha bundan anchagina yaxshi foydalanmoqda. Hozirgina Shockwave o'yinchilari fight qilishayotgan edi. Mostda endi o'zi umuman ular Nexus bilan fight qilishmoqda. Serish Nemis o'yinchisining o'z hisobiga kill point sifatida yozib qo'ymoqda. Kapahali esa qochib qutula oldi holatda.
Hozir Madbus o'yinchilari ham, GG o'yinchilari ham zonaga kirishga majbur bo'lishadi. Degunimcha GG o'yinchilari xavfsiz hududga kirib olishmoqda.
Endi ularning o'z pozitsiyasi egallab turgan pozitsiyasi zonada ekan. Va bu yana bir bor ajoyib zona o'qish. Bulgar a'zolari Kempal va ular ham zonada. Ular bilan qo'shnichilik qilayotgan bu qaysi o'yinchi?
Wave'dan.
MUERTE emasmi? Yo'q, MUERTEdan Maloy biroz pastroqda ekan. Shockwave bo'lishi mumkin haqiqatda. Dark Project'da Kespo ekan. Kespo pilotini holatiga keltirmoqda. Lekin uni tezlik bilan lobbiga yuborib qo'yishmoqda. Bundan oldingi kartamizda top 2 ni qo'liga kiritgan jamoa o'yinchilari bu kartamizda top 12 ni qo'liga kiritishmoqda. Shunchaki 2 ni oldiga 1 ni qo'shib qo'yishdi va farqi qarang katta. Bundan oldingi kartamizda ular 6 ta kill point ishlashgan bo'lsa, 6 tacha kill point ishlashgan bo'lsa, hozir 12-o'rin bilan 2 yoki 3 kill point bilan yopilib ketishdi. Terminus SBC o'yinchisi tomonidan hozir holatiga keltirildi. Alfa, Hashipa Mandarin Reflect. Bo'lsa shunaqana tegida. Bo'lsa agar Alfani yopib olishadigan bo'lsa, Kanina Power bilan birgalikda xotirjam o'ynashlari mumkin. Umuman orqa taraflaridan agar zonaga kirib olishsa, orqa taraflardan umuman o'ylamagan holatda Qaysi kazolari esa mana shu tog'da hali hamon yashashini davom ettirishmoqda. Qaysi 0 nok holatda tabiiy qilib boshlagan bo'lsa anchagina yaxshi bo'ladi. Bunaqa uzoq distansiyada qanaqa ingush turgan holatda zajimni amalga oshira oldi. Black White esa 0 ni tabiiy qilib yubordi. Kill point sifatida yozib qo'yishdi o'zlarining hisoblariga. Major Pride ko'ramiz. Kanina Power top 11, 2 donigina kill point bilan biz mana shu jamoa bilan xayrlashdik. So'nggi o'yinchi qolgan edi o'zi. Madbus endi alfa o'yinchilari. Mana Kanina Power'dan oxirgi a'zo yopilib ketgandan keyin pozitsiyani o'zgartirishganiga ahamiyat bergan. Albatta zona ham yaqinlashib kelmoqda. Zonaga nisbatan ham ular o'z pozitsiyalarini o'zgartirishlari kerak edi. Turika va Frozen ularda bir donigina balki qolmoqda. Qolgan sheriklarda esa bir donigina katta transport ham mavjud. Alfa o'yinchilari esa zonadan tashqarida qolib ketishmoqda. Ular ham rotatsiyani amalga oshirishga majbur. Madbus o'yinchilari oxirgacha kutishdi. Balki alfa o'yinchilari shoshilib bu yerda oxirroq chiqib ketisharkan. Tulikadan xato bo'ldi va Serish bilan biroz bir-birlarini tushunishmadi. Buning ketidan hozir ular o'z sheriklaridan ayrilishmoqda va juda ham qiyin holatga olib kelib qo'yishmoqda. Madbus o'yinchilari naqotga yopilib ketdi. Top 15 ta donigina kill point bilan. Aziz aka, keling tez orada bizga hozir zonamizni namoyish etib o'tirsak, kimga taxminimizni beramiz?
Men Bulgarga.
Keling, men unda Gaming Gladiators jamoasiga beraman o'z taxminimni. Aynan Gaming Gladiators jamoasi top 1 ni qo'lga kiritadi deb o'ylayman. Mening taxminim. Albatta siz ham efirimizda kuzatib borayotganlar, chatimizda faol bo'layotganlar, Tigzini mana bu granatasini ko'ring. Bagi esa anaqa transportga kirib qolganiga ham ahamiyat berib o'tsangiz bo'ladi. Va albatta biz bilan birgalikda o'z taxminingizni qoldirsangiz bo'ladi. Mana shu qolgan sanuk kartamizdagi 8 ta jamoa, 25 ta o'yinchidan qaysi jamoa, qaysi o'yinchi top 1 ni qo'lga kiritishini yozib qoldiring. Qaysi jamoa bitta jamoani yozib qoldirishingiz mumkin. Albatta bu kartadan keyin shu taxminlarni ko'rib albatta chiqamiz. Kiyozis top holatiga tushdi. Raqobat Qaysi o'yinchilari qolganlaricha Qaysi hamda holatida, Unicorn hamda holatida 200-300 IQ move. Mana shu move'dan keyin
Unicorn mana shu toshni ham poyla olmadi. O'tib ketib qolibdi-da.
Bulgar jamoasida Fight Shockwave'ni so'nggi o'yinchisi qolib ketgan va u Wagnerzada bo'ldi. Yaxshi, bu point qayerdan?
O'zi
Rakimi hozir kerak emasdi bu narsa o'zi.
kirmadi.
Nomi.
Jiddiy o'yinchilar yana bir jiddiy imtihondan o'tib borishlari mumkin. Bu ham bo'lsa MUERTE ulab yuborishmoqda ahamiyat beryapti. Ular qanchalik qochib ketishdi hozir pozitsiyadan kasik o'yinchilar yopilib ketishdi va MUERTE hozir MUERTE o'yinchilarni yopib yubormoqda. Gap so'z bo'lishi mumkin emas. Bu albatta yaxshi, lekin fight hali hamon davom etadi. MUERTE o'yinchilar mana shu pozitsiyadan chiqishlari to'g'ri kelmaydi. Gap so'z bo'lishi mumkin emas. Chunki zona ularda zona GG'da ham zona endi menimcha Gaming Gladiators o'z e'tiborlarini SPG ga qaratishlar kerak. SPG zonada emas va ularni zonaga kirgizmaslikka harakat qilishsa, albatta yaxshi bo'ladi. Tilim ham kelishmoqda SPG deb. Yomon bolalar.
Hozir to'liq tarkib bilan harakatlanayotgan ikkita jamoa bor. Bu ham bo'lsa GG hamda Bulgar o'yinchilari. Va ikkita jamoada ham yaxshi pozitsiya bor hozircha. Qaysi jamoa? Biz ikkalamiz tanlagan jamoa. Hozir
Bulgar 4 ta bo'lib harakatlanishayotgani meni fikrimni o'zgartirdi, to'g'risini aytsam. Bu hech qanaqa bahona yo'q, anaqa emas. Men GG o'z nima deydi, tanlovimda qolaman, lekin Bulgar o'yinchilarida hozir imkoniyatlar ko'paymoqda. Men xayolimda bular bitta o'yinchi yo'qotishdi deb o'ylagan edim. Lekin yaxshi. Qanaqa qiyin holatdan kelishdi. Transportlar yo'qotishdi yo'lda. Keyin yo'l yurib kelishdi. Yo'l yursa ham mo'l yurib chanqab zo'rg'a Kempalga yetib kelib keyotdan bir quduq suv topib ichib olib salib kartasida suv bilan muammo yo'q. Va albatta ular bemalol Kempalga yetib kelishdi. Pillows, Tracy, Dakimi, Fupsman orada esingizda bo'lsa aynan mana shu SPG o'yinchilari, Shockwave o'yinchilari Wagnerzada qanchalik qiyin holatga olib kelib qo'ydi Bulgar o'yinchilarni. Lekin vaqt hammasini o'z yo'liga qo'yadi va aynan Shockwave o'yinchilari yopilib ketishdi. Lekin Bulgar esa yo'q.
Va ularda hozir MUERTE bilan fight bo'lishi mumkin. Bu fightga GG o'yinchilari ham qo'shilishi mumkin. Lekin GG o'yinchilari bir qanotda, SPG o'yinchilarini.
Kitsud tarafga harakat qilishadi. GG o'yinchilari SPG'ni yopib olishsa, sinov holatiga tushib qolish mumkin edi. Agar sinov holatiga tushirsa, SPG'ning masalasi menimcha hal bo'lgan bo'lardi shu yerda. O'zi hozir ham masalasi unaqa oson emas. Yetib bormoqdami granatasi? Upsmanni Kempalfada turib granata otdi hozir. Yaqin kelib olgan ekan. Naomi. SPG o'yinchilari, GG'ga hozir
yopilib ketishadi. Kitsun hamda Matik hozir vaziyatni to'g'rilaydimi? Yana ular hozir zonani xavfsiz hududiga ham kirib oldi.
Matik yaxshi. Oxirgi o'yinchi Narvalov qoldi. O'z hitpointlarni to'ldirib olmoqda. Naqotki Gaming Gladiators ikkita o'yinchidan ayrilsa, bu shunchaki dahshat. Hupsman esa nok holatiga tushirilmoqda. MUERTE o'yinchisi tomonidan mekun ushlash kerak, ushlamayapti. Yaxshi, 3 ta o'yinchi bor. U hali hammasi hal bo'ldi degani emas. MUERTE agar Bulgarni yopib olsa, bu yaxshi. Yo'q, MUERTE hozir Mekku ketdi Mekku. Nok holatiga tushmoqda zonadan. Zonamiz menimcha, yo'q, hali yetib boradi. Yetib boradigan joyiga SPG ham hali yo'qligini Narvalo ketmoqda. Yaxshi, birinchilik holatida effekt ham nok holatiga tushib, nok holatida. Nokta Naomini da bit qilib yubor. To'g'ri, nok holatiga tushish kerak va umuman yopib yuborish kerak MUERTE bilan birgalikda. Va bu yerda agar MUERTE yopilib ketadigan bo'lsa, SPG o'yinchisi Narvalovning imkoniyat paydo bo'ladi to'pni qo'liga kiritib ketishga. Bulgar a'zolari yopilib ketdi azaka. Yana bir bor afsus.
Lekin yomon o'yin emas.
Yomon o'yin emas. Siz menimcha bundan oldingi kartadagi Dark Project o'yinchilaridan ilhomlanib bu yerda ana shu jamoaga, Bulgarga o'z taxminingizni berdingiz. Balki deb. Narvalov. Yaxshi. Naomiga qarshi yaxshi Narvalov o'ziga kill ham ishlab oldi. Va yana bir bora Top uchun. Kitsun. Matik. Unta 2 point. Nahotki comeback. Nahotki Madboss o'yinchilari ishtirok etmagan kartalarda to'pni qo'lga kiritishadimi va gaming gladiator. Voy meni. Ikkinchi fat. Hozir gaming gladiator o'yinchilari yana bir bora to'pni qo'lga kiritishmoqda. Ajoyib natija. Mekku ikki Matik va Kitsun. To'pni qo'lga kiritishmoqda azizlar. Ajoyib karta bo'ldi. Menimcha chamamda 12 ta kill pointlar bilan shunaqa atrofida menimcha to'pni qo'lga kiritishda oson bo'lmadi. Uy zonasida to'pni qo'lga kiritish, endi albatta uy atroflarida, o'sha rayonda deylik. Boshqa shaharga borib o'tirishmadi. O'zi haqiqatda PMPL taraflarini loot qiladiganlar barcha jamoalarning spotlardan ajralib qolgandek go'yo. Boshqa orolcha bu kartani bir burchak. Endi bu bo'lgan taqdirda ham Gaming Gladiatorsni ajoyib to'pir bilan tabriklab qolamiz va MGC points bo'yicha yana bir qadam tashlandi. Gaming Gladiatorsga chamamda keyingi kartani Madboss o'yinchilari o'tkazib yuborishadi. Bu aniq emas, lekin katta ehtimol bilan aynan Madboss o'yinchilari o'tkazib yuborishlari kerak. Biz esa keyingi kartada ko'rishguncha deb qolamiz. Keyingi kartamiz esa Erangel tez orada qaytamiz. Albatta, taxmini o'xshaganlarni Gaming Gladiatorsga ovoz berganlarni tabriklab qolamiz. Madbossga esa ovoz berganlarni yoki shunga o'xshash bir nechta jamoalarga ovoz berganlarni lekin bilmadim. Hamdardlik tilaymiz, azizlar. Nima tilasak bo'ladi chiqizganligi.
Keyin o'yinda gaplashamiz.
Faqat turinglar, sizlar qaytamiz.
Always excellent to see here. Gladiators get themselves a win near where they drop and find themselves a big victory off the back of it. I mean, it was really down to the wire here when it came to the terrain. A few solos here and there, but Gladiators with the stable duo able to make it work, Max.
It's been a weird last 2 days, but now we're back to normal, okay? The big three are back. The Mad Bulls win, you get the Gladiators win, you got Major Pride getting a top 3. Everything is back to how it should be in the European region. But yeah, interesting game. I would say also, Kalaris, the weird circle. It's been a bit tough for these guys. There was a lot of water at some point, and you were especially mentioning the crossing the roads being especially tough towards Camp Alpha, and some teams did struggle to make those shifts.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we see a lot of solos and duos by the end, right? Like, the fact that, yes, okay, there's a lot of water in play here in a circle like this, with the 21 points going the way of Gladiators, but also so much of that terrain is really hard to traverse. Anything from the coastline up towards the road is also, unless you're already there, it's difficult to then make transitions away from those areas. So I was thinking by circle 3, you've got like 60% of that circle that's pretty difficult to play. So it's just a kind of a reassurance for Vulgar Boys that Camp Alpha was in for such a long time, which got them further, but getting out of Camp Alpha is the big problem.
Yeah, they're looking at the bottom where the Dark Project and Permitter were fighting each other, not making it easy for them to reach the top 16 by the end of the day. So if they can avoid that, that would be good little change if possible. But yeah, otherwise we had some tough transitions for a lot of the teams. Mad Bulls, interesting crash of the cars towards Alpha Team. I get what the idea was, and I think there was just a bit of miscommunication. They just crashed inside the cars, and Alpha Teams just got 3-4 easy eliminations off the back of that. So it was a nice, I get the idea, but the execution, that was looking more like I was driving the car, which is not a positive, you know?
Oh, no, you don't want that. No.
You don't want that.
Oh, no. All right, cancel the show. No. We're done here. Major Pride, let's take a look at them, though, here, as they were actually holding down pretty well on that, on that east side. Effect. He's back. Look at that, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I know Blank during that game was like, oh, no, me. They need that guy. They need him. but yeah, Effect, they also need him too. And I actually checked the stats. The last 2 days of play, he only got 5 eliminations over the course of 8 matches. In now one game, he's got 6 elims. He's ever done that time. He's back. Effect is back to the standard that we love to see him play, over 1,000 damage. And looking really good on their rotation. Leaving that building was going to be always tough for them, but they capitalize in terms of eliminations, in terms of damage, and they get that second place, which is what we've been missing these last few days.
And going up against a duo here of Gladiators on with a high ground as well, it was always going to be difficult for Major Pride to make any huge clutch happen with a solo left alive here in some of these final moments. But you know what? A second place with the elims they got is still good on Sandhawk. As we take a look back at the highlights here, and some of these teams that are trying to battle for the 16th spot all just end each other very early.
Yeah, Issiq coming on, now, yeah,
Okay,
coming out strong, yeah. Though actually one rotation I was intrigued to see how it was going to work out was Kazakh team, because we saw back in Camp Alpha there was your team, Kalash, the Volker boys, oh yeah, fighting Shockwave. And I was expecting once that fight broke out that Kazakh team were going to wide wrap north and try and third party that position, but instead they send it downhill towards some rocks that was not even in circle. I would have liked to see Kazakh team put a little bit more thought in what the game plan was there, but they got caught very easily. Sure, they get eliminations off the back of that high ground position, but the transition after that, really tough.
Did you just see the use of that canted sight? I saw that.
Yeah.
That was interesting. There it is again. He's not using it this time. Very odd, very odd. But you know what? It's there.
Odd too. No, I was a little bit angry at this fight. I don't know why Gladiator sent himself over the road against SBG. I think that all you have to do is hold it where Matic was towards that sniper tower and just wait for SBG to push. So I think they lost 2 players when they could have easily took it slow and remained S4.
Volga Boys here getting caught in Camp Alpha, not exactly the best position to be in. I mean, if you're a Volga Boys and you know swiftly the circle is going to be moving out, you need to use those smokes in more of an aggressive fashion to try and get out of Camp Alpha. I mean, they were throwing smokes down on the inside of the wall in Camp Alpha. Okay, cool, that's going to keep you alive for a little while, but if you've got a few more smokes, you want to try and use those in like a pathway to try and get to the next location, but not to be the case for them. I guess just in the hurry, not able to make it happen.
Yeah, damn, almost 2.4k damage for Major Pride, significantly ahead of anyone else. I mean, there were so many teams coming their way south. There was the Nameless, there was Kazakh team after they were gatekeeping, Volker Boys, they got some shots also on GG at the end there, so they've been actively holding the southern edge. I can't speak today. I don't know what's
We're all
going
doing
on.
it today, don't worry.
Yeah, so no, good hold for Major Pride. I hope we're going to see a continuation of that, because if they can have a good day, maybe there's a glimmer of hope in the finals. They could catch up in PMGC points, but they need Mad Bulls to just also suck, which right now they don't today.
No, they do not. Let's take a look at the overalls then and see where they're at, because, yeah, they're flying. Really good stuff. And Gladiators has been able to take second place here with this victory. For Dagestan and Volga Boys, it's a little slip down overall. I mean, as Gladiators is back on for Major Pride, doing the little catch-up.
Yeah, a little bit more points here for Navallo too. He's been one actually of the top players, I think, this entire phase, which I'm really happy. Navallo is just so strong alongside Victor, but Navallo is a standout, it seems, this season after the big roster changes of Game Lords from spring to fall. So yeah, able to hold on to that first page. Would be cool to see if they can make it to champs in the finals. Though we're seeing a glimmer of Major Pride, Titan. They're jumping up there. They're on the first page. It is slowly getting back to normality, which you love to see. Not the MUERTE though.
No, they're in a rough spot. Although they're currently in the top 12, so they might be able to see that Livic, which is exciting. Beyond that, though, the bubble of that Livic match really not moved much once again. VIRTUS.PRO here, just still on that 116. So we'll see if teams were able to bounce back against that. Dark Project, they had one alive in Camp Alpha, but they were ran over by the Volga Boys. So not many points for them to try and challenge.
Yeah, I don't want to bring it back for Nexus. I think we're going to get to a point where they're going to have 100 more elimination than placement points. I believe that's going to happen today.
Maybe.
Shots.
That's exciting. All right.
Oh, yeah.
What's also exciting is the survey. Go fill that out and tell us what you think about PMPL as a whole. And we'll be able to learn from that, I guess. All right. Well, let's head on over to the casters here for our next match. It's going to be Erangel, John and Blank.
Qadrli PUBG Mobile xizmatlari, bugun PMPL Yevropa o'yinlari 3-fazasi, kuzgi mavsumining 3-fazasi. Hozir bizda oxirgi kuni, liga bosqichining oxirgi kuni bo'lib o'tmoqda. Qo'y, sal qolsa mana shunaqa uzoq distansiyadan vektor qurolidan foydalangan holatda qozoq o'yinchisi Karina Power a'zosi Bekani nok holatiga tushirib qo'yish mumkin edi. Transportlar. Eng qizig'i va bizni noqulay razvedkadan keyin, birmuncha noqulay razvedkadan keyin jamoalar o'z spotiga qarab harakat qilishmoqda. Karina Power asnovkaga, kecha Karina Power o'tkazib yuborgan kartada bizda Tun o'yinchilari mana shu pozitsiyaga kirib kelishgan edi. Hozir esa bunday holat yo'q. Permitte o'yinchilari No Mercy Warriors bilan bir spotda. Bundan oldingi kartada aynan mana o'sha ruinlar, mana o'sha low tapdagi jamoalar bir-biriga ruin holatini namoyish etib o'tishmoqda. Sanuk kartasida aynan bir-biri bilan fight qilgan jamoalar Permitte va No Mercy Warriors hozir endi No Mercy Warriors'ni spotida uchrashmoqda. No Mercy o'yinchilari spotdan chiqib ketishga birmuncha harakat qilib ko'rishdi va qisman bo'lsa-da o'xshashmoqda yoki bu shunchaki chalg'ituvchi usul bo'ldi. Balki transportlarni yig'ib hozir kelishar yana shu spotga, balki fight olib borishga, balki shunchaki Permitte o'yinchilarini jazolab ketishga. Dark Project bugun yaxshi ham yomon ham karta o'tkazishdi. Birinchi karta juda ham yaxshi bo'ldi. Top 2 bilan tugadi Dark Project o'yinchilari uchun. Ikkinchi karta omadsiz. Major Pride a'zolari bizda bundan oldingi kartamizni top 2 ni qo'lga kirita olishdi. Bugun mana shu jamoa tarkibida o'zgarish, ya'ni asosan liga bosqichini, asosiy o'yinlarni Dino hamyurtimiz o'ynagan bo'lsa, hozir esa Black Fight ishtirok etmoqda ushbu o'yinlarda. Va biz kuzatishda davom etamiz. Tun o'yinchilari Pachenki spotiga kirib kelishmoqda, yo'q, to'g'ri, kirib kelishmadi, balki yon atroflardan rotatsiyani davom ettirishmoqda va bu yo'l bilan fightga olib kelishi mumkin edi. Buni Pachenki atrofidan rotatsiya qilib olishdi va keyingi pozitsiyalari qayer bo'larkan juda ham qiziq. Titan hisobida allaqachon bitta kill point bor va ular aynan Karina Power'ning bir a'zosini o'zlarining hisoblariga yozib qo'yishgan. Kitsuma Tigzi transportlarda rotatsiya qilishayotganini bizga namoyish etib o'tishmoqda. Odatda mana shu pozitsiyalardan rotatsiya qilishadi mana shu o'yinchilar. Yevropa mintaqasida menimcha eng old jamoa tarkibi, roster eng oldi. Mana shu jamoani taniganimdan beri ular kuchli formada, mana shu rosterni to'g'ri kuzatib borishni boshlaganimdan beri ular yaxshi natijalar ko'rsatib kelgan va oxir-oqibat mana ular dunyoni eng katta bir tashkilotlardan biri. To'g'ri unaqa oldingi tashkilot emas, o'zlarining tarkiblariga o'xshagan, lekin anchagina kuchli boshqa o'yinlardagi tarkiblarga ega bo'lgan jamoa. Tashkilot Gaming Gladiatorsda PUBG Mobile'ning asosiy jamoasi. Hop, Gaming Gladiators bilan parallel ravishda Unicorns of Love jamoasi bizda rotatsiya qilmoqda va Tixini biroz qurshovga olishmoqda, to'g'ri ta'qib qilishmoqda va bu ularga qimmat tushishi mumkin. Umuman kerak emas bo'lgan yo'l uchun fight. Endi yo'lga hozir umuman bu o'yinda ham kerak emas, chunki natijalar unchalik yaxshi emas. Ko'ramiz. Yo'l a'zolari Tunadan Abitoning holatida. Ko'ramiz. Yo'l baribir fight qilish ilinjda ekan. Rokis. Rokis Abitoni nok holatiga keltirib dabit qilib yuborishdi. Biroq Mekvinson nok holatiga keltirilgan edi. Rokis esa dabit qilib yubordi. Va nihoyat G.GLADIATORSni tepa qismida o'rtasida kontest bo'layotgan, bir-birini ring qilayotgan jamoalar o'rtasida uch aktivroq harakat boshlandi. MUERTE o'yinchilari bir a'zodan ayrilishdi va Issiq Watch Me G.GLADIATORSni tepa qismini tark etishmoqda. PMPL o'yinchilariga berishdi mana shu pozitsiyani. Effekt bu yerda o'qlar bilan PMPL bizda rotatsiyani davom ettirishga yo'llab qo'ydi. Biz kuzatishda davom etamiz. Azizlar, Effekt Major Pride a'zolari, ularga ham yaxshi natija kerak. Juda ham ularda oxirgi kunlarimizda o'yinlari o'xshamayapti. Hozir yaxshi, 8 talikka adashmasam kirib olishdi. Uni a'zolari PMPLni yo'qotishda afsus. Hozir Abitoni yo'qotishgan edi. Albatta, bir marta ularni pozitsiyadan haydab olishgandan keyin ularni butun boshli rotatsiyalari, butun boshli o'yin uchun bo'lgan planlar buzilib ketdi va shuni hisobiga endi unadan Noshi va jamoadoshi holatda qaysi pozitsiyaga borishni bilishmaydi. Alfa o'yinchilar katta ehtimol bilan bu yerda Noshini o'zlarining hisoblariga kill point sifatida yozib qo'yishadi. Ha, Tenchik tomonidan otilgan granata bemalol nok holatiga keltirdi aynan Noshini. Mandarin esa Noshini dabit qilib yubordi granata bilan birgalikda. Granatadan foydalangan holatda to'g'ri aytadigan bo'lsak, Major Pride o'yinchilari endi Gaming Gladiatorsga qarshi fight olib borishlari mumkin. Ular pozitsiya bo'yicha qo'shnichilik qilishmoqda. Matek uzoq distansiyadagi o'yinchilarni o'z 6x bilan tekshirish bilan ovora. Black White esa yurib ketayotgan transportga qarata o'z mini rolidan foydalangan holatni nok holatiga keltirishga ulgurdi yoki shunchaki damage berishga harakat qildi. Keyingi progzonamizni ko'rishingiz mumkin azizlar. Anchagina zich jamoalar esa juda ham ko'p. Hali hech qaysi bir jamoani yo'qotganimiz yo'q. PMPL o'yinchilari endigina G.GLADIATORSning tepa qismini tark etishmoqda. Issiq va uning jamoadoshlari esa allaqachon zonaga juda ham yaqin kelib olishdi. Yo'l o'yinchidan ayrilishmoqda. Yo'lda esa fight. Endi bunaqa zonamizda fight bo'lishi aniq. Juda ham qiyin holat. Mana shu jamoada Rokis Titan o'yinchisi Robsoni holatiga keltirib dabit qilib yubordi. Yaxshi. CJ birdaniga bir nechta jamoa yopilib ketdi chamamda bizda. Major Pride o'yinchilari esa bizda hozir kimni? Nahotki GG'ni yopib yuborishdimi? Yo'q, bo'lishi mumkin emas. Lekin ehtimoldan xoli. GG o'yinchilarini sezmay qoldik yopilib ketishganini. Bu shunchaki dahshat, ular to'pon oltida yopilib ketishmoqda. Aynan
aynan midboss o'ynashmayotgan kartada hozir GG top 16 da yopilib ketdi. Bu nimasi? Midboss o'ynashmasa biz ham o'ynamaymiz degan aksiya bo'ldi mana shu GGdan. Titan o'yinchilari esa ular ham qiyin holatda. Shunchaki dahshat hozir GG o'yinchilari yopilib ketishgani hali hamon o'zimga hayolimga keltira olmayman. Qanaqa GG o'yinchilari bunchalik tez. Endi ular to'g'ri juda ham jiddiy raqibga yo'l qishdi. Endi MUERTE o'yinchilari menimcha ular bugun juda ham agressiv yondashishadi o'yinlarga, juda ham maksimal darajada harakat qilishadi va IC'ni pozitsiyasiga Titan o'yinchilari holati bir-biridan yomonlashmoqda, chunki o'zi shundoq ham ajralib qolishdi bir-birlaridan. Old boy borib Havlikni ko'tarishga harakat qilib ko'radi, lekin bu qanchalik samarali yoki samarasiz. Ushlab olgan pozitsiyasi holatini qarang. Naomining holatida SBG o'yinchisi Narvalov tomonidan Dark Project o'yinchilari tobora IC'ga yaqinroq kelishmoqda va mana bu yerda bug'i ko'rgandan keyin ular xavotirga tushib qolishdi. Menimcha ehtimoldan xoli emas deb o'ylashsa kerak, aynan IC pastroqdagi siklashga deganini ko'rishdi ham, kesib ko'rdi ham menimcha. Issiq nomor Severiyosdan bitta o'zi qoldimi? Ha, bir donagina Issiqning o'zi qolibdi. Bizda permitti o'yinchilari zonaga kirib kelishgan, bitta nokta qabul qilib olishda Vulgar bilan fayt olib borishmoqda. Endi bu yerda menimcha Vulgar bemalol yopib olishlari kerak. Vulgar bundan ham kuchli jamoalarni bemalol yopib kelayotgan o'yinchilardan birlari dabit qilib yuborishmoqda. Permitdan so'nggi a'zosi ko'ramiz nima qila oladi. Katta ehtimol bilan yopilib ketsa kerak. Va yo'q, Rogo zonaga kirib olibdi. Mana shu Pilo shouning jamoadoshlarining ichida deb o'ylagan edim. Demak, Pilos menimcha unaqa uzoq yashashlik kerak emas, Rogo. Havlik yana bir o'yin holatda Snow tomonidan va bo'ldi. Rogo uzoq yashamadi, permit o'yinchilari, hattoki nomor Severiyosdan Issiq ham yashadi. O'sha esingizda bo'lsa, G.GLADIATORsning tepa qismidan mana shu jamoalar chiqib kelishgan edi, bir-birini o'yin holatiga olib kelib qo'yayotganlar. Old boy. You all o'yinchilarni clutch qilmoqda, bu shunchaki dahshat. Mana Vulgar va permit o'yinchilari faytda, lekin menga old boyni agar degan ishini yana bir bor ko'rsatib berishsa, bu shunchaki dahshat. Old boy, clutchman. Old boy, clutch boy. Siz qanchalik to'g'ri bo'lar ekan? Nomor Severiyosdan Issiqni ham doimo hisobiga yozib olmoqda. Ikkita shu G.GLADIATORsdan chiqqan jamoalarning oxirgi o'yinchilari aynan mana shu bizda o'yinchilar qo'liga kelib yopilishmoqda. Aynan Nexus o'yinchilari qo'liga kelib. IC endi biroz bu yerda yo IC'ni gali yoki Old Boy'ni yordam berish gali jamoadoshiga, jamoa startori sifatida ko'ramiz. IC va Old Boy Esi Sivaneski kesib va Forsetga qarshi SPG ularning orqasidan kirib kelishligi mumkin yoki ularning orqasidan xalaqit berishga urinishadi. Old Boy ochilib qolishi kerak emas. VIRTUS.PRO va Kalina Par o'yinchilari uzoq distansiyada faytlar boshlandi. O'sha aytganimdek, SPG o'yinchilari Old Boyga harakat berish kerak bo'ladi. IC esa yaxshi bir o'yinchilik holatida, ikkinchisi esa DBS ehtiyot bo'lish kerak. Ko'ramiz. IC Crossbow qabul qilib oldi. Navbatdagi o'yinchi ham holatida IC clutch holatida IC uchinchi o'yinchi ham holatida. Bu shunchaki dahshat. Qanaqa o'yinchi bu va uni kim to'xtata oladi? Buni olib qarasangiz juda ham qiyin holat, lekin u ana shu holatdan chiqib ketmoqda. Old Boy'ni dabit qilib yubormoqda SPG o'yinchilari. Ko'ramiz IC'ni bemalol yopib yubora olishadimi SPG o'yinchilari. Ular anchagina yaxshi kirib kelishdi. Mana shu pozitsiyaga anchagina ishonch bilan kirib kelishdi. Forset esa 3 ta jamoadoshini yo'qotgandan keyin albatta tilt holatiga kirib, zonaning o'rtasiga kirib ketib qoldi. Albatta bu aniq o'lib, aniq yopilib ketish va IC'dan ham to'g'ri oldin yopilib ketishmoqda top 12 bu jamoa o'yinchilari uchun. SnowXZ nok holatida bu shunchaki dahshat azizlar, SPG o'yinchilari ham nok holatida Titandan Icy nimalar qilmoqda bu Clutch Minister. Clutch boy bilan Clutch Minister. Clutch Icy. Clutch Ice man. Narvalo granata qizdirmoqda. Yo'q, ana o'sha coverdagi jamoa o'yinchisi yordam berib yubordi. Narvalov bu yerda uni sheriga SnowX chiqarmoqda uni. Lekin nima bo'lsa ham IC bu shunchaki dahshat, 8 ta kill point bilan yopilib ketishdi. Natijani dodasi bunaqa qiyin holatda birinchi Titan o'yinchisi Olpoy Rolkis va uning jamoadoshlaridan alamini olib yopib yubormoqda. Clutch qilib albatta bitta transportdan o'yinchini tushirib olib endi esa IC Dark Project o'yinchilarini kuta ola bildi va birdaniga 3 tasini nok qilib tabit qilib yubordi. O'zini hisobiga kill point sifatida yozib qo'ydi. Oxir-oqibat afsus yopilib ketdi, lekin aminman agar SnowX xalaqit bermaganda u albatta yonidagi Narvalovni ham nok qilardi, qolgan o'yinchilarni ham o'zini hisobiga kill point sifatida yozib qo'yardi. Albatta o'z o'yinini davom ettiradi. Ushbu kartamizda bizda azizlar major fight o'yinchilari bitta o'yinchidan ayrilishdi. Karina Par bitta o'yinchidan ayrilishdi. SPG 3 o'yinchidan ayrilishdi va Yevropa kastirlardan barchalar hozir 4 talasi ham Nexus o'yinchilariga o'z ovozlarini berishmoqda va keling men ham o'z taxminimni berib o'tsam. Albatta siz ham chatda o'z taxminingizni berib yozib qoldirishni unutmang. Keling men unda Major Pride'ga ham emas, DMR'ga ham, Bulgarga ham, Nexusga ham emas, balki VIRTUS.PRO ga beraman. VIRTUS.PRO top 1ni qo'lga kirishini juda ham xohlayman. Shuning uchun o'z taxminimni beraman. To'g'risini aytadigan bo'lsam, misol Alf o'yinchilarda anchagina pozitsiya yaxshi. Linha powerda ham qolishmaydi. Agar ular Major Pride'ni kirgizishmasa, anchagina yaxshi bo'ladi bu zonaga. Endi o'zlari uchun albatta. Black White'ni yana yo'qotishgan. Major Pride a'zolari Dinodan umuman o'yini yaxshi emas Black White'ni hozircha. Mana shu 3 ta karta natijasiga ko'ra aytmoqdaman. Aytanga Dino anchagina foydali bo'layotgan edi. Har karta kill qilayotgan edi. Hozir esa unday holat yo'q. Albatta bu jamoadan Naomi jamoa sardorligini o'z qo'liga olganligi haqida ham unutish kerak emas. Naomi jamoaga kelgandan beri oldingi nickname Monkey jamoaga kelgandan beri yaxshi natija ko'rsatib keladi. Jamoa bilan va jamoa sardori sifatida qoladi. Black White esa shunchaki yaxshi fragger, undan tashqari o'yinni yaxshi tushunadigan a'zo sifatida qo'shilib kelgan Foxman'dagi holatida Milky Way bu ishni amalga oshirmoqda. Bulgar o'yinchilari amalga oshirishayotgan push omadsiz yakun topmoqda qisman bo'lsa-da. To'g'ri, omadsiz kechmoqda. Hali yakuniga yetgani yo'q va hali imkoniyatlar bor. Smoklar ham juda ham ko'p. Bemalol o'z sheriklarini ko'tarib olsa bo'ladi. Menimcha Bulgar a'zolar bu yerda DMR qolaversa uni ketdan Nexus o'yinchilarini pozitsiyasiga kirib ketish bilan ovora. Ko'ramiz. DMR uchun bu qimmatga tushishi mumkin va mana bu faytlar ketma-ketligida faqatgina Bulgar o'yinchilari yashab ham qolishlari mumkin. Shunday ham variant bor. Kapahala Dakimini holatiga keltirish mumkin, ehtiyot bo'lish kerak. Exo esa Dakimi granatasidan holatiga keltirildi. Ehtiyot bo'lish kerak. Redox. Eslini nimalar qilib tashladi smoke ichida. Bulgar o'yinchisi Furtman surpriz bo'lishi mumkin. Yo'q, menimcha katta ehtimol bilan yopilib ketadi. Ha, yopilib ketmoqda. Bulgar o'yinchilari yashab qolishmadi mana shu faytlar davomida va endi yo'q. Ko'ryani bir o'zi Nexus o'yinchilari yashab qolishmoqda. O'z pozitsiyalarini ikkita jamoadan himoya qilib olishmoqda. Hisoblarida 8 ta 10 ta kill point bor. Major Pride o'yinchilari ikkitasini holatida effekt va Naomi holatida Karina Power o'yinchilari esa kuta ola bilishdi. Juda ham gрамотно o'ynab bera olishmoqda. Naomiga qarshi endi o'yinchisi ko'ramiz nima qila oladi. Naomining qo'lida sayga va hech nima qila olmadi. 6 ta kill point Major Pride o'yinchilari bizda top 6 da yo'l oldi. Top 6 ga yo'l olmoqda bor yo'g'i. 4 ta kill point VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari bitta a'zolaridan ayrilishgan. Bek hali hamon o'yinda, Wade o'yinda, Lamentrix o'yinda. Yo'q, Wade o'yinda emas ekan, balki Ruder o'yinda. Ko'ramiz. Elementrixni yo'qotgan ushbu Fate'ni yo'qotgan to'g'ri VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari. Ko'ramiz. Nexus, Alpha, Shockwave va KP va VP. Ko'pchilik Nexusga o'z taxminini bergan edi. Lekin yana o'zgarishi mumkin. Shu taxminlar yoki jamoalar o'yinni o'zgartirib yuborishlari mumkin. Ko'ramiz. Zonamizda biroz mana shu tarafdan qochish moyilligi bor. Aynan Nexus tarafga qochish mumkin zonamiz. Hali o'z hisobiga kill point yozmagan. Qolgan jamoadoshlar esa 5 ta, 3 ta, 2 talab kill pointlarni yozib qo'yishgan o'zlarining hisoblarga. VIRTUS.PRO ham hali umuman kill qilishmabdi. Zonamizga qarab hal bo'lsa kerak bu yerda kim to'pni qo'liga kiritishi va Nexus va Alpha o'rtasida to'p o'ynalishi ham mumkin. Bu holatda VIRTUS.PRO shoshilishlari kerak emas rotatsiyaga albatta. Agar shoshilishadigan bo'lsa, unda barcha jamoalarning e'tibori zona yurishni boshlagungacha aynan VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilarda bo'lib o'tadi. Endi VIRTUS.PRO tarafdan zona tezroq yurishini ham unutish kerak emas. Chunki VIRTUS.PROdan aynan zona qochmoqda. Ko'ramiz. PK bu yerda yaxshigina damage qabul qilib oldi. Yo'q, holatiga kelib qolishi ham mumkin, ehtiyot bo'lish kerak. Uchini bildi, menimcha pozitsiyasini bu yerda Mandarin. PK esa o'z hit pointlarini to'ldirib oldi. Ko'ramiz. Wave masalasi og'ir. Ufqazon holatiga keltirildi va Matrix tomonidan ajoyib tarzda zonaga kirib olishganligini ko'rishimiz mumkin, lekin afsuski bekni yo'qotishgan VP o'yinchilari. Asosan hozircha top 10dan pastiga turgan jamoa o'yinchilari oxirgi zonamizgacha kelishgan. Kurashada Shockwave o'yinchilari ham yopilib ketishdi. Nexus o'yinchilari hozir birni qo'lga kiritishlari mumkin. Ular bunga juda ham yaqin turishdi, lekin Nexus a'zolar Kapaxalan nok holatiga uchrash va top hozir 14 ta kill pointlar bor. Va oldinda potensial ularda 8 ta va yana 2 ta kill point, ya'ni 10 ta, yo'q, to'g'rirog'i 4 ta va yana 2 ta 6 ta kill pointlari bor. Potensial albatta. Mana shu kill pointlar bir-birini hisobiga yozilmasa agar va agar hammasini yopib barcha o'yinchilarning o'zlarining hisoblariga yozib to'pni qo'liga kiritishadigan bo'lsa, bu 20 ta kill bilan to'p bergan. Edox Ruderga qarab tapet qilib yuborayotgan edi va VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari damage'ni qabul qilib olishdi. Redoxni tushirib olish kerak edi Mandarin. Nahotki
Redoxga mana bu harakatni qilib berishga bergani mandarinning juda qo'pol katta xatosi. Kapaqali nok holatida Nexusdan yana kapaqali nok holatida. Ancha eng bugun yomon ko'rgan o'yinchidagi kapaqali bo'ldi. Mana shu kartamizda Nexusning qolgan a'zolaridan Elementrix 600 damage-ni ishladi-yu, lekin bir donigina kill pointi bor. VIRTUS.PRO top 3ni qo'liga kiritsa ham bor yo'g'i 5 point bo'larkan bu jamoaga. Endi bitta kill pointlar bilan, даже ikkita kill pointlar bilan endi bizda hozir top 3ni qo'liga kiritishadigan bo'lsa bor yo'g'i 7 point bo'lar ekan. Ohoho, Redox nimalar qildi bu yerda granatalar bilan birgalikda VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari top 3 ikkita kill bilan va aynan aytganimizdek bizda top uchun kurash Nexus va Alfa o'rtasida. Alfa o'yinchilari bizda kill pointlar bunaqa ko'p bo'lishi kerak emas. Har holda Nexus chali emas va Nexus o'yinchilari agar Alfani barcha o'yinchilarni yoqib yuborishadigan bo'lsa, albatta 20 ta point bilan, 20 ta kill point bilan top 1ni qo'liga kiritishgan bo'ladi. Umumiy hisobda 30 point bo'ladi. Agar top 1ni qo'liga kiritsa, mana shu kartadan ishlab olgan pointlar hisobi ko'ramiz. Alfa yoki Nexus. Alfa yoki Nexus. Nexusdan 3 ta, Alfadan esa 4 ta. Nexus Gaming o'yinchilari 3-fazamizning natijalariga ko'ra 130 point qo'lga kiritib 11-o'rinda turishdi. Onlayn jadvalimiz buni sizga namoyish etmoqda. Bor yo'g'i 120 point bilan Alfa o'yinchilari 14-o'rinda, 13 ta esa VIRTUS.PRO hozirgina yopilib ketgan 123 point bilan va Alfa o'yinchilari mana shu kartadan keyin G.GLADIATORS dan o'tib ketishlari juda ham hozir ehtimolga yaqin. Nexusdan yana bir nok holati. Alfa o'yinchilari push amalga oshirishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Ko'ramiz. O'sha boya aytib o'tgan holatim, ya'ni VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari ularning top 1ni qo'liga kiritishlari xohlayapman va shuni hisobiga ham ularga top 1ni beraman, lekin Alfa o'yinchilarida pozitsiya anchagina yaxshi degan edim. Aynan xuddi shunday ham bo'lmoqda. Anchagina yaxshi bu yerda pozitsiya Redoxning holatiga keltirildi. Hozirgina o'z sherigini ko'tarib olgan edi Nexus o'yinchisi. Endi yana bir nok holatida uni ko'tarib olish imkoniyati hech qanday holatda yo'q edi. Exo damage'larni qabul qilib olmoqda. Yana Yevropa kasterlari topa olmadi kim top 1ni qo'liga kiritishini, chunki bu yerda Alfa o'yinchilari top 1ni qo'liga kiritishmoqda. Ajoyib karta va Alfa o'yinchilarini tabriklab qolamiz. Ular top 1ni qo'liga kiritishmoqda. Bu shunchaki dahshat. Alfa o'yinchilari Mandarin, Reflect, bo'lgan a'zolari bu shunchaki dahshat va ajoyib natija. Ularni tabriklab qolamiz azizlar va biz keyingi kartamizdan tabriklaymiz. Ungacha esa TDM show turnirimiz ikkinchi finalchini aniqlab olamiz azizlar. Shuning uchun bizdan uzoqlashmang.
It was almost perfect, but then we had the betrayal from Blank at the end against Kapahala. That's done. It's Alpha Team, though, that are able to get themselves a victory. Admittedly, they had themselves a fantastic spot when it came to that compound, and Ashipa moving up to be able to hit that nade as well, using that lip. Really important stuff here to be able to get that victory on the board.
But Nexus, second place.
Placement points.
Can't believe it. I think I've never seen Blank pop off more on the game, to be honest. He was off. He was going. He was popping off that match. But yeah, 22 points on board for Nexus, 6 placement points, 16 eliminations, which, yeah, I mean, I think they're still going to have 100 more eliminations than placement points by the end of the day if it hasn't already happened with this game. But yeah, Alpha Team, I was surprised. Their rooftop Kalaris was so strong in an L formation that the teams across the road and even the teams north and east of their location had no chance of fighting them. So they had 3 players on the rooftop just blasting at everyone around them. Yeah. That was interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely a strong spot, especially once they realize that all of the threats south of them are completely eliminated, right? Then they have free reign over being able to be on those rooftops and then have the cover that they need against the teams in the north, like Nexus, for example, here. But again, you know, We know that Nexus can frag. Let's be real. We've seen it throughout this phase especially, but we didn't know whether or not the placements could come their way. There he is, Redox. 9 eliminations, 1,110 damage.
Yeah, the Warlord this time taking the pacifist route, it seemed, in this game. Just doesn't want to eliminate anyone, just taking it very slow. But yeah, Redox off angle, Kalaris. We looked at the way he pushed over there. I think the entirety of Nexus was surprised to see he was able to get there and live. And then he was able to just get rid of VIRTUS.PRO with some amazing nades. The moment he got knocked, you couldn't do much off the back of that. He was serving as a really strong off angle. But anyway, 16 eliminations. I'm having PMRC flashbacks here, Kalaris, where they have just one big, fantastic game, and then they disappear for the rest of the day. Hopefully not, but it's happened before.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the highlights and see how much of it is Nexus here up in the north side. As well, of course, we have plenty of moments as well. Icy was able to do a lot of work himself.
Yeah, Icy's breach was... I mean, playing in heaven. I want to get back to that moment. Just show me the Icy plays, please. The Alpha team were fragging out since the very early stage. So Titan, talking about Icy, they had this very big split that I do not comprehend. If you want to do a 2-2 split, fair enough. They were doing a massive 4-man split, and they just got picked up one by one. Then it was just down to Icy. Not sure, but this is the play. And he just drops down, gets Dark Project, gets 3 points. Oh my god, what a gamer. Yeah.
Yeah, I think with him doing that against our projects especially, it feels like they're done, right? Like, I don't know whether or not they're going to be able to rise back up against that 16th place position that we're seeing No Mercy Warriors in, with Icy making plays like that against them.
It was an interesting fight versus SBG2. He just crushed it versus 2 squads. There was a nice little off-angle set up by SnowXdo that was really strong. Clear power, they were not going to cross. There was no way. Though, actually, as we were talking about the rooftops being played by Alpha Team, you can see they were almost out of ammo. But no team got close enough to the point where they would use their nades. So when they had to take the fight and Nexus were in nade range, they just completely blasted their position with those nades, with the mollies, with everything they had in their arsenal that was remaining. But Redox's position versus Pro, it was so important. Could have been a win condition, but he got knocked first, so unfortunately, it was tough for them to then hold that fight up against Alpha Team.
Yeah, the Grenadier role here from Redox back in full effect, Max, to be able to see him throwing those nades. We don't have to count them this time around. It wasn't almost 20, but it was enough. It was enough to be able to get them in a decent spot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what we want to see from Nexus. Hopefully, it's going to build them a little bit more hype before going into the finals. It's our last day and see how that's going to be panning out. Because I think we all expect Nexus to do well. We saw what they could do in Spring Championship, and it's been... The Eastern Stars roller coaster is back in full effect, it seems, but I still have hope that we can see some good stuff in the finals from the boys, so we'll see how it pans out.
All right, well, let's take a look at the overalls then and see what's what, because we've got ourselves Mad Bulls up at the top, of course, as usual, as is to be expected. Major Pride now into 5th place here. The fight back is definitely on for them, now tying up those points with Titan Gaming, and SBG just 1 point behind them, man.
It's insane that it's only... what was that 4-point difference between Major Pride and Tuna Esport from 5th to 8th. You could have this could result in actually a decent amount of extra bonus points if you are, for example, Tuna Esport, you get a pop off, you're in top 5 instead of being top 8 or maybe lower. I don't know how close it is with the teams on the top of the second page, but it is a very small point disparity once you exit the top 4. And look, yeah, it really is just nothing. It's just one decent game, and Nexus could be in top 5, sorry, should I say. So, yeah, it's the big sponge at the top.
Yeah, they've got an opportunity here, so if they're able to keep going, that'd be cool. I mean, admittedly, they've only got one more game left before they're actually able to, you know, actually have that break game beyond all of this, but... Yeah, down at 16th place, it is going to be tough to see Dark Project try and challenge for that. But anyway, we've got the casters ready to go for TDM, then we're rolling into more games. Let's go.
Match. Let's go.
Judayam show matchimiz start oldi. Yarim final Dagestan o'yinchilari Shockwave o'yinchilariga qarshi fight olib borishadi. Mana shu lokatsiyamizda hozircha 1-0 hisobida Dagestan o'yinchilari hisobni ochib olishdi. Juda ham yaxshi 2-0. Shockwave o'yinchilari hujum qilishga majbur holatga tushib qolishmoqda. Menimcha ham, lekin Dagestan o'yinchilari menimcha bunaqa faytlarda kuchliroq.
Albatta. Dagestan va Shockwave agar ularni bir-biriga solishtiradigan bo'lsak, aka, qaysi taraflari? Misol uchun, mana shu ikki jamoa ham bir-biriga o'xshash tomon. Anchadan beri bir-biri bilan o'ynab kelgan jamoa o'yinchilari. Mana Yevropa o'yinchilariga ahamiyat beradigan bo'lsak, bular ham alohida community, xuddi siz kabi. SNG jamoalari, SNG o'yinchilari kabi va o'z orasida lekin juda ham ko'p reshuffle'lar bo'lib o'tadi. Juda ham tez, hattoki mavsum nima deymiz? Mavsum oralig'ida, ikkita mavsum oralig'ida odatda juda ham ko'p reshuffle'lar bo'lib o'tadi, xususan aynan Shockwave o'yinchilari bu yerda SPG a'zolari bilan o'zaro o'yinchilar almashishi, Shockwave o'yinchilari esa o'sha Grand jamoalarga, Grand Yevropa jamoalariga o'yinchilar yetkazib berish. Shunaqa holat ham bo'ladi. Yoki mana shu teskarmachasiga o'yinchilar almashinuvi ko'p bo'lib o'tadi. Va asosan juda ham old tag hisoblanadi, old jamoa nomi. Lekin hozircha umuman Shockwave'ni omadi kelmayapti. Mana bu holatda faytni olib borishga, chunki 7-3 bor hisob, 8-3 birdaniga fayt boshlanib ketdi. 10-4 umuman hozir hisob o'zgarib ketmoqda bizda. 5 yaqin ham qo'yib yuborishmayapti, uzoqda ham chiqib ketolmayapti Dagestan o'yinchilari. Izini bir amallab o'zini hisobiga yozib olgan Zadira darhol kill point bo'lib berdi Shockwave o'yinchisiga. Va endi mana shu kartamizda ular tomonlar bilan o'zgarib olishdi. Bilamiz, o'yin kartasi, bilamiz bu qisman bo'lsa-da show turniri. Buni ham esdan chiqarish kerak emas. Shockwave a'zolari 14-8 comeback qilish iloji bor. Yo'q emas. Dagestan o'yinchilari esa hozirdan o'sha balki himoyani yoqishgan bo'lishlari ham mumkin. Chunki aynan Shockwave o'yinchilari hujumga tushmoqda, aynan mana shu razmerlarni, mana shu o'yinchilar almashinuvini bu yerda aynan Shockwave o'yinchilari sa'y-harakatlari sababli bo'lmoqda. Yana bir pointdan almashib olishdi. Yaxshi. Chipni hozir o'z hisobiga SKS qurolidan eng qizig'i yozib olmoqda. Emas. Bu ehtiyot bo'lish kerak. Juda ham yaqin turgan o'yinchidan Skas Shakir bo'tda Zadiraga yozildi, lekin Zadira ham bu yerda yo'q qilindi. Shefu ehtiyot bo'lish kerak. Hamma o'yinchimiz bilan bitta vaqt ketadi eng kamida. Yo'dan ham. Yaxshi, Vagnerzada 20-14. Hali hamon farq 6 pointga teng. Ko'ramiz. Musobaqamiz oxirlagan sari, aynan liga bosqichi oxirlagan sari bizda dedim show matchimiz ham anchagina qiziqarli bo'lib o'tmoqda. Aynan jamoalarni saralab olganimiz, orada JG o'yinchilari bilan jamoalar chiqib ketgani ushbu musobaqadan anchagina bir qiziq bo'ldi. Dagestan bilamiz, hozir ular bootcampda joylashgan. Ya'ni bir uyda o'sha o'yinchilar uchun va muhim musobaqa uchun tayyorlanishadi yoki muhim musobaqani o'sha yerda birgalikda o'ynab analiz qilib borishadi. Bir donigina Shifu bitta pozitsiyadan turibdi, kill qilib yubordi.
Adashmasam kamida 4 ta kill ishladi o'sha.
Kamida. Men xayolimga 5 ta kill kelgan edi. Zadira uzoq kutdi, SKSdan ancha tez. Bu Apoke'ga qo'yiladigan menimcha qo'yilgan SKSga o'zi qo'ysa bo'larmidi? Shockwave o'yinchilar. Bizda Wagnerzada 6 ta kill ishlagan. 4 ta 12 ta, uni jamoadoshi ham 12 ta kill ishlagan. Juda ham
13 ta bo'ldi-da. Yerda Limbo biroq. Limbo odatda juda ham ko'p faytga tortadi jamoasini. Lekin bittada aqlli ham o'yinni ko'rsata oladi. Limbo. Ko'ramiz. Qo'lida Grazza Limbo.
You're about to win.
Dahshat hozir shok bo'ldi. Ahamiyat berganmisiz. Faqat boshiga, ya'ni pistoletdan va ajoyib shok bo'ldi. 6 o'qimiz. Hisobi masanchaga kattalashib ketdi. Mozanatni yo'qotishdi Shokpay o'yinchilari. Kick knockdown va knockout. Sizlar 40-20 o'yinda oldinga ketishdi. Dagestan o'yinchilari. Ultani yo'qotdi. Umuman berishmadi.
Menimcha kuchliroq edi baribir Dagestan o'yinchilari bunaqa faytlarda.
Albatta. Juda ham kuchli o'yinchilarga qarshi fayt olib borib, anchagina tajriba ochib ketdi. Shokpay o'yinchilari 3-o'rin uchun bilan fayt olib boshladi. Qaysi o'yinchilari Dagestan bir. Qaysi o'yinchilari ham ketganligicha umuman nima deydi? Yaqin ham juda ham kelmadi Titan o'yinchilari bilan. Qaysi o'yinchilari qarama-qarshilik edi. To'g'ri hisob yaqin bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin, lekin wow degan o'yinni ko'rmadik biz Titan o'yinchilaridan. Va biz keyingi kartani azizlar sizlar bilan ko'rib boramiz. Keyingi kartamiz bizda ehtimol bilan aynan Miramar kartasi bo'lib o'tadi.
Bizda Miramar kartasi start olmoqda. Samolyotimiz Valle del Mar spoti tepasidan to'g'ri Torrejumadaga uchayotganini ko'rmoqdamiz. Jamoalar samolyotni tark etib boshlashdi. Bizni mana shu o'yinimizni o'tkazib yuboradigan jamoalar: G.GLADIATORS, Bulgar Boys, SBG hamda PMPL Esports jamoasi aynan Miramar kartasini o'tkazib yuborishadi. Va bu jamoalarsiz ham bizni mana bu o'yinimizni qizitib beradigan jamoalar yetarli bu kartada. Ekraningizni chap tarafida har xil ma'lumotlar haqida animatsiya namoyish etilmoqda. Nokautlar, zerikishni bu o'yinchisi birinchilar ro'yxatida turibdi. Ingush, Narvalov, va barcha jamoalar mana samolyotni tark etib ulgurishmoqda. U birinchi pro zonamiz. Birinchi bo'lib xayolimga kelgan narsa bu VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari bir qo'lga kiritishlari mumkin degan narsa bo'ldi. Endi buni vaqt ko'rsatadi. Bu jamoa uchun albatta uy zonasi bo'lishi mumkin. Xuddi shunday tarzda Yuna jamoasiga, shu Wave o'yinchilariga ko'ramiz. Alfa jamoasi bilan Titan Gaming o'yinchilarida hozir fight bo'lishi mumkin. Bundan oldingi adashmasam Miramar kartasida alfa o'yinchilari yo'qligi sababli Titan o'yinchilari bemalol lutlarni amalga oshirishgan edi. Endi alfa o'yinchilari bor. Ko'p holatlarda ular shu kontestda fight bilan yakunlanganini ko'rganmiz. Hozir qanaqa ko'rinishda bu davom etadi hozircha noma'lum. Tenchik transportni olib o'ziga qulay pozitsiyaga olib kirib qo'yishi aniq. reflekt tomonidan Issiqga zajim amalga oshirildi va uni o'sha yarim jon bilan qoldirayotganini ko'rishimiz mumkin. Shockwave o'yinchilari hozir qanotdan Titan o'yinchilariga xalaqit berishlari mumkin edi. VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari o'z spotlarini nutq qilib, endi bemalol qaysi pozitsiyalarni hozircha ushlab turish haqida o'ylab bosh qotirib ko'rishsa bo'ladi. Wade hozir o'z sherigi Ruderni olib, navbatdagi transport tarafga olib ketayotgan bo'lishi mumkin. Qaysi o'yinchilari esa Pikadodan chiqib bo'lishibdi. Rotatsiya davom etmoqda. Shockwave o'yinchilari ularni yo'lda biroz qiynoqqa solishi mumkin. Unicorn hamda sheriklari hozircha biroz ikkilanib bo'lsa-da, rotatsiyani davom ettirishmoqda. Bu hududlarda bor Shockwave o'yinchilari Terminus oldiga hozir Qaysi o'yinchilari kelib to'xtashmoqda. Katta ehtimol bilan Shockwave'ni qolgan o'yinchilari ham aynan mana shu pozitsiyaga yetib kelishadi va bu yerda jamoaviy fight boshlanadi. Yoki shunchaki Shockwave o'yinchilari masofadan o'z sheriklariga qarab turishlari mumkin. Bu degani o'xshasa Terminusni qutqarib olishadi, o'xshamasa o'yinni 3 kishi bo'lib davom ettirishadi. Qaysi hozir Shockwave'ni deyarli barcha o'yinchilari pozitsiyasidan xabardor bo'lib oldi. Yaxshigina qiyinchilikka uchragan bo'lsa-da, Terminus birinchi nokni amalga oshirmoqda. Shockwave o'yinchilari endi bu pozitsiyaga yaqinlashishlari kerak, menimcha. Qaysi nok holatida Shockwave o'yinchisi yaqinlashmoqda. Skaz uni ketidan Azer yetib kelayotganini ko'rmoqdamiz. Skillsiz o'z ortiga raqib o'yinchisi yetib kelgani haqida ma'lumotga ega bo'ldi va juda ham to'g'ri tarzda dimlar bilan uni o'sha obzorini deymiz, yopib qo'ydi. Qaysikni ko'tarib olishmoqda va endi to'rga to'r fight ko'ramiz. Azer hamda Terminus Qaysik o'yinchilariga juda ham yaqin pozitsiyada. Unicorn holatiga tushib qolishi mumkin. Yo'q, hech qancha damage bergani yo'q. Azer uloqtirgan xayishga, Terminus esa juda ham low HP'larda va u Qaysik tomonidan o'q holatiga keltirilmoqda. Yaxshi. Titan jamoasi o'yinchisi Outboy hozir Qaysik o'yinchilarini ishini biroz yaxshilab bermoqda. Adashmasam Azerni o'q holatiga keltirdi. Terminusni o'z hisoblariga yozib olishdi Qaysik o'yinchilari. Yaxshi, Unicorn ajoyib tarzda harakat qildi. Va Shockwave o'yinchilari yopilib ketishdimi? Yo'q, Wagner Zada bor. Wagner Zada o'z oldida. Shockwave o'yinchisi qaysi o'yinchisi bu? Ingushni adashmasam nok holatiga keltirib qo'ygan. Davis qilishni hozircha imkoni bo'lmadi. Outboy hali hamon o'sha pozitsiyasida turibdi. Bir necha kill point balki ishlab olishi mumkindir. Wagner Zada ajoyib harakatlari bilan hozir meni power nok holatiga keltirishi mumkin. Yo'q, skillsiz to'xtadi. Hozir katta ehtimol bilan fight yakuniga yetadi. Bu vaqt ichida esa Titan jamoasi o'yinchilari Qaysik jamoasini ikkinchi bo'lib tekshirib ko'rishga harakat qilishadi. Skillsiz bo'ldi. Shockwave o'yinchilarini yopib yubordi. Endi yaralangan jamoaga Titan o'yinchilari ikkinchi jamoa sifatida hujumga o'tishadi. Qaysi skillsiz nokalatga keltirmoqda. Qaysi ham nokalatga tushib qoldimi? Bo'ldi. Titan o'yinchilari yopib yuborishmoqda Qaysi o'yinchilarini. Birgina nok evaziga xavflik nok holatiga keltirildi va qiyinchiliksiz Titan o'yinchilari Qaysi o'yinchilarini yopib yuborishdi. Ajoyib fight ko'rdik. Fightlar ketma-ketligini ko'rdik. Limbo esa bu pozitsiya band ekanligi haqida raqib o'yinchilarini xabardor qilib qo'ydi, lekin hech qancha ta'sir qilgani yo'q VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilariga, ular qo'rqishgani yo'q. Kelib to'xtashdi va aynan shu ikki jamoa o'rtasida hozir biz fight ko'rishimiz mumkin. Sal qolsa Shifu nok holatiga tushib qolishi mumkin edi. Flyk hozir bilmaganda zonada nok holatiga tushib qolmoqda. Bulls o'yinchilari qayerda hozir? Nexus Gaming o'yinchilari juda ham chiroyli pozitsiyada turishibdi. Va agar xohlashsa, hozir mana bu Dagestan hamda VIRTUS.PRO o'rtasida fight boshlansa, mana shu fightga ham qo'shilishlari mumkin. Limbo hozircha razvedka ishlarini bajarib ketdi. Shifuni holatiga keltirildi. Nexus Gaming o'yinchisi Redux tomonidan. Redux tomonga esa Dagestan o'yinchisi o'z transport bilan juda ham yaqin masofaga yetib keldi. Shifuni dabit qilib yubormoqda Redux. Ajoyib harakat. Dagestan o'yinchilari yo'q joydan hozir o'z sheriklarini yo'qotib boshqa bir pozitsiyaga ketishmoqda. Balki mana shu ishni biroz avvalroq amalga oshirgan yaxshimidi? Endi kuzatishda davom etamiz. Hozir ularni yo'lda Major Pride o'yinchilari ham o'qqa tutishmoqda. Bir amallab qutulib olishdi. Yo'q, yana bitta sheriklari. Endi yana bitta navbatdagi jamoa. DP jamoasi o'yinchilari. Mana Zazira yana nok holatiga tushmoqda. Limbo ham nok holatida va bo'ldi. Dagestan o'yinchilari aylanib oqibat yopilib ketishmoqda kamida. Dagestonning so'nggi o'yinchisi bor, Major Pride. To'sig'idan menimcha o'ta olmay u taraflarda qolib ketdi. MUERTE o'yinchilari Jamoalar o'yinchilariga qarshi fight olib borishmoqda. Bu xavfsiz hududdan juda ham tashqarida. Furia 0 nok holatiga keltirdi. Mango ham nok holatida. Atagot esa hozir yana Furia tomonidan nok holatiga keltirilishi mumkin. Agar aniqlashga bo'lsa, u juda ham low HP larda buni his qildi va unga sheriga yordamlashib yubormoqda. Maloy Nomer Severius jamoasining oxirgi o'yinchisini jamoasi hisobiga yozib qo'ydi. Juda ham yaxshi MUERTE o'yinchilari bu vaqtga kelib 5 ta kill pointni o'z hisoblariga yozib qo'yishmoqda va endi zonani xavfsiz hududiga bir amallab kirib olishsa bo'ldi. Mana o'sha fight qanday boshlangani Beast birinchi guruhning holatiga keltirilgan. Maloy juda ham chiroyli harakat qilgan. Dagestan jamoasi bilan adashmasam biz aylashdikmi yoki Zazira endi o'yinni tark etdimi? Zazira endigina o'yinni tark etdi. Ancha vaqt bo'lgan edi uni holatiga keltirilganligiga. Top 13 o'ynalmoqda do'stlar. Bu vaqtga kelib 48 ta o'yinchi Miramar kartasida hozir harakatlanmoqda. Bulls o'yinchilari bu vaqt ichida esa hozir Nomer Severius o'yinchilariga qarshi fight boshlash arafasida turishibdi. Balki boshqa bir tarafda esa alfa jamoasi o'yinchilari Tuna jamoasi pozitsiyasi haqida ma'lumotlar yig'ishmoqda. Alfa jamoasi hozir xuddiki mini kartaga qarab aytadigan bo'lsak, Tuna jamoasini o'rab olishmoqda va bu katta ehtimol bilan bu yerda fight bo'ladi degan taxminlarni keltirib chiqaradi. Boramiz, kuzatishda davom etamiz. MUERTE o'yinchilari sog'-salomat zonani xavfsiz hududiga yetib kelib olishdi va balki juda ham to'g'ri yo'nalish bo'yicha rotatsiyani amalga oshirishmoqda. Alfa jamoasi bilan Tuna jamoasi fighti boshlandi. Noshinok holatida alfa jamoasi esa yaqinlashmoqda. Aynan nok amalga oshirilgan pozitsiyaga kirib kelishdi. Refleks sal qolsa yetib kelguncha nok holatiga keltirilishi mumkin edi. Noshini ko'tarib olishmoqda. Alfa jamoasi to'liqligicha bu pozitsiyaga kelib joylashdi. Noshi yana nok holatiga keltirildi. Mandarin uloqtirgan xayishkadan so'ng yana son jihatidan ustunlik berdi alfa jamoasi. Abitorning pozitsiyasi surpriz bo'lishi mumkin, lekin nimaga Abito hozir bitta o'yinchini hech bo'lmasa nok qilib u yog'iga kurashib ko'rmadi? Jamoadoshi Zero qochmoqda. Abito esa o'z pozitsiyasi haqida hech qanday ma'lumot bergani yo'q. Tuna o'yinchilari kutilmaganda mana shunday holatga tushib qolishmoqda. Hisoblarida bitta kill point bor. Alfa jamoasi o'yinchilari juda ham toza o'ynashdi. Faqat mana bu Abito o'zi bilan bitta yoki ikkita o'yinchini olib ketib qolmasa bo'ldi. Bulls o'yinchilari Kanina Power o'yinchisi Bekani nok holatiga keltirishmoqda. Bir taraflarida esa No Mercy Warriors o'yinchilari bor. Like hozir o'z sherigi bilan pozitsiya almashib oldi. Frozen No Mercy Warriors o'yinchilaridan birini nok holatiga keltirmoqda. Major Pride o'yinchilari esa hozirda MUERTE o'yinchisi Korkan nok holatiga keltirishdi. Porka biroz o'z sheriklaridan qolib ketganini ko'rishimiz mumkin. MUERTE o'yinchilari shu zahot orqaga qaytib pozitsiyalarni egallashmoqda va Major Pride o'yinchilarini hozir o'qqa tutishlari aniq va zonani xavfsiz hududiga kirish ham Major Pride o'yinchilariga endi biroz qiyinlashishi mumkin. Boshqa bir tarafda VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari Titan jamoasi o'yinchisi Havlikni nok holatiga keltirishdi. Titan jamoasida ham hozir yaxshi imkoniyat bor. Killlar bo'yicha ularda hozir 4 ta kill point bor va bu o'yinni juda ham yaxshi holatda o'z foydalariga hal etishlari kerak. Yana Power o'yinchilari. Beka hozir Elementrix'ni holatiga tushirib qo'yishi mumkin edi. Elementrix juda ham low HP larda qolib ketmoqda. Titan jamoasi esa navbatdagi pozitsiyani egallashmoqda. Yana Power ham xuddi shu ishni amalga oshirdi. Deyarli barcha jamoalar hozir zonamizning xavfsiz hududida pozitsiyalarga ega. Bu deganiki juda ham qiziq faytlar ko'ramiz hozir. Issiq Zeyrich tomonidan holatiga keltirildi. Uchmi Redux tomonidan holatiga keltirilmoqda. Mercy Warriors o'yinchilarida 3 kishi adashmasam holatida yoki 2 kishi. 2 kishi nok holatida bittasi Titan jamoasi hisobiga Robs hisobiga yoziladigan bo'ldi. Titan o'yinchilari xususiga 3 kishi bo'lib qolib ketishdi. Navbatdagi prog zonamiz qayerga o'ynaydi? Qaysi jamoaga foyda bo'ladi? Yana mana shu tog'gami o'ng tarafdagi. Bir necha soniyalardan so'ng bilib olamiz. Ha, yana mana shu tog'da zonani deyarli yarmi bo'lib turibdi. Titan o'yinchilari ajoyib pozitsiyaga ega. Yo'l o'yinchilarini hozir nok holatiga keltirishmoqda. Agar hozir yo'l o'yinchilarini yopib olishsa, mana shu pozitsiyada bemalol harakat qila olishadi. Qaysi yana CJ'ni ham nok holatiga keltirib o'z hisobiga yozib qo'ydi. McQueen nok holatida Woods'ni bir o'zi qolib ketmoqda. Robsga qarshi kurash. Robs ajoyib tarzda yo'l o'yinchilarini yopib yubormoqda. O'z atroflaridagi raqib o'yinchilarni asosiysini tozalab olishdi. Birgina hozir Tuni jamoasidan birgina o'yinchi ularning oldida turgan edi, Titan jamoasini. Va hozircha Tuni jamoasi o'yinchisi ularga xavf tug'dira olmasa kerak. Marlow nok holatida Watchme uni ko'tarishga harakat qilib ko'radimi yoki zonaga qarab yurishni davom ettiradimi? Flag pozitsiyasi haqida ma'lumotga ega ekan. Nexus o'yinchisi Nexus o'yinchilari sekin-sekin aldab zonani xavfsiz hududiga pozitsiyaga ham kirib olishdi. Bu o'yinchilar esa hali aynan xavfsiz aylana ichiga kirishganicha yo'q. VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari Kanina Power o'yinchilarini kutib olishadi. Hozir himoyada harakat qilishadi. Kanina Power o'yinchilari esa qay tariqa push amalga oshira olishlarini bizga namoyish etishadi. MUERTE o'yinchisi Ilkway Nolmini nok holatiga keltirmoqda. Kanina Power o'yinchilari tobora yaqinlashib kelishmoqda. Abito nok holatida Alfa jamoasi o'yinchisi Reflect tomonidan Tinchik uni o'z hisobiga jamoasi hisobiga yozib qo'ydi. Tuna o'yinchisi endi bir o'zi qolib ketmoqda. Juda ham ajoyib qayishga Ruder tomonidan Obxez nok holatiga keltirilmoqda. Juda ham yaxshi Elementrix Bekiga nisbatan nokni amalga oshirdi, lekin o'zi ham nok qabul qilib oldi. Yana Power o'yinchilari 2 kishi hozir harakatlanishmoqda. Juda ham yaxshi Agori ham nok holatida, VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilarida ham 2 ta nok holati bor. Hozir juda ham low HP larda qolgan Pelucci Ruderga qarshi fight qilib ko'radi va bo'ldi. Ruder yopib yubordi. Pelucci hech narsa qila olmadi. VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari o'z hisoblariga 5-kill pointni yozib olishdi va bemalol jamoadoshlarini ko'tarib olish imkoniyati bor. Ungacha biz navbatdagi fight va navbatdagi drop zonamizni ko'rib olamiz. Watchme hozir Nexus Gaming o'yinchisi Redix hisobiga yoziladigan bo'ldi. Bulls o'yinchilari ham mana shu pozitsiyaga qiziqish bildirishmoqda, lekin navbatdagi prog zonamizda bu pozitsiya ham zonani xavfli hududida qolayotganini ko'rishimiz mumkin. Major Pride o'yinchilari yopilib ketishmoqda. Bunga esa o'z hissasini qo'shgan ikkita jamoa bor, Nexus Gaming o'yinchilari hamda mana bu Bulls o'yinchilari. Bizning hamkasblarimiz esa VIRTUS.PRO, Titan hamda Nexus o'yinchilari top 1 ni qo'lga kiritishi mumkinligi haqida taxminlar bildirishmoqda. Shaxsan men VIRTUS.PRO jamoasi top 1 ni qo'lga kiritishni xohlagan bo'lardim. Nexus Gaming o'yinchilari esa Bullsga qarshi hozir fight amalga oshirishmoqda. Redix yaxshiroq harakat qildi. Ulika nok holatiga keltirildi Redix tomonidan. Flag nok holatiga tushib qolish mumkin. Redix ajoyib harakat qilmoqda. Sheriklari ham yordamlashib borishmoqda. Frozen nok holatiga tushirildi. Dorin tomonidan Dorin darhol o'z holatini yaxshilab olish kerak. Aptechkalardan foydalangan holda Yapahal ajoyib pozitsiyada turibdi. Yaxshi flag ham nok holatida va bu tarkibida birgina o'yinchi qolayotganini ko'rmoqdamiz. Bu ham bo'lsa Zerich. Nexus Gaming o'yinchilar ajoyib ishni amalga oshirishdi. Va bu o'yinchilari yaqqol chempion ekanliklarini ko'rsatib qo'yadigan joyda juda ham qiyin holatga tushib qolishmoqda. Va zerish pozitsiyasi haqida ham Nexus Gaming o'yinchilari bilishadi. Redix hozir aynan zerish tomonga o'z e'tiborini qaratib turibdi. Balki xayrishgalari bo'lganda bor ekan. Bo'ldi. Bu o'yinchilarini yopib yuborishmoqda to'laqonli jamoasi bilan Nexus Gaming o'yinchilari va o'z hisoblariga 9 ta kill point ishlab olishmoqda. Vaqti kelib esa bizda top 6 o'ynalmoqda. Yana bir kill point Nexus Gaming o'yinchilari uchun yoziladigan bo'ldi. MUERTE o'yinchilari MUERTE'dan ayrilib qolishdi.
O'yin GG Medbus o'tkazib yuborgan kartada o'zlarini yaxshi ko'rsata olishmagan edi. Birinchilardan bo'lib yopilib ketishgan edi. Aynan Major Pride ushbu ishni amalga oshirgan edi. Hozirda esa Medbus o'yinchilari GG o'tkazib yuborgan kartani bor yo'q 3 ta kill bilan yakunlashdi. Bu albatta unchalik ham yaxshi natija emas. Bundan oldingi kartamiz g'oliblari Nexus o'yinchilari. Bizda yo'q, g'oliblar emas, balki ikkinchi o'rinni qo'lga kiritgan jamoa. Lekin yaxshigina kill pointlar bilan 15 tadan oshiq kill point ishlab olindi. Va endi tasavvur qilyapsiz, 15 ta kill point va ikkinchi o'rin uchun beriladigan 6 ta place point. 20 tadan oshiq birinchi o'rinni olmasingizdan. Albatta yaxshi natija va Nexus o'yinchilari mana shu dominatsiyani davom ettirishmoqda. 10 ta kill point ishlangan. Ularga qarshi endi VIRTUS.PRO jamoasi o'yinchilari. VIRTUS.PRO ham anchagina aktiv o'yinni namoyish etib o'tishmoqda. Katta split ushlangan va Nexus o'yinchilariga qarshi potensial fight bo'lib o'tishi mumkin mana shu pozitsiyada. Menimcha VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari yoki zonaga hozir harakat qilishlari kerak va Nexus o'yinchilarini zonaga qo'ymaslikka harakat qilishlari kerak, lekin mana ularga low ground xalaqit berar ekan, low grounddan bemalol Nexus o'yinchilari menimcha zonaga kirib kelishga urinishadi. VIRTUS.PRO esa mana shu low groundni bu tarafi tomoniga harakat qilishadi. Va ularda ham unaqa juda ham yaxshi holat emas, chunki pastdagi jamoalar ko'rib qolish xavfi bor. Bor yo'g'i 13 soniyadan keyin zonamiz yurishni boshlaydi. Jamoalar harakat qilishlari kerak. Zonaga yo'q, mana reliefimizni biz ko'rib turibmiz. Elementrix va Wait yaxshi pozitsiyaga o'tib olishgan. Faqatgina ularga qarshilik qilishi mumkin bo'lgan jamoa o'yinchilari bu ham bo'lsa, pastdagi alfa o'yinchilari bo'lsa, undan keyin mana bu Nexus o'yinchilari Redox'ning pozitsiyasini o'qishgan. Afsus va Wait bu yerda damage'larni qabul qilib olmoqda, ehtiyot bo'lish kerak. Wait Redox ham damage'larni qabul qilib oldi. Low HP'larda hozir relief ortiga o'tib ketmoqda. Redox amallab ana shu Nexus o'yinchilarini yopib olsa, bu juda ham katta yutuq bo'lardi aynan VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari uchun. Yo'qotishsiz menimcha yopib yuborsa, bu ular to'p urib oldi. Kapahallani.
Chaqmoqlar chaqib ketdi.
Albatta Kapahala bunaqa zaryad, tok zaryadini anchadan beri yoshligida ham olmagan menimcha. Adashib ham tokka tegib ketmagan bunaqa. Granatalar albatta uloqtirilishi kerak. Elementrixda faqatgina bir Molotov qolmoqda. Agar aniq ma'lumot bo'lsa, agar Elementrix xatoga yo'l qo'yish mumkin, shundoq o'ng tarafida o'yinchi borligini sezdimi yoki yo'q, Dorin low HP larda qolmoqda. Naqadar hozir qarang, omad yoki kelmoqda yoki aniq ishlanmoqda. Granatalar o'z manziliga yetib bormoqda, lekin nok qilayotgani yo'q. 1 HP da qolib ketmoqda o'yinchilar Elementrix zajimidan keyin, spreyidan keyin anchagina omadi kelmoqda Nexus o'yinchilarini bu holatda va Elementrixning birinchi marta omadi keldi. Va nok holatiga uchramadi. Mana bu granata bek tomonidan, ham yurtimiz tomonidan samarali bo'ladi albatta. Mana Exo HP'larda qolayotganini ko'rishimiz mumkin. Redox Wait tomonidan nok holatiga keltirildi. Wait o'zi nok holatiga tushish kerak emas edi mana shu vaziyatda. Elementrix eng kerak emas paytda shotni qabul qilib oldi, lekin yaxshi o'zini qo'lga ola oldi. Nok holati bor. Elementrix ham o'zining holatida Ruder yaxshi. Yana chaqmoqlar chaqdi. Yana rasmen VIRTUS.PRO yopilib ketishi mumkin. Bek ko'ramiz, nima qila oladi bu yerda Bek bir o'zi low HP. Granata, mana bu granata anchagina foydali bo'lishi mumkin. Ko'ramiz. Yo'q, afsuski VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari yopilib ketishmoqda. Top 6 bizda 9 kill point bilan Nexusni ham tezroq yopib yuborish kerak, lekin Nexus o'yinchilari bir-birlarini ko'tarib olishdi, juda ham qiyin holatdan chiqib ketishdi. Endi bu yerda alfa o'yinchilari ham menimcha Nexusga anchagina yordam berib olishdi. Endi ta'zirlarni yeyizlar alfa o'yinchilari Nexusni ko'tarishga berganligi uchun. Ko'ramiz. VIRTUS.PRO Pro o'yinchilari yopilib ketishgandan keyin Nexus o'yinchilari anchagina bizni quyi o'rinlardan comebackni amalga oshirishmoqda. Va bu VIRTUS.PRO'ning umumiy jadvaldagi va mana bu 3-fazamizning natijalariga ko'ra bizda natijalarga ta'sir qiladi. 13-o'rinda hali ham VIRTUS.PRO, 12-o'ringa chiqishga olinmasa agar bizda limit kartasiga qo'shilishmaydi. Oxirgi karta qolmoqda va oxirgi kartani VIRTUS.PRO o'tkazib yubormaydi, balki o'ynashadi. Oxirgi kartamiz bu Sanuk. Endi o'sha rejalashtirilgan kartalardan qo'shimcha Livik kartasi bu bonus. Nexus o'yinchilari yopilib ketishmoqda. Doktor 12 kill point bilan 6-o'rinda turibdi. 152 point bilan 154. Bor yo'q 2 point farqi bilan bizda Titan o'yinchilari ulardan 1 point oldi. Agar Qaysi o'yinchilarini tushirib yuborish qanchalik qo'llardan kelar ekan, bizni o'sha hamyurtimiz ishtirok etadigan VIRTUS.PRO jamoasi qo'lidan kelarmikin? Va albatta hozir guruhlarni tekshirib olamiz. Aynan VIRTUS.PRO jamoasi to'g'ri Qaysi o'yinchilari yoki ulardan VIRTUS.PROdan ya'ni yuqoriroq bo'lgan jamoalar oxirgi kartada ishtirok etadimi yoki yo'q, shuni ham bir aniqlashtirib olish kerak. A guruhidagi jamoalar o'tkazib yuboradi ushbu bizda oxirgi matchimiz Sanukni, oxirgidan bitta oldinga. Bizda Major Pride va mana shu to'xtatib bo'lmas Nexus o'yinchilari, Lina Power va Dark Project o'yinchilari bizda o'tkazib yuborishadi. Dark Project uchun bu bugungi kun hisoblab menimcha oxirgi karta bo'ldi. Ular lekin yo'q, ular umumiy jadvalimizda anchagina yaxshi natijalarni ko'rsatayotgan bo'lishlari kerak. Yo'q. 17-o'rin. Bizda ilk fazamizga kelib va bizda top 1 ham ma'lum. Top 1 alfa o'yinchilari yana ketma-ket. Bu jamoa ham yaxshi o'yin ko'rsata olishdi bugun va umumiy jadvalimizda 3-fazamizning natijalariga ko'ra 12-o'rinda turishgan edi. Yana ham natijalarni yaxshilab olishdi va biz ularni mana shu harakatlari bilan tabriklab qolamiz. VIRTUS.PROga esa oxirgi kartada omad tilab qolamiz. Ularni faqatgina yaxshi natija chiqarib qoladi va oxirgi Livik kartamizga qo'shilishlariga imkon beradi. Azizlar, bizdan uzoqlashmang. Oxirgi kartamiz bizda Sanuk kartasi qolmoqda.
The Mad Bulls top rope will put them down on the back foot. Frozen falls, and now 1 versus 3 for Flag. It might just be too much. Nexus want revenge for match number 1. Octavian moves through, but Doran falls. Blake still active and finally shut down. Nexus.
Of commission, and it's all down. The Havlik, the Lone Ranger, will finally be spotted out as Nexus picked that one up there when it mattered most. Avalanche, can they actually clutch onto this?
Look at this, Octavian's got a massive sideswipe after so many players. Quickly.
Oh, this is worst case scenario. He's driven back to home turf, but the car's detonated in the...
Whoa! That is an incredible prone. He had an instinct of what was going on. Happy Jim think was spotted now by Octavian in what looks to be in a 1 versus 1.
Alpha with multiple wins here on the day. Maybe they are looking to challenge here in the final. However, so might Nexus be. Who knows? Max, what a day so far. What a day.
Another big pop-off, and I think that if we do not predict Redox as MVP of the day, we're doing something wrong here. Okay, it seems like it is pretty obvious who the MVP is going to be, but what a game from them, able to take a head-to-head fight versus Mad Bulls, and they're not just winning the fights now in that engagement, Kalaris. It's a dominant fight that they're taking, just absolute pressure displayed in those engagements, and I'm loving it from the guys. So it seems like they've just said, how about we start playing good PUBG Mobile? And they have. They really have.
Because we know that they're capable of. It's so silly. Here's the entire day from Nexus as we take a look closer at them. Of course, we'll get onto Alpha in just a moment after having, 2 fantastic wins. Interesting damage received. Dead even there from Exo and Kapahala. Spooky.
Ooh, so scary. But Redox is scary with his eliminations, though. That's a great conversion from like 2.6k damage into 15 eliminations. Yeah. As I said, MVP, I don't think anyone is even remotely close to what Redox has been able to put up today. It's just, I'm hoping, again, please, PUBG Mobile gods, stop the Nexus roller coaster. just let them get average points. No, it's never going to end. But I hope it's good for them to have this kind of jump up before the finals. I think we can agree that it's good for their moral boost, hopefully. But please don't play bad in the finals. I want to see good stuff.
I disagree with Max. Keep the Nexus roller coaster going. I love roller coasters.
Stop it.
Big fan. We're off to Energy Landia. We're doing everything. All right, we've got ourselves Alpha Team in first place. 21 points go their way. And I think that when you kind of think about them getting 2 wins in a day, we expected this team to have more wins under their belt before they got here, I think is fair to say, but they weren't able to do it. Now, we're seeing a little bit of that, Max.
Yeah, I'm glad with it. Reflector was holding a very pivotal position. He was a bit hesitant if he had to hold it or not, but he was good at kind of holding back into the blue zone, your Nexus, because they did res as a full squad after their fight with VP, which I think we were both a little bit surprised with that actually happening. And he just kept them in a position where it was really hard for them to leave that high ground position, and they were just kept out in the blue.
Yeah.
So Reflect was a very important player here as we go lower on the rankings. Not too many points scored for squads like the Nameless, which is a team that could have competed for the top, and also No Mercy Warriors, only 1 point on board. Not good because Dark Product got some decent points there. Sure, and I think Blank also hit the nail on the head that with how they play this game, it shows why they are a team at the bottom. They didn't take a huge opportunity to push onto Alpha Team, but they got enough points. No Mercy Warriors aren't showing up, so top 16 could be going their way.
Maybe here as we've got ourselves 3,160 damage done by Nexus. And as you said before, I think that something that was super impressive really was the recovery state that they were able to find after the VIRTUS.PRO fight. Like, I expected, because I had predicted VIRTUS.PRO, assuming that they were going to be one of the teams that crunched down on those teams on the higher ground as they moved north. But the fact that Nexus took that fight with VIRTUS.PRO, had probably 3 players knocked and then were suddenly able to revive after dealing with VIRTUS.PRO was insane fortitude as we take a look at the highlights.
Yeah. Again, how many of these highlights are going to be Nexus? Probably a lot of them. I love their play, especially versus VIRTUS.PRO. Not only, as you said, how they were able to get back up as this 4-man team, they had one very pivotal smoke that was just on the tip of that hill, and they kind of just swarmed around it. They had 1 player to the left, 1 player to the right. Not sure which player in particular, but they were just swarming around it. And it was making it really hard for VIRTUS.PRO to really know which side to shoot on and know how they wanted to play it out. So that one smoke was important, and they were able to use that third-person perspective to its full potential. Actually, a team that got some decent limbs as we see it. Major Pride clearing the northern side, but as we know, Kalaris crossing that road afterwards, downhill, then back uphill.
Yeah.
The circle was tough for all those teams that took the gamble of going north.
What you gonna do? It's yeah, pretty rough to say the least. All of these high ground teams really having a bit of a field day with a lot of what was actually going on here for this. Nexus just shooting at everything apparently. Redox just popping off. Against Mad Bulls. What is this world?
with the UMP Mini 14 loadout too, which you would normally see an M4, you would see an AUG, like any kind of AR, but no, guys, with the UMPs just lasering down the competition. And you can see this smoke is the big smoke that they had in front of them that was pretty important. And then there was a third party trying to come on through from Reflect, but they just gave them a little bit too much time. They did heal up, but it's still such a pivotal position because Nexus was so focused onto Reflect that Dark Product had an opportunity to also get involved in a few of those knocks.
Yeah, very well done though by Alpha Team being able to take this, and again from a position where it's kind of low ground. Given this low ground high ground dynamic, I think what's fair to say is that actually Alpha Team did have a significant advantage coming off of that high ground. There's really not that much cover to work with against that, so difficult. But Redox, regardless, being an absolute fantastic player today. Ruda, we've got to give him credit, man. He had 5 eliminations up on that high ground. If it wasn't for Nexus, he'd be still blasting in that game.
We talked a lot on the bottom of the rankings about MUERTE being a big surprise. We expected more. VIRTUS.PRO, we saw what they did in Phase 2, right? They had a big pop-off, big improvements, and we're like, hopefully that's going to continue throughout the rest of the season. But it's been a tough first half and a bit of this phase, but here they're slowly coming back and putting more presence. Because Elementrix in particular, he was an MVP contender for some time, and then he's kind of disappeared. It's a bit unfortunate.
All right, let's take a look overall then and see where we're at here. We've got one more big game ahead of us for the standings before you actually get onto the Livic. So for some of these teams, this is the last opportunity to really score some points. Up at the top, obviously, Mad Bulls, blah, blah. They're great. Cool. I want to see some of those barrier positions down towards the bottom, Max, here and figure out who's going to be doing what.
Just wanted to say, Mad was able to reach 400 eliminations. Cool, that's a nice little record to get to. But yeah, Nexus able to push himself up with those games today. They were not even on the first page, I believe, at the start of the day. That's just how good day 6 of this phase has been going for them, and they are currently on the top page. Which don't forget to, you of course get bonus points from each phase rankings, but also the overall rankings can award you some bonus points. So that's good for them too. They should be able to get an extra 4, 5, 6 bonus points by the end of this phase if they keep popping off the way they've been going.
All right, No Mercy Warriors, 16th place, 258. How close is Dark Project to be able to try and take that over? I think it's not insurmountable. There we go. If Dark Project is able to get into that Livic and play it out, then, you know, world's your oyster.
There's a chance right now with how things have been going so far. It's going to be close. It's going to be down to the wire for some of these teams. Though John does tell me, and Nexus have 100 more placement points than eliminations. 100 more elimination than placement points. So that's right, God. Well, fantastic. There you go. Just had to mention it. It's cool.
All right, it's time to get to the casters here for our final game before our Livic. A huge thank you to Monster for joining us here for PMPL EU Fall. Let's head over to John and Blank here for Sandhawk O'Clock.
Drama hali oldinda. Azizlar, mana bu kartamiz. Sanuk kartasi. Liga bosqichini mana shu 20 ta jamoa uchun qisman oxirgi kartasi. Chunki oldinda bizda Livik kartasi, bonus kartamiz ham bor. U o'sha 20 ta jamoaga ham emas, 16 ta jamoaga ham emas, balki shu 3-fazamizni kuchli 12 ta jamoasiga nasib qiladi ushbu kartani o'ynash. Grand jamoalardan asosiylari albatta ushbu kartani o'ynashadi, ya'ni Livik kartasini o'ynashadi. Bonus sifatida ular uchun katta rol o'ynaydi ushbu natija, Livik kartasiga erishilgan natija. Va mana ko'rishimiz mumkin, jamoalar qaysi spotlarga tushayotgani tuni o'yinchilarida kontest, albatta ruin holati bo'lishi ham mumkin va biz buni kuzatib boramiz. Qaysi o'yinchilarda Titan bilan birgalikda ularga endi hech kim qarshilik qilmaydi. Qaysi o'yinchilar 7-o'rinda umumiy jadvalimizda biroz avval ko'rsatib o'tishdi. To'g'rirog'i, Qaysi o'yinchilari umumiy jadvalimizda bizda 7-o'rin emas, balki 13-o'rinda turishgan ekan. VIRTUS.PROdan bir pog'ona pastda va ular hozir Titan o'yinchilari bilan fayda olib borishmoqda. Titan o'yinchilari eslatib o'tamiz, 3-o'rinda turishdi umumiy jadvalimizda. Ularga yetib olishi mumkin bo'lgan faqatgina Major Pride o'yinchilari bor edi. Mana shu kartadan keyin yetib olishi mumkin bo'lgan Major Pride o'yinchilari bu kartani o'tkazib yuborishmoqda. Agar hozir Titan o'yinchilari 0 ga yopilib ketadigan bo'lsa, imkoniyat paydo bo'ladi. Aynan Major Pride o'yinchilarida Titanga umumiy jadvalimizda yetib olib 3-pog'onani o'zlariga qilib olishga. Biz esa kuzatamiz azizlar, mana shu qiziqarli Sanuk kartasi Skills o'zini hisobiga bitta kill point ishlab olmoqda. Va aynan Qaysi o'yinchilarda ham umumiy jadvalda o'zlarini pog'onalarini yaxshilab olish imkoniyatlari bor. VIRTUS.PRO uchun mana bu kartamizda juda ham yaxshi o'yin kerak. A'lo darajadagi o'yin kerak va aynan ularni bu kartadagi g'alaba Livik kartasiga o'tish yoki o'tmasliklarini hal qiladi. O'tish yoki o'tmasliklarini hal qiladi. Livik kartasiga o'tish jamoalar uchun qo'shimcha bonus pointlar beradi va mana shu fazamizda albatta yaxshiroq natijani ko'rsatishlari uchun bir yana imkoniyat bo'ladi. Xo'p,
ko'rishimiz mumkin. Titan o'yinchilarini barchasi mana shu spotda emas, balki Old Boy mana sekin-asta paynanga tortilib kelmoqdami yoki AFK holatidami hayronman. Chunki qimirlayotganini ko'rayotganim yo'q. Robs ham xuddi shunday qimirlamayapti. Qaysi va Hardek allaqachon lobbiga yuborilgan. Qaysi o'yinchilari hisobida 2 ta kill point, Unicorn va Skills esa ajoyib harakat qilishgan. O'zlarining hisoblariga bittadan kill point yozib qo'yishgan. Robs esa granata qo'lida ushlagan holatda, qo'lida Vector to'rog'i, orqasida Vector va AKM qurollari bor. O'z fight uchun anchagina foydali, samarali qurollar, kuchli qurollar va biz shu qurollarni hozir Robs qo'lida ko'ramiz, qanchalik u foydalana oladi. Qaysi o'yinchilari o'zlarining pog'onalarini berib qo'yishlari mumkin agar 12-o'rindan pastda turgan hozirda VIRTUS.PRO balki No Mercy Warriors No Mercy Warriors o'yinchilari e'tibor olishmas ekan va katta ehtimol bilan mana shu VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari faqatgina Qaysi o'yinchilarni bir pog'ona pastga tushirishlari mumkin va bu degani Qaysi o'yinchilari hozirda aniq qilib qo'yishdi bizda Levik kartasini o'zlari uchun. Tun o'yinchilari Permitta bilan fight olib borishadi azizlar. Bizda Nemis o'yinchilari birinchi bu drop emas, ya'ni contest emas spotdagi. Bu balki o'sha rotatsiyada kelib qolgan ushbu jamoalar bir-biriga qarshi fight uchun vulgar a'zolari Nemisga qarshi nok holatida Rogo ko'rgan o'xshaydi. Tun o'yinchisini Purple Rogoni sal qolsa nok holatiga keltirardi. Noshinda bit qilish uchun kirib kelishmoqda. Permitta o'yinchilari va katta ehtimol bilan dabit ham qilib yuborishadi. MXR ehtiyot bo'lib shu compoundni push qilmoqda va bu juda ham katta xato bo'ladi. Granat orqali Rogo hozir o'z sherigini portlatmoqda. MXR dabit qilindi Zero tomonidan. Rogo yana bir granatasi anchagina samarali bo'lishi mumkin. Abitoni portlatib lobbiga yuborib qo'yish mumkin edi. Yo'q, damage bergan lekin portlatib yubormagan to'liqligicha. Vulgar a'zolar esa, vulgar a'zolarda nok holati bor azizlar. Kelchatimiz anchagina qiziqin ko'rinish olmoqda. Permitida ham nok holati, Tunada ham nok holati. Permit o'yinchilari birgalikda push qilib hozir Tunani yana bir o'yinchi, ya'ni Purple'ni nok holatiga keltirishdi. Snacks qarshi nok birga bir vaziyatmi? Yo'q, Tunada bor. Va bo'ldi. Permit o'yinchilari yopilib ketishmoqda. Tun o'yinchilari esa bizda Sanuk kartamizni 2 kishi bo'lib yakuniga yetkazib qo'yishadi. 3-fazamizni umumiy natijalariga ko'ra ular xotirjam harakat qilsa bo'ladi, chunki ular 8-o'rinda hech nima ularga qarshilik qilmaydi. Levi kartasini o'ynashlariga. Tun o'yinchilari ular ajoyib o'yin ko'rsatishdi 3-fazamizda. Ular kattakon yaxshi jangchilar. 3-fazamizga kelib comebackni amalga oshira olganlar va o'z muxlislarini hech nimasiz, mana misol Permit o'yinchilarini oladigan bo'lsak, ularni muxlislariga haqiqatda achinsa bo'ladi, lekin Tun o'yinchilari 3-fazada xarakter ko'rsata ola bilishdi, kuchli jangchiligini ko'rsata olishdi har bitta o'yinchisi mana shu jamoani. Va bu yerda taqdiri hal qilinishi mumkin. Hozir Old Boyni Old Boy nimaga? Bushni ham deb holatga keltirmoqda, lekin o'zi ham damage'larni qabul qilib olmoqda. Umuman boshqa tarafdan ham Unicorn, Issiq e'tibori to'liq Old Boyga qaratilgan. Nahotki Old Boy hozir clutch amalga oshira oladimi? Manlamaslikka harakat qilmoqda. Qaysi hozir MUERTE o'yinchilari mana bu pozitsiyaga kirib kelishdi va Old Boyning katta ehtimol bilan taqdiri hal qilingan. Endi ramziy ma'noda Old Boyga tegishmasa ham bo'lardi. Yo'q, bo'ldi. Masala hal qilindi. Korka tomonidan. Yugurganniki emas, buyurganniki emas. Qayerdan Korka qo'shilib keldi hozir bu fightga va Old Boyni o'zining hisobiga kill points sifatida yozib qo'ymoqda. Bu shunchaki dahshat. Qaysi o'yinchilari esa o'z sheriklarini ko'tarib olishadi. Skills'ni ko'tarib olishsa bo'ldi. Nemis va vulgar a'zolari fight hali hamon davom etmoqda va vulgar o'yinchilari. Aytaman-ku ko'p. Bad Boss o'yinchilari yoki Major Pride, Titan, GG shunga o'xshash grand jamoalarga qarshi vulgar uchrashib qolsa, ular uchun anchagina muammo tug'dirib bera oladi ushbu jamoa. Lekin agar ular mana shunaqa Nemis jamoasiga qarshi, mana shunaqa No Mercy Warriors jamoalariga qarshi uchrashib qolsa, ular juda ham tez mag'lubiyatga uchrashadi. Hattoki yutib turgan holatda ham. Killlar bo'yicha 3-fazamizda Zerich 1-o'rinda, Narvalov 2 va Fupsman 3-ligini ko'rdik. Aynan vulgar a'zosi va menimcha Vulgar o'yinchilar mana shu sanuk kartamizdagi xatti-harakatlarga yakun yasashga juda ham yaqin turishdi. Faytlar juda ko'p bo'ldi, yo'qotilgan o'yinchilar juda ko'p bo'ldi. Kartamiz boshida naqd ikkita jamoani biz yo'qotdik. 3-jamoada bir donigina o'yinchi bu ham bo'lsa, vulgar o'yinchilari yo'qotishga juda ham yaqin turishdi. Nemis o'yinchilardan nok holati bor, ko'ramiz. Ha bo'ldi. Dakimi ham yopilib ketdi. Biz bir barakayga kartamiz boshida 3ta jamoa bilan xayrlashdik va sanuk kartasi qisman bo'lsa-da huvullab qoldi desa adashmagan bo'lamiz azizlar. Va maksimal darajada qiziqarli qilib saqlashga albatta sizlarni zeriktirib qo'ymaslikka harakat qilamiz. Mana qanaqa klassik o'yinchilari bu yerda skills urug'ini topganini qarang. Va old boydan salkam clutch bo'ldi bu yerda. Ikkita o'yinchini naqd bemalol nok holatiga keltirib oldi. Uchinchisiga esa kuchi yetmadi. Xo'p, umumiy jadvalimizga agar biroz qaytib, mana shu kartalardan keyingi bo'lgan umumiy jadvalimiz haqida gaplashib o'tadigan bo'lsak, Medboss o'yinchilari mana shu kartamizgacha bo'lgan natijalarga ko'ra 400 kill pointni amalga oshirishgan. 17 ta to'p bor. 17 ta to'p bor, bu shunchaki dahshat natija. 289 place point. 73 ta match o'ynalgan Medbossda 74-inchisi mana hozir ketmoqda. Milky Way transportda to'xtadi, yurishda davom etish kerak endi, suzishda to'g'riroq, yoki sakrashda. Buni o'yinchilari ikkita yo'qotish bilan o'z spotlardan chiqib kelishgan va shundoqqina G.G o'yinchilarni tagiga kelib to'xtatib qolishlari mumkin va agar qilishadigan bo'lsa ham bu xatolardan biri ham bo'lishi mumkin, ehtiyot bo'lish kerak. Shuning uchun tuna a'zolari 0 ko'rib turibdi ekan Kitsun ushbu o'yinchilarni va bildi. Bor ikkita o'yinchi shu pozitsiyaga kelgan, qolgan o'yinchilarni ko'rgani yo'q. Xo'p, umumiy jadvalimizga agar qaytadigan bo'lsak, 689 umumiy pointlari hozirgacha Medboss jamoasini va mana shu kartada o'zlarini yurishlarini davom ettirishmoqda. Hali hamon o'zlarining hisoblariga birinchi kill pointni yozib olishganlari yo'q Medboss o'yinchilari, lekin yaxshi natijani ko'rsata olishlari mumkin. Bunga biz ishonamiz. Keyingi o'rin, ikkinchi o'rinda G.GLADIATORS. Medbosschalik yorqin o'yinlarni ko'rsata olmagandi, lekin hozircha yomon emas, natijalari 9 ta kill point, 9 ta top 1 qo'lga kiritilgan, kechirasiz, 73 ta o'yin, 238 ta place point, 367 ta kill amalga oshirgan mana bu jamoa va 605 umumiy PTS ni qo'lga kiritgan ekan. Ajoyib natija va ikkinchi o'rin. Orada unaqa uzoq farq bo'lmagan Titan o'yinchilari bor, 542. Ularda ham imkoniyat bor edi umumiy jadvalda ikkinchi o'rinni qaytarib olish uchun. Agar mana shu sanuk kartasini ham ajoyib o'tkazib, Livikga ham ajoyib o'tkazishsa, ularda imkoniyat bo'lardi. Mana shu G.GLADIATORS jamoasini ortda qoldirib, umumiy jadvalimizni ikkinchi pog'onada yakunlashgan. SPG'ni mana bu rotatsiyasini Nemis o'yinchilari to'xtatib qolishlari mumkin. 0 tekstura orqali Narvalov amallab holatiga keltira oldi. Zona tashqarisida bo'lgan Narvalovga hozir e'tibor qaratish qanchalik to'g'ri bo'lar ekan. Mango tezroq aynan sherigini yoki ko'tarishga harakat qilib yoki-da Narvalovni sheriklarini dabit qilib yuborishga harakat qilsa, bu anchagina yaxshiroq bo'lardi. Bilmadim. Dakimi, to'g'ri Mango 99 Narvalovga qarshi, Narvalov pozitsiyasi haqida Mangoda ham, Mango pozitsiyasi haqida Narvalovda ham ma'lumot bo'ldi. 0 hozir oxirgi soniyalarni kartada yozib oldi. Narvalov o'tib ketdi menimcha. Jamoamda bu yerda granata va yana bir granata otilmoqda azizlar. Narvalov damage'larni qabul qilib olmoqda. O'z hit pointlarini hali hamon to'ldirish bilan ovora Narvalov. Yana granata otildi azizlar. Granatalar yomg'iri davom etadi. Narvalov qochib ketgani yo'q, seni o'ylaganingchalik. Mango topdi. TPS unga qarshi. Narvalov SPG jamoasi sardori chamamda va u masalani hal qildi. SPG o'yinchilari 3 ta kill point va men endi katta ehtimol bilan zonaga ham yetib borish balki qiyin bo'lsa kerak. Ko'ramiz. VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilarini pozitsiyasiga ahamiyat bering. Ular zonaning o'rtasida yaxshi pozitsiyada joylashib turishdi va potensial yaxshi kartani o'tkazishlari mumkin. Bu yerda esa bizda UOL o'yinchilari bootcampni loot qilishgan major prices va ular mana shu oyalar tagida suvda joylashgan alfa o'yinchilarini qidirish bilan ovora. Lekin jayam bunga berilib ketish kerak emas, chunki shunday suvni nari betida jamoalar juda ko'p yo'l o'yinchilari alfa a'zolarini nok holatiga keltirishmoqda. Shuncha bizani ko'rsatishdi, hech ham nok qilisha olmayapti-da. Endi biz umuman boshqa faytga o'tganimizdan keyin noklar bo'lyapti. GG o'yinchilari menimcha yo'qotishga uchrashdi. Gaming Gladiators Hitsuni men yo'qotishganini ko'rgan edim, albatta. Matikga ham yo'qotishibdi. Aynan ularni tog'lariga mana GG o'yinchilari yopilib ketishgandan keyin yopirilib kelishibdi o'sha tog'ga.
Chatda ko'rishgan va endi borsa bo'ladi.
Albatta. Rolkis hozirlik holatida. VIRTUS.PRO'ni mana shu pozitsiyani egallashi menimcha ko'pchiligiga ma'lum. Yuol, Hashipa, hozir alfa o'yinchilari bizni alfa menimcha tark etdi. Umumiy jadvalimizda bugungi o'yinlar hisobi bo'yicha anchagina yaxshilab olishdi natijalarini. Ularda ortiqcha muammo yo'q. Livik kartasini ular o'ynashligi kerak, shart va majbur. Kuchli 5likda ushbu jamoa 5-o'rinni egallab turibdi 155 point bilan. Titan o'yinchilar ulardan o'tib keta olishmaydi, muammo yo'q ular uchun. DMR 140 point bilan 12-o'rinda turishibdi va aynan VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari uchun DMR yopilib ketgani anchagina afzal hozir. Agar DMR ham VIRTUS.PRO ham yaxshi natija ko'rsatib turibdi. Menimcha maksimum tushirib yuborishsa, klassik o'yinchilarni bir top 12 gacha tushirib yuborsa kerak, undan pastga tushirib yuborishmaydi. VIRTUS.PRO uchun bu so'nggi imkoniyat. Agar Livik kartasini o'ynash niyatligi bo'lsa, mana shu kartada qaytarib o'tganimdek, aytib o'tganimdek yaxshi natija ko'rsatishlari kerak. Onlayn jadvalimiz klassik o'yinchilardan 1 point farq bilan 12-o'rinda ketishmoqda DMR a'zolari. Yo'q, agar hozir DMR o'yinchilari klassikni 12-o'ringa tushirib yuborishadigan bo'lsa, demak, agar VIRTUS.PRO shu kartada top 1 ni qo'liga kiritsa va yaxshi natijani ko'rsatsa, bu degani VIRTUS.PRO uchun Livik, klassik o'yinchilar uchun Liviksiz yakunlanadi. Shu mazamiz. Yaxshi. DMR hozir VIRTUS.PRO'ni bir tomondan qutqarmoqda Medboss bilan bo'lgan faytdan, to'rga-to'r faytdan, lekin o'zlarining hisoblariga kill point ham yozib qo'yishmoqda. Medboss yopilib ketishdi. Medboss uchun bu juda ham unaqa katta bir ahamiyatga ega o'yin emas edi, chunki bir tomondan agar oladigan bo'lsa, GG o'yinchilari bir o'yinchi qolib ketganmi? Yo'q, 2 o'yinchi bo'lib qolib ketishgan va super natijani ko'rsatishligiga hech kim ishonmaydi. Serverdagi hamma, mana shu kartamizdagi hamma o'yinchini o'ldirishgan taqdirda ham yeta olishmaydi, chunki 80 point farq bor. Va prediktlar vaqti Azaka kimga taxmin berasiz?
VIRTUS.PRO.
Keling, unda birgalikda muxlislik qilsak VIRTUS.PRO'ga va mana VIRTUS.PRO'ga o'z taxminimni beraman. Albatta, sizlar ham efirda kuzatib borayotganlar chatimizda o'z taxminingizni yozib qoldirishingiz mumkin. VIRTUS.PRO, DMR, Shockwave, Tuna, UOL, Dagestan, Qaysi o'yinchilarni MUERTE Warriors yoki GG farqi yo'q. Kim? Albatta o'z taxminingizni yozib qoldirishingiz mumkin. Ko'ramiz albatta o'yindan keyin, matchimizdan keyin kim o'sha to'g'ri topgan ekan. Zonamiz ayab o'tirmayapti DMRni, ayab o'tirmayapti Shockwave'ni, ayab o'tirmayapti ana o'sha flankdagi Tuna o'yinchilarini va aynan o'sha Tuna o'yinchilari DMRdan Korkani nok holatiga keltirib bit qilib yuborishmoqda. Wave nok holatida Shockwave o'yinchilar tomonidan albatta o'z sheriklarini ko'tarib olgan holatda hozir zona tashqarisidan kirib keladigan jamoalarni kontrol qilishga bor e'tiborlarini qaratish kerak. VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari yaxshi nima deydi, tog'da turishibdi, yaxshi pozitsiyada. Tuna o'yinchilari bu pozitsiyani shunchaki tark etib, qanaqa qarang rotatsiyani amalga oshirishmoqda. Gap so'z bo'lishi mumkin emas agar bu nima deydi, yaxshi rotatsiya bo'lsa. Lekin yo'q, zeroni ushlab olishdi. Buni VIRTUS.PRO va Shockwave o'yinchilari amalga oshirishdi. Juda ham shustri bo'lgan Elementrix mana bu yerda o'zini hisobiga kill point sifatida yozib qo'ymoqda. Uni a'zosini Terminus yaxshi Milkova yordam berdi hozir VIRTUS.PRO'ga. To'xtatdi biroz bo'lsa-da Shockwave agressiyasini. VIRTUS.PRO 5 kill point. Oh! Elementrix. Yechilish vaqti keldi Elementrix. Bu arqon bilan kimdir boylab qo'ygan edi bu bolani. Yechilib olmayapti. Kill qilishga va mana Salon kartasi 3-kill pointi bor. Bu stage yoqilib ketdi. Olmasa edi. Birinchi fazamizdagi an'anamizga ulgurgan. Sizda bo'lsa kimni maqtasam o'sha. Bo'lmasa edi.
Bugunlar vaqt hozir juda ko'p vaqt mana shu klassik o'yinchilarni to'liq tarkibini ushlab turdi. Mana shu most oldida. Birgina narval va oxir-oqibat mana FPG o'yinchi bilan biz 9 da xayrlashmoqdamiz. Endi mana bu Mercedes o'yinchilari endi klassik hozir boshdan o'tkazgan voqealarni hozir ham his qilishadi.
Oho, klassik. Nok holatida. Klassik bugun shunchaki meshin bo'lishga kirgan menimcha. Bundan oldin trofga kirayotgani 1000 marta yaxshi edi. Endi balki majbur bo'lib qolgandir. Mana shu granatalardan qo'rqgan edim, to'g'risini aytsam, aynan Mercedes o'yinchilar tomonidan demar yopilib ketdi. Bu VIRTUS.PRO'ga imkoniyat. Azizlar, bu VIRTUS.PRO uchun imkoniyat va biz anchagina e'tibor bilan kuzatamiz. Umumiy onlayn jadvalimizga ko'ramiz. Klassik o'yinchilar 13 ga tushdi, VIRTUS.PRO 12 ga. E'tiborli jihati va mana shu mostda turgan klassik o'yinchilar yopilib ketishlari kerak bizga hozir. Juda ham mana shu ish kerak. Ko'ramiz. Damas normal. Yaxshi. Damage. No mercy warriors. No mercy warriors. Bu ikkita o'yinchi Obli tomonidan agar Molotov aniq otirsa, Wade afsuski nok holatida Skaz tomonidan VIRTUS.PRO mana shu yerga yana granatalar otish kerak edi. Ruder damage'ni qabul qilib olmoqda. Shamon bo'lmaydi dedi Mercy Warriors o'yinchilari. Klassik killlarni ishlashda davom etmoqda. Shu Elementrix o'yinchilarini hozir Tigzini yoqib yubordi.
Birgina Meko qolgan.
Mekoni hisobda 3 kill point bor. Aynan Meko hozir balki klassik o'yinchilarni qiyin holatga olib kelib qo'yar. Oxirigacha Livik taqdiri oxirigacha hozir bizda masala hal bo'lishi ro'yoli bo'lib turibdi. Klassik o'yinchilar yana top 12 ga chiqib olishdi. Klassik hisobiga bo'lishi mumkin. Meko Elementrix hisobiga bo'lmoqda. Gap so'z bo'lishi mumkin emas. Yechildi Elementrix. Agar hozir menimcha bemalol bo'ladi, agar VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari yaxshi natija, yaxshi killar, Skaz oxirgi o'yinchi. Mana bu Skaz agar hozir xalaqit bermasa VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilariga va Skazni ham yoqib yuborib, killar bilan bir yabi uchgacha yashashsa, menimcha DMRni ham tushirib yuborishadi. Klassik tushdi. 143 bo'ldi. DMR o'yinchilaridan balki oshishadi hozir VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari. Top 4 eng kami top 4 bor VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilarida va Livik masalasi hal VIRTUS.PRO uchun. Hozir shuni fikrdaman. Klassikdan Ingush jamoadosh bilan birgalikda albatta skillsini yo'qotishdi. Smoklar tashlanmoqda. Elementrix mana shu yerdan tushib olish kerak. Ehtiyot, ko'rmayapsizlar meni. Elementrix.
Men bo'ldim, men.
Ruder ko'rdi. Ingoshni holatida. Ruder kirib olish kerak. Yaxshi. Unadan Abidor naqot qilyapti. O'zim tegdi.
Top 3 bor kamida,
albatta. Va bu azizlar, albatta Livik kartasi bizga naqd qilindi. Degani klassik o'yinchilari ham juda ham qiyin holatda. Ruder yoqilib ketdi. 10 kill point bilan top 3 VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari ajoyib o'yinni namoyish etishda. Dageston farqi yo'q. To'pira olasizlar, boshqa qilasizlar, umuman yo'q. Biz VIRTUS.PRO'ni Livikda ko'ramiz. Tez orada bizda keyingi navbatdagi kartamiz Livik kartasi start oladi azizlar. Mana shu shovvozlar esa to'pirda qo'lga kirishmoqda. Kecha ham o'z muxlislarni xursand qilishgan edi. Bugun ham o'z muxlislarni xursand qilishgan edi. Umuman stabilik bilan jamoasi muxlislarni xursand qilishmoqda va bu albatta quvonarli.
And I thought some of the other circles were rough. Man, this one was awful for all of the teams, but Dagestan's able to win it out. They had the decent compound, they had the decent lip to be able to play here, and some cool, as they say, Tokyo Drift moments here at the very end, Max.
They just, Dagestan got their crystal ball out. They're like, oh, it's going to be a northern shift, and they just go for the compound, and they end up having been able to play it for as long as they really wanted, so can't really argue too much about that rotation. Wide rotate up on the northwest, and 17 points to count on this game. Happy chappy Dagestan. Love to see it happening, though. VIRTUS.PRO, a bit of a resurgence along Nexus, it seems, the second half of this phase, Kalaris, and 16 points on the board too. Good to see it.
Yeah, these last two games have been blasting, right? I mean, this is a great little spot for them to be in regards to how much they could get away with in this game with the high ground, and then obviously when a circle goes there, what are you supposed to do? There was nothing. Even Lemetrix, who goes on the east side, is just like, I guess I'll just fall and hope. And no, never mind.
No, it's not going to happen. It's very, very tough for them to make that transition happen. And yeah, we saw also on the side, we saw a few points going away off Tuna. My theory is they're just trying to get a few extra bonus points on phase 3 ranking. So they tried to fight Permitter down in Same. It was a 2-for-4 trade, so they get a few eliminations here and there. But I do think it's going to result in that much more bonus points. But I get the game plan. I think is good. They're trying to just get some points. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, as the boys mentioned, right, like our top 16 is kind of decided here. So for all of these guys, it's just a case of that little wiggle room that's going to be going on here and there. Dagestan, only the 1,000 damage coming in for them, whereas VIRTUS.PRO was having a bit more of an impact on the lobby as a whole. But Dagestan just, it comes back to what I said at the beginning of the day, which is like a lot of their wins aren't exactly the most flashy wins. They know exactly what they have to do. It's mature PUBG Mobile. They're going to make these rotate steadily. And just wait for their opportunity to strike.
Yeah, there was just an opportunity for them to cruise into that chicken dinner, except for that 125 elimination window. They were not cruising, they were just blasting. Here they're just chilling, getting in that position, and played off the back of it really well. Though, big improvement from VIRTUS.PRO, because we criticized them last time for not taking that spot. They took it early, and look at that! Elementrix, 7 eliminations on the board. That is how good that position can be, as long as it's in play.
That is very uncommon for a Sandhawk, right? Like that amount of elims on one player in particular, so very well done by him. And again, VIRTUS.PRO, off these past 2 games, can really hold their head high. If it wasn't for Nexus in the previous one, they would have been looking great across 2 games. And again, if it wasn't for the circles here, they probably would have been looking even better in this game, but that's how that goes. Let's take a look at the highlights then and see how much of it is focused around that Northwest Island, because that's where we were. We've got ourselves good old DBS stuff in Painan.
Oh yeah, the good old Titan Kazakh team Painan fight. I mean, I do wonder, because now this was our last sign-off of the league stage. Okay, we're done and dusted with this. Is Kazakh team, that now is confirmed, they're going to be playing the finals. Are they going to still take this risk? If I'm Kazakh team, you're not going to have the rotating lobbies anymore. Kazakh team, please just give up. You know Titan aren't going to give it up. They're going to keep dropping there. They are stubborn as can be. Kazakh team as a team that has potential, I don't think it is worth it.
I think if we were to encourage anything, we would encourage them to leave, right? As you say, like it's just a detriment to really both teams, but clearly less so Titan, who have been able to negate that impact not only on Sandhawk, but also using the numbers that they've garnered from the other battlegrounds too.
I mean, look at this game. They had fantastic rotations, clearing the bridge side, also able to play that little ritual. They don't get the chicken dinner, but it goes to show when they survive that bloody Painan fight, they can make it really fun to the game. They can get podium finishes, so it really does hinder their average results. So yeah, that's my recommendation. Take it as you will, Kazakh team, if you're listening. I would say it is not worth the hassle. Though going into the later fights, Narvalo just keeps putting on great fights.
He does.
It sucks to see him as a solo a lot of the time, though. I would love to see some backup around Narvalo where he is just not a solo fighting.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of these situations, especially for our French teams as well, like Shockwave, I think that they've had some decent fights throughout the day, but then they just kind of get outskilled by some of these teams that are having pop-off moments, right, like VIRTUS.PRO up on this high ground. This is a great little turnaround, realizing that some of them are knocked. Just get in there with the car. Bish, bash, bosh. Bosh, bosh, bosh.
Oh, yeah, boshing out of their mind right now. That's the Dagestan we love to see. Well, it's been an interesting day, though. I feel like this third phase has really thrown a lot of spanners in the work, Kalaris, and we have some cool rises of teams that we were not sure really what to expect, and it's good to have those big changes of playstyle towards the finals. So, we still expect, I think, that the big three and those other squads to do well, but there could be some really big surprises heading in the final. So I'm actually really excited to see how next week is going to go down.
Well, let's take a look at the overall then and see what potential impact can occur from this Livik here regarding bonus points moving into the final. Because for Mad Bulls, ain't no way anyone's taking them over. Grats, you've got 20 points on the board. Dagestan and Gladiators still locked into what I think is going to be the battle for who's going to be second and third here, depending on if Gladiators has a decent pop-off moment here on Livik.
And actually talking about Gladiators, good to see that they are not committing to the mountaintop on Sanhok anymore. I like that change. I think they understood that it doesn't bring them that much extra value, so why not just rotate a little bit faster and you can get further in the game. Look at that. Unfortunately, they did lose 2 players, but here this game is going to be about Dagestan Gladiators, who is going to be competing for that second place. Volga Boys could also get there. I mean, if they have a big pop-off, who knows? It could happen. Hell yeah.
Definitely could. Definitely could. 9th through 16th as well. It looks like the cutoff. Major Pride just squeaks in to Livik.
You mean Muerte's not going to get another win? Oh, come on.
That's true.
They could have been the triple kings of Livik, but
unreal.
Not going to happen. Disappointed.
What a scenario, though, to see teams like Muerte and Kanina Power not get themselves into the Livik here. So there's definitely been quite the shake-up here in Phase 3, and it really does surprise me, as I say, that Major Pride is only 12th, only barely getting into that Livik max.
Yeah, they're missing out on a lot of bonus points they could have gotten.
Yeah.
We'll see how that's going to go leading into the finals, but I think there was a lot of X factors thrown around this third phase because, as we said, so many teams have stepped up significantly, and I think some teams have struggled to adapt. Even the big three, your Gladiators, Major Pride, and your Mad Bulls are like, wait, what's happening? Teams are in positions that typically would be free. Teams are moving a lot faster, a lot more aggressive, like Volga Boys, for example. So they took a bit of time to adapt to that kind of change, but it's cool to see some changes. But at the bottom, yeah, Kanina Power, especially I'm looking at them. What are they going to do heading in the finals? Because they have potential, just like the Muerte. So a lot of question marks here.
I'm just hoping for our Livik we don't go southeast. I would like something else, considering our last 2 was that. If we do go southeast, I will say it's rigged. As you can see here, Muerte number 1, but they're not playing, so it doesn't matter. The rest of the teams here are going to have to jostle for position on Livik.
Nexus got the 7 elims average. They're gonna go popping off here. I want a southwest finish. I want to be able to use the ropes, just zooming from across side of side to the road. So I'd like southwest. It's cool. It's a cool area. I think we've never seen a finish there. So give it to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I haven't seen many finishes on Livik. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's fair too. Yeah. Good point.
It could be anywhere. Don't be crabgrass. Just not.
I'm just gonna.
No, don't do it, Max.
No, I didn't say it.
Barn and Crabgrass, the worst places in all the battlegrounds. I need to pick one for Erangel that's the worst, and then one for Vikendi that's the worst as well. I'll think on it.
I know, yeah.
Oh, Zaki's Erangel's, but we're never finishing there ever, so it doesn't matter. There you go.
You're fine. It's not going to happen anytime soon. You're safe. I mean, Miramar, what would he be on Miramar? I mean, I don't know.
Miramar's just good overall.
Prison finish.
Yeah, Los Egos.
Yeah, Los Egos. Yeah, that could be weird. I don't know.
We have had finishes down there. That's the problem.
I actually kind of like them, so no, it's not the worst.
Yeah, it's not bad.
They're cool.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Miramar is just good overall, in my opinion. All right, so before we actually get into this, though, now with Muerte not here, Max, who are you favoring?
Dagestan. They're not going to throw a game to Muerte anymore. Well, that's what happened the first game where they should have been free and didn't happen, and they've had a bit of a resurgence in this third phase. So I'm supporting the Dagestan here. How about you?
Oof, I don't know. It's tough. I would like to see Gladiators maybe challenge for second place again. Like the fact that
Volga Boys, I was surprised.
No, I'm not that much on the Volga Boys train. I'm not their biggest fan, like Blank over there. No, yeah, I think it would be nice to see Gladiators be able to do something. The last Livik that they played, they kind of got caught in a bit of a pickle, and then they weren't able to transition into the circle very well. So hopefully they're able to kind of quell that problem a little bit and be able to move through. But the problem was, again, is the fact that it was down in the southeast, up against that riverbank. There's actually so much open terrain that you can't traverse through very easily. So it's not exactly the easiest place to play.
That is the thing about Livik, is you got these compounds. It's kind of comparable, I would say, to a Vikendi. You have strong compounds, strong positions, and then you've got barren land with very little kind of hiding spots. Very little rocks, weirdly enough. There's a lot of trees in Livik, but rocks, you got a limited amount of those, so it's pretty hard to play and transition from spot to spot. So we'll see how teams can go around it. Hopefully, as you said, it's not going to be in the same area. But one thing I do know is that Blank is going to be supporting Nexus this game, as always.
Oh, yeah.
He's been supporting the boys all day. I've never seen him pop off this much. It would be cool to see how he reacts to a Nexus win on Livik.
He was in there. He was in there for the Nexus win, right? He was 100% on backing them. I will say it's interesting as Livik because it's just designed very differently to the other battlegrounds as well, right? Like Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, all of these battlegrounds, Sandhawk even as well, very different to the way Livik works out because there's so many, as you say, points of interest kind of on the edges of the battleground, and obviously our circles are a little bit slower as well for 12 teams, so it takes a little while to get going.
The early stage is very long compared to any other game like map we've had, so it's no teams can try and adapt that a little bit. We tend to lose teams really quickly on phase 1, which is surprising knowing how long it takes to shift. We'll see. But the big one important change, of course, is that all the gas stations are becoming KFC restaurants very soon. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, I'm actually very happy to see that.
I think we're going to have that for Championship. With the timing, I think we might have KFCs everywhere. I can't wait. Yeah.
That's crazy. KFCs everywhere. Literally, I cannot believe what I'm witnessing. A big deal, to be honest, when it comes to... I mean, it's a natural fit, right? Chicken dinners, KFC, perfect. And KFC here in Poland is perfect as well.
Oh, KFC and having a good old monster, you're having a good time. You know, so it's the perfect,
there you go.
Perfect mix. Yeah.
That is a good mix. That's a very good mix. All right, well, we're just waiting a few more months before we actually get into this Livik. Of course, I'm always excited to see the M1014 outside of TDM because it's really strong and really cool, Max.
Yeah, I want some more P90. I know the M1014 is a more meta weapon. If you can play an M4, if you can play any kind of AR like that, it's going to be better than the P90. It's just very cool. It just spatters bullets so quickly. I love it. It's so satisfying.
It's cool. It is cool. Yeah. All right, let's go to the casters here for our Livik match and talk to them about the 12 teams battling it out.
Bugungi kun hisobidan mana shu 12 ta jamoa uchun so'nggi karta azizlar, barcha jamoalar o'z sportlariga qarab yo'l olishmoqda. Ha, azizlar, mana shu jamoalar endi Livikda ham o'z sportiga ega madbozuvchilari. Miramardagi sportlarga juda ham o'xshashib ketadigan, MUERTE o'xshashib ketadigan Livikdagi sportlari e-sport atroflariga tushmoqda. Major Pride ham aynan o'sha pozitsiyada. Ko'ramiz qanday karta bo'lar ekan. Livik kartasi o'zi 3 ta fazada 3 ta donigina bo'ladi. Har xil surprizlarga ega.
Birinchisida jamoalar xohlagan joyligiga tushgan bo'lsa, ikkinchisida ular уже spotga ega edi. Ikkinchi livikimizda, uchinchi livikimizda esa ko'ramiz mana qanaqa holat bo'lar ekan. VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari Jamoalar taraflari Waterfall va Old Plaza taraflarida ekan. Xo'p. Dagestan o'yinchilari Titan bilan birinchi fight. Oldboy, Havlik, Robs va Qaysi. Tarkibda o'zgarish yo'q Titanda. Ora-chora bir slowly kirayotganini ko'rgan edik o'yinlarga. Albatta juda ham achinarli Havlik o'z o'yinini yo'qotayotgani. O'z darajasini ko'rsata olmayapti. Havlik birinchi fazada ko'rsata olayotgan o'yinni ko'rsata olmayapti. The Major Fight va Mad Boss o'yinchilar o'rtasidagi kontest ham bor parallel ravishda. Oldboy Havlik nok holatida ko'ramiz. Zadira va nihoyat qarshi nok ham bo'ldi. Havlik anchagina yaxshi pozitsiyani o'zini qamrovga olgan edi. Zadira qo'lda drabash bilan menimcha Yumpikiga qarshi hech nima qila olmaydi. Issiq o'tgan granatasi. Damage bor damage. Qaysi va Oldboy bitta compound atroflarida va ularga bu qisman bo'lsa-da o'sha qo'shimcha kuchni beradi. Zadirada hech qanaqa shlem, hech qanaqa bronik yo'q va bu yerda ehtiyot bo'lish kerak. Oldboy tabit qilishga shoshilmayapti. Alfa o'yinchisi Dakimini nok holatiga keltiryapti va qilib yubordi menimcha. Oldboy ko'rmayotgan ekan o'zi. Limbo esa tabit qilindi. Zadira mana bu trabash bilan u bemalol Oldboyni shlem va broniksiz ham nok holatiga keltirishi mumkin. Titan o'yinchilari bu yerda ma'lumotga ega bo'lishmoqda. Aynan Dagestan o'yinchilari o'z sheriklarini ko'tarishayotgani haqida Oldboyni holatiga keltirildi. Zadira low HP larda ehtiyot bo'lish kerak. Bunaqa harakatni amalga oshiradigan bitta payt emas. Qaysi esa Dagestan o'yinchilarini kip holatida. Dagestan
Shifoni ko'tarib olishdi, lekin baribir kitni yo'qotib qo'yishmoqda.
Yo'qolib qoldi. Qidiruvga berishdi. Kip Qaysi qo'lda drabash bilan yumpikligini eshitdi. Ikkisi yo'q, yemadi. Endi bu yerda menimcha ko'rinmaydigan bir burchak ostida edi. Qaysini o'zi ham hayron qolgan bo'lsa kerak. Frozen va Flyk bu yerda, Zerich esa u yerda. Bizni kuzatib borayotganlar tushundi qayerdaligini. Nima deysiz aka?
Sen u yoqda, men bu yoqda bo'ldim.
Dagestan o'yinchilari. Sifu, Zadira. Endigina Titandan qutulsa, bu yerda vulgar o'yinchisi kelib turibdi. Jazosini allaqachon yo'qotishgan vulgar o'yinchilari.
Major Fight o'yinchilari hali ham Medbus bilan orani ochib olishganicha yo'q. Nao'mini holatiga keltirildi Zerich tomonidan. Zerich pozitsiyasiga xayeshga uchib kelish aniq.
Aziz aka, bilaman, odatda siz ko'p aynan mana shu Livik kartasini o'ynaysiz publikda va sizga mana shu Livikga juda ham ko'p o'ynaydigan odam sifatida qanaqa tuyulyapti mana shu pozitsion Livik kartasini ko'rish? Balki shunchaki Trabashni ol, Yumpikni ol, DBSni ol, rush qil. Xuddi shunaqa.
Hamma joydan odam topadi.
Yo, endi demoqchiman, zonada hammani o'zini spotlari bor.
Deyarli shunga o'xshaydi. Qanaqa Gromx taraflarga tushsiz, Ozarbayjonlar misol uchun ko'p tushishi mumkin. Teparoqga tushsiz, turklar, ruslar o'rtaga metishdan tushadi bir xilda.
Odatiy public kartasi demoqchisiz. Publiclarda mana shu bunaqa VIRTUS.PRO logotipi yo'qmi masalan? Bu Zerichlar yo'qmi? Mabodo chiqib qolmaydim yo'da. Zerichni holatiga keltirilmoqda Ruder tomonidan.
Bu o'yinchi ham tushunmaydi.
Livikka gap so'z bo'lishi mumkin emas. Hop, VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilari hisoblarga yozib qo'yishdi. Major Fight. Naqadar o'yinchilar ora-chora bir teksturalarni o'qib qo'yishyapti. Juda ham qiziq. Mubolag'aga soladigan Livik kartasi. teksturani orqasida o'yinchiga navodka bo'lyapti-da, to'g'ri. Pritsel ochib. Endi to'g'ri Levik kartasi kichkina. Qayerga qaramasangiz ham o'yinchi topasiz. Dagestondan Limbo. Tablik. Shuni Qaysi tomonidan ko'rsatilgancha boshqacha bo'lardi. Black White oxirgi kunga kirganiga qaraganda, final o'yinlarida katta ehtimol bilan aynan Black White o'ynasa kerak endi. Finalgacha ham qanaqadir chepa bo'lib qolmasa, endi har holda bu Black White, har holda u Qozog'istonda, u bootcampda har xil holat bo'lishi mumkin.
Kibersport ham bo'lishi mumkin demadingiz.
Og'ir sport turi. Ko'p o'ynab olganim uchun ko'zim travma oldi.
Barmog'im qayerda bor?
Barmog'im sindi.
Tirnog'im o'sib qoldi.
Yo'q. Anaqa qattim podkastlashudim. Ana. Nima bu, Aziz aka?
Black White'dan bilmasa kerak, hozir birinchi marta bosib ko'rdi. Voy, men knopka bor ekan.
Qattim podkastlashudim, qo'lim otish knopkasini qattim bosdim, qo'lim qayrilib ketib qoldi. VIRTUS.PRO'ni clutch qilib olgandan keyin baqirib o'rdim, savdo kartochka berishdi. Major Pride o'yinchilari tomonga messajing spray amalga oshirilmoqda. Jo'ja tomonidan Neku Tomi qo'lda beril bilan. Neku esa 416 bilan. Bu ikkisi teng bo'larmi? Effect low HP da like bir o'zi Red Bulls. Endi bu yerda hech qanaqa bir faqatgina ramziy ma'no bo'lsa kerak. Ehtimol bilan aynan Levik kartasidan. Chunki aynan mana bizning musobaqamiz lideri hal masalasi. Titan Gaming allaqachon yopilib ketishdi. Gaming Gladiatorsdan o'tib ketishlari mumkin edi ushbu jamoa o'yinchilari. Lekin qo'ldan boy berishdi imkoniyatda. Effekt bormi? Aptechkasi yo'qmi? Yo'q ekan aptechkasi. Oldi effekt. Ketdi.
Nomida ham yo'q aptechka.
U ham ketdi.
Black White'ni ham bizga bitta ko'rsatib o'tib ketsa yaxshi bo'lardi. Tegzida ham aptechka yo'q, lekin u kutmoqda hozir. Major Pride o'yinchilarni bu xato bo'lib qolmasmikan yoki sheriklari transportning oldiga kelisharmikan?
Azizga keling, mana shu qo'shtirnoq ichidagi qiziq faytlarni biroz chetga surtamiz-da. Efirimiz chatidagi savollarga biroz javob berib o'tsak, lekin shu turnirda Levik ham bo'ldi. Qaysidir kuni savol so'rashibdi. Har bir o'zi 3 ta Levik bo'lib o'tdi. Mana shu PMPL Yevropa o'yinlarida va liga bosqichida to'g'riroq aytadigan bo'lsak, hammasi fazamizning oxirgi kuni, ya'ni faza o'zi 6 kun davom etsa, mana shuni 6-kuni Levik kartasi bonus karta sifatida qo'shib berilgan jamoalar uchun va o'sha 20 ta kuchli jamoadan bor yo'g'i 12 tasi Levik kartasini o'ynaydi. Bu albatta ularga umumiy hisobdagi natijalariga bonus sifatida albatta Levikda erishilgan natijalar umumiy natijalarga qo'shiladi. Shuni hisobini olib Levik kartasini o'ynashda bor yo'g'i 3 ta doningni Levik kartasi. Umid qilamanki, savolga javob bera oldik.
Major Pride o'yinchilari hozir menimcha zonadan yopilib ketishga tayyor turishdi. Sababi hech qanday ular tarafdan harakat ko'rayotganimiz yo'q. Tegzi ham hali hamon o'sha pozitsiyasida turibdi. Mana endi bu Major Pride o'yinchilari chiqishadi. Turgan bir paytimizda Matic hozir bo'lato'la Major Pridening ikkita o'yinchisini ham yopib yubormoqda.
Nima qildi? Bitta o'qda yopdimi? Seri.
DJ o'yinchilari endi zonani xavfsiz hududiga yetib borishlari kerak. Tegzida har ehtimolga qarshi o'sha zaxira boostlari bor ekan, bintlari bor ekan. Endi u bemalol zonani xavfsiz hududiga kirib olsa bo'ladi.
O'zbekchaga olishgan pozitsiyaga necha hozir bo'pti? Turishligiga ham necha?
Ularning oldilarida raqib jamoasidan anaqa bor ekan, Dageston jamoasi bor ekan.
Ha, Dageston o'yinchilari bor. O'zbekiston o'yinchilari o'zlari uchun pozitsiyani egallab olishgan. Ular ham xuddi shunaqa kutishmoqda. Mana shunada agressiyaga Levikda bu bekitib qolgan joymi bu? Faqat Dageston o'yinchilari biladigan. Lootlarni qarang ko'pligini. Butun Erangilga yetadigan loot bor ekan-ku o'sha yerda. Sizlardan boshqa hech kim yo'q bu g'orda. Limbo bir tekshirib ham qo'yapti. Bormi o'zida? Ham Dageston o'yinchilari ekipni yo'qotishganda, lekin mana shu g'orda Titan Gaming bilan faytdan keyin g'orda biroz o'zimizga kelolmasak bo'lmaydi deyishdi. Zonani o'rtasida joylashtiribdi bu g'or. Skills mana shu g'orga kirib kelyaptimi? Elementrix deb bo'lish kerak. Elementrix. Klasikdan Unicorn. Hozir sal qolsa Elementrixni noq holatiga keltirib qo'yardi. Mana shu transportdan tushirib yuborardi. Skills agar g'orga tushsa, tushguncha nok bo'lib, mancha yopilib ham ketsa kerak. Shu o'rtadagi suvga yetib bormasa kerak, yo'q.
Suvga o'sha yashiga tushadi.
Yo, eshitibman pastdagi samochani. Bizga menimcha SMS yozyapti Skills hozir. Tushmayman o'sha yerga. Duxman yetmaydi tushga.
Keyin shular yozib yuboring.
Aka kelishamiz. Pulni beraymi aka?
Bizning o'yinchilari Vulgar pozitsiyasini topib olishdi. Bitta turgan bitta o'yinchi. Bizning o'yinchilar hisobiga yozib olindi.
Levikda splitda tur bo'lmasligini, bitta splitda tur bo'lmasligini uqtirib qo'yishdi.
Tursa bo'ladi, unda ham o'zining pozitsiyalari bor.
Mana to'g'ri. Obyektda trenirovka qilish kerak edi aslida.
Telefon qilmayman. O'rgatmaymanmi? Telefon qilmaydimi, o'rgatmaymanmi?
Ha, bu ham to'g'ri lekin aka. To'g'ri, o'rgatsangiz ham mumkin edi ruder. Noqonda. O'yinchilari zasada qo'yishgan ekan bu yerda bu VIRTUS.PRO o'yinchilariga. Ya'ni qitirma. Bekni ham yo'qotdikmi? Matrixni bir o'zi wait bilan endi harakat qiladi ushbu kartamizda. Trixi esa Dorin tomonidan noqonida keltirildi azizlarim. Mekko dabit qilib yuborildi. Fupsman o'z asosini olmoqda bu yerda. Asosi juda ham shirin bo'lmoqda.
Holatida.
Vulgar o'yinchilar. Aytaman o'sha, bular grand jamoa bilan uchrashib qolmasin. Bular yomon bular. Jahldor quyonchalar.
Matik bir o'zi qolib ketdi. Flyg juda ham qiyin vaziyatda. Low HP'larda mana endi biroz holatini yaxshilab olayotganini ko'rdik. Nexus Gaming o'yinchilari esa yana Flyg pozitsiyasi haqida taxminiy ma'lumotlarga ega. Kuzatishda davom etamiz. GG o'yinchilari bo'ldi yo'q, Flygni topib olishdi. Va bu o'yinchilar bilan biz top 10 da xayrlashdik. Uchun hali ham nur holatida GG jamoasida Matic uni ko'targanicha yo'q. Maticning pozitsiyasiga qayishgalar ushib kelmoqda. Kitsun o'yinini yakunladi. Bu qayishgalar kim tarafdan ushib keldi? Nexus Gamingmi yoki shunaqana Maticning yonginasida turgan raqib o'yinchilar? Vulgar o'yinchilar. Alfa jamoasidan Vulgar o'yinchisi Fupsman nok holatini qabul qilib olmoqda. GG o'yinchilari bilan biz xayrlashdik. Top 8 da bizning hamkasblarimiz esa SPG Alfa Nexus Gaming o'yinchilariga o'z taxminlarini berishmoqda.
Azaka mana shu joy eting kim?
Alfa.
Aha. Hayollarimni o'qimoqdasiz aka. Mayli. Men unda SPG jamoasiga o'z taxminimni bermasdan Nexus jamoasiga beraman. Gapirgunimcha qanaqadir damage olishdi bu yaxshilikka emas.
Shu bo'lib qoldi.
O'sha ham esimga tushib qoldi. Buni o'yinchilari 0 pastga tush bo'lmasligini biladi. Tepada ham qolish kerak emasligini biladi. Juda ham qiziq. bo'lgan Livik kartamiz. O'zi qiziq, o'zidan o'yini qiziq. O'yinidan ham qiziq, publikka qiziq. Smoklar tashlab qo'yishibdi. Bu yerda Dagestan o'yinchilari bo'lsa kerak. Buni a'zolari ular o'yinchidan ham ayrilishgan. Hamilton Noshri 0 noqolida keltirildi. Oxir oqibat Shifu tomonidan ehtiyot bo'lish kerak. Shifu Vito tarafga granata Dagestan o'yinchilari. Shu yigitlarga ham taqdim bersa bo'larkan, chunki anchagina faytlardan o'tib kelishdi. Dot granata qarakterlarning chiqishini qarayapti. Bo'ldi. Xotirjam. Nima otishdi? Granata otishmi yo'qmi?
Xotirjam.
Xotirjam albatta. Nexus o'yinchilari SPG bilan siz taxminingiz kimga edi? Alfa o'yinchilariga. Albatta, Nexusdan holatida. Nexus o'yinchilari Kapahala bugun jamoasini o'ta orqaga tortadigan o'yinchi bo'ldi. Yana Nexus o'yinchilariga. Albatta. Tushunarlik. Mana bu bo'ldi Nexus emas. Dagestan. Yevropa kasterlarimiz o'zgarib olishar ekan mana shunaqa.
Menimcha endi bu ham hazilomuz tarzda.
Nima qanaqa granatami o'tmadi bu hozir? Menga shadrabashmidi Livikdagi. SPG'ga mana. Uzr azak. Uzr. O'z taxminimdan ketgan bo'lsam uzr. Alfa o'yinchilari Hashiba, low HP da Narval, tinchik tomondan, tinchik Viktor. To'p uchun kurash azizlar, kuzatamiz. Alfa o'yinchilari. SPG o'yinda bir a'zosi qolmoqda. Men SPG dan ham ketdim. Qarorim qat'iy. Dagestan o'yinchilariga men. Chunki Alfa sizni aziz aka bir taxminingiz unga o'zolaytirmaymiz. Va qani ko'ramiz Alfa o'yinchilari. Alfa o'yinchilari flashkalar ham otildi. Limbo va Zedzira tarafga hozir push amalga oshiriladi. Bu aniq va mana bu chiroyli ikki ahamiyat bering. Turishga pozitsiya egallab turishga va Limbo. Ikki o'yinchini holatiga keldi, lekin uchinchisiga yetmadi. Alfa o'yinchilari top 1ni qo'lga kiritishmoqda. Livik kartasida gap so'z bo'lishi mumkin emas. Ular uchtikmi top 1ni qo'lga kiritishmoqda.
They've all got to push in towards the house. They've all got to push in towards the house.
albatta mana bu mikrofonni yoqmasdan gapirayotgan ekanmiz aziz aka, bizlarni ko'rib turgan obunachilarimiz esa, to'g'ri, kuzatuvchilarimiz esa hayron, nimani gapiryapti, ancha o'sha lablarga qarab o'qishyapti nima deyotganimiz. Nima bo'lgan taqdirda ham men bundoq qilib 6 ko'rsatdim, o'shandan bilishdi menimcha aziz aka. 6-kun azizlar yakunlab oldik. 6 ta kartasi endi to'g'ri tushunasizlar, yoqib qo'ydim mikrofonimiz hozir. Amin bo'lyapti yana bir qarab olib. Va mana shu kunni 6 kunni o'tkazib olgandan keyin 6-kartasini ham o'tkazib olgandan keyin azgincha endi to'g'ri tushunasizlar degan umiddamiz. Shunga holat bo'lgan ekan. Bizda statistikalar Livik kartasi, Router va Elementrix. Menimcha ramziy ma'noda qo'shib qo'yishdi Router va Elementrixni. Grafikchini, dizaynerni aniqasi bo'lsa kerak, jiyanlarmi, tanishlar bo'lsa kerak. Dagestan o'yinchilari 10 ta kill pointni ishlashgan 1930. Mana buni ancha hazilga oldi-ku, lekin kutilmaganda qanaqadir pointlarni qo'shib yorib, jamoalarni asosan mana Dagestan o'yinchilari, Alfa o'yinchilari va Yevropa jamoalarining aksari aynan Livik kartasida o'zlarining o'rinlarini anchagina yaxshilab olishdi. Mana shu Livik kartasi yordamida. Bizlar uchun bu kerak emas. Ikkinchi fazamizdan keyin, ikkinchi fazamiz oxiridagi Livik kartasida men GG bilan Medboss anchagina oxirida, kartamiz oxirida to'g'ri kelib qolishganligini ko'rgan edim, lekin mana bunisida yo'q ular. Kelovi ham yo'q. Ular biri Bulgardan yopilib ketdi, biri undan, biri bundan shu. Anaqa emas. Kim qayoqda, qanaqa Tigzi birinchi Medboss jamoasini o'zi umuman ikkita grand jamoa bitta pozitsiyaga tushib qolish. Major Pride bilan Medboss jamoasi anchagina uzoq kontest olib borilishiga olib keldi va ketidan bu holat umuman GG o'yinchilari mana shu ikki jamoa o'rtasidagi murosasiz faytni yakunlashiga to'g'ri keldi. Bulgar a'zolari esa har doimgidek top jamoalarga qarshi o'zini yaxshi ko'rsata oldi. Va agar boyagi mavzuyimizga, hali mikrofonimiz o'chuv paytidagi mavzuyimizga qaytadigan bo'lsak, azaka bugungi kartalarda to'plarni qo'lga kiritgan jamoalar hisob o'tadigan bo'lsak, bu alfa o'yinchilari. Alfa o'yinchilari men xotiram agar adashmayotgan bo'lsa, mana shu 6 kun 6 kartadan keyin umuman aqlimdan ayrilmagan bo'lsam, 3 ta kartada to'plarni qo'lga kiritishdi bugun. Oxirgi Miramar, Erangel
va undan oldingi
yo'q, Livik.
Livik.
Livik kartasi.
Endi men hozir klassik kartalarga qarab.
Albatta, to'g'ri. Bu mana alfa o'yinchilar. 3 ta to'p bor. 3 ta to'p bor azizlar, shunchaki tashib. Miramar kartasi 14 ta keldilar. Medboss o'yinchilari, GG o'yinchilari 11 ta keldilar. Ikkinchi kartamiz to'plarni qo'lga kiritishmoqda. Keyin bu alfa o'yinchilari hech kimga imkon berishmadi. 7 ta 11 ta pointlar bilan to'plarni qo'lga kiritishdi. Aynan o'sha Erangel kartasida alfa o'yinchilar to'plarni qo'lga kiritishgan kartada. Nexus o'yinchilari bir 5 tadan ko'proq kill point bilan ulgurgan to'p uchun qo'lga kiritishdi. Keyin yana alfa Miramardan, keyin Sanukda
Dagestan o'yinchilari.
Dagestan
bugun bu jamoa to'plar qo'lga. Kecha adashmasam 2 ta edi.
Albatta. Boshida 2 ta. To'p shartda bo'ldi. Yo'q, boshida hamda yo'q. O'rtasida hamda. Adashmasam 2 ta ketma-ket to'p bir bo'ldi. Dagestan o'yinchilari o'zlarining muxlislarini oxiriga kelib xursand qildi. Endi bu jamoalarda tendensiya qanaqa ekan? Bu jamoalarda o'sha musobaqamiz boshida va musobaqamiz oxirida degan narsa bor ekan, o'rta yoki o'rtacha. Chunki diagrammani ko'ryapman, bunda tepaga chiqyapti-da, keyin bunda pastga tushib, TX kesib oxirida yana tepaga chiqyapti. Yaxshi. Alfa o'yinchilari umumiy jadvalda anchagina yaxshi o'rinni egallashdi. Buni ham unutish kerak emas. Dagestan o'yinchilari ham shuncha butgan. To'g'risini aytaman, mana bu jamoani men anchadan beri kuzataman. O'tgan mavsumimiz boshlanishidan oldin mana shu jamoaga o'z e'tiborimni qaratganman va lokalniy bitta turnir adashmasam, mana shu siz uchun qilingan katta bir PMPL o'zini turnirida g'alaba qozonishgandan keyin esingizda bo'lsa, Goat jamoasi bilan birgalikda bular shu musobaqadan chiqishgan, nomini eslolmayman hozir. Va ana shu musobaqadan chiqishgan paytida adashmasam, aniq esimda yo'q, lekin mana o'sha bizda MVP'miz. Biroz to'xtalamiz MVP'ga. MVP'miz bizda liga bosqichini 45 ta kill qilgan, 17 daqiqa 25 soniya o'rtacha yashash vaqti unaqa ko'p emas ekan. Menimcha damage'lar soni esa 10769 Zerich, Red Bulls a'zosi. O'qalar jamoasidagi qirg'iz mashinasi, haqiqiy mashina va mana u tomonidan qilingan ajoyib kill pointlar. Zerich shunchaki MVP, shunchaki Red Bullsning mashinasi. Men hayron qolmagan bo'lardim agar Tulikani ko'rganimizda ushbu MVP qatorida. Chunki Tulika Red Bulls jamoasining yana bitta mashinasi. Bu mashina emas, og'ir artilleriya bo'lsa kerak. Shu Zerich bilan flag tortadigan.
Tulikada bitta ikkita kam bo'lsa kerak.
Balki. Endi bu yerda asosan jamoasiga yordam beradigan o'yinchi bunaqa olinadi, hisobga olinadi. Balki o'sha wow o'yinni ko'rsatib, juda ham ko'p kill qilgan jamoa o'yinchi emas, balki o'sha jamoasiga eng effekt bergan, eng foyda bergan o'yinchi hisobi. Menga bu mavsumda juda ham yoqdi Zinoni xatti. To'g'ri, unga to'liqligicha vaqt berishgani yo'q. Jamoa asosiy tarkibida hamma kartaga tushgani yo'q. Balki o'zini to'liqligicha ko'rsata olmagandir. Bizda qisqagina nima deydi?
All right, so let's start things off. So, congratulations firstly on a great performance, especially yourself, amazing here in PUBG Mobile. Being on the podium in the league stage over the past month, how are you feeling about the tournament overall?
Well, we've performed not bad. Really, we expected, because we are quite a new team, we didn't expect such a good result, to be fair. And yeah, we've done great actually. I'm pretty proud of my team, you know.
As you should be.
Right. Yeah. I actually wanted to ask you because, as we know, you guys have won with Old Boy back in Africa. You transitioned now in the European region, and you've had two big additions, which is Havlik and Robs. And I wanted to know internally, how have they now merged with this team, especially with you and Old Boy?
Well, Havlik and Robs, before this, they didn't speak on English in their past teams. So it's been quite tricky, but I think we did great. Getting used to each other and, you know, getting synergy for this small amount of time, you know.
Yeah. I can imagine Rob's just putting a bit of French in his call sometimes. Nice little mix. And this is a big theory we've had IC on the desk and also the casters. When we're looking at Sanhok, guys are always hot dropping versus Kazakh team. And we had a theory as to why that's happening, but could you take us through why you guys are so committed to dropping in Painan against Kazakh?
Well, because we like the spot, you know, and we want it for ourselves. In the finals, in a European Championship, and in the next seasons, you know.
Okay, so we were correct. Thank you very much for confirming that.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Do you recall the 25? Do you recall the 25 elimination chicken dinner you guys got by chance?
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask because that game, like your team looked perfect in that game. Do you feel like you guys were just in the zone in that particular game? What did you feel like when that game was going on?
Well, yeah, I don't know. We just kind of played aggressive and basically cleared all our zone and then got the win at the end.
Yeah.
We lost drops, I think, in the middle of the game, and it was quite tricky to win as trio, but still we made it happen.
I would love to know, especially now, because as we said, you guys been on the podium this entire league stage. For the rest of the year, not only just the finals, hopefully you guys qualify for the championship. What are the big goals you guys with the team have set up for yourself now entering the end of the year?
Well, definitely to make it to PMDC for sure. That's our only goal for this year.
Yeah, so championship and all of that good stuff. I mean, you guys can definitely make it happen with how things have gone so far.
All right. Well, any final words, final shout-outs, IC, before we let you go?
Yeah, thanks to the fans for all the support, and yeah, thanks for supporting us. That's it.
Awesome. Thank you very much, IC, for joining us, and thank you for being so enjoyable to watch on the Battlegrounds. We'll see you next time.
Thank
Qisqacha intervyuni ham ko'rib oldik. Titan o'yinchisi IC bergan intervyu va Yevropa kasterlarni tayyorlagan savollari anchagina qiziq. Menga juda ham yoqdi. Eshitib, birinchidan Titan Gaming o'zi yangi jamoa sifatida yig'ilgani, o'zi qanaqa tushgani va albatta Havlikni, mana bu jamoa o'yinchisi o'zini eski jamoasida IC buni ta'kidlab o'tdi
ruschada TeamSpeak endi inglizchada emas balki. Va ana shuni hisobiga kelishmovchiliklar bo'lmadimi yoki bir tushunmovchiliklar bo'lmadimi deb savol ham berishdi va albatta IC'ni javoblari anchagina chiroyli bo'ldi. Birozdan keyin bu narsaga qaytamiz. Bizda esa umumiy natijalar namoyish etib o'tilmoqda va Mad Bulls azizlar bizda liga bosqichini g'oliblari Mad Bulls Buqalar jamoasi 692 point bilan birinchi o'rinda. Gaming Gladiators. Gladiatorlarga rahmat mana shunday chiroyli o'yinni ko'rsatishganiga va o'zlarini muxlislarini bugun ertaga inningga deb comebackni kutib turishgan muxlislariga shu kutishganlarni bir kuch qilishdi. Rahmat.
Bir kuch qilishmadi. Endi yo'q, grand finalda chempion bo'lishadi degan
endi yengani qanday? Yengi maqsadni ko'rsatib qo'yishdi. To'g'ri, ham to'g'ri. Kanina Power 9-chi, Vulgar Boys 10-chi. Biroz unaqa hamma jamoani tanishtirib ulgurmadik, lekin albatta o'zingiz biroz orqaroqqa qaytarib ko'rib olishingiz mumkin. Jamoalar bizga kerakligi top 16 da eslatib o'tamiz. Dark Projectga bor yo'q nima necha 8 point yetmayapti. Aynan Dark Projectga top 16 ga kirib bizda finalimizga o'tishga. Dark Project endi nice try keyingi safar omad keladi degan umiddamiz. Endi voqli rayn mana mashitdan aynan tushunib yetish kerak. Keyingi safar, keyingi mavsumda ular o'zlarini qo'lga olib, voqliroqdan,
voqliroq uyg'onish kerak.
Albatta. You all bizda harakatmoqda. Deymiz, no mercy warriors. Xayr, ushbu jamoalarga va biz 6-chi, 7-chi, 8-chi kunlarida, Alloh xolisa, bir necha kunlardan keyin sizlar bilan yana ko'rishamiz va PMPL Yevropa final o'yinlari kuzgi mavsumini ko'rib boramiz. Azizlar, boyiga Qaysining gaplariga hozir qaytmasam, qanchalik hozir to'g'ri bo'lar ekan? Menimcha, kutayotganlar bor, shuning uchun qisman bo'lsa-da aytib ketamiz. Yana bir chiroyli savollardan biri endi old bo'yini qaytarib olishganligi haqida gapirib o'tdi. IC aynan to'g'ri savol berishdi va albatta u haqida to'xtalib o'tdi. IC Arab chempionatidan, PMPL Arabiyadan bu yerga tortib kelish qanchalik to'g'ri. Endi o'sha TeamSpeak haqida gapirib berdi. Aynan Triple D jamoasida u arab to'g'ri inglizchada TeamSpeak bo'lgan va u bilan qandaydir kommunikatsiya qilish osonroq deb ta'kidlab o'tdi. Undan tashqari albatta o'z muxlislariga minnatdorchilik bildirdi va yana bir ajoyib ta'kidlab o'tishgan holat bu o'sha 25 ta kill bilan top rangli kartasiga esingizda bo'lsa va aynan biz o'sha payt esingizda bo'lsa ta'kidlab o'tgan holatimizni IC ham aytib ketdi. Robsni o'yinni o'rtasida taxminan yo'qotib, ular 3 ta o'yinchi bo'lib ham mana shunaqa agressiya bilan to'pni qo'lga kiritishdi. O'zi ham aytdi, bu juda ham oddiy, bu shunchaki biz o'z pozitsiyalarimizni tozalab ketdik. Endi o'zingiz ham bilasiz, ko'pchilik jamoalarda shunaqa holat borki, ya'ni bitta, ikkita, uchta jamoani yopib olgandan keyin o'sha u yog'i kurash, o'sha u yog'iga o'zini ushlab turish yo'q. Shijoat oldinga tortaveradi jamoani va shuni hisobiga ham qisqa qilib, sodda qilib aytganda, shuni hisobiga ham biz to'pni qo'lga kiritdik va oxirida biroz shu kutilmagan edi. Top 3, to'g'ri, top 1ni aynan 3 ta o'yinchi bo'lib turib qo'lga kiritishimizni aytib o'tdi. Albatta muxlislarga, kuzatib borganlarga va qo'llab-quvvatlaganlarga rahmat deb qoldi. Kadr ortida bizda ko'pchilik taniydigan Jafar bor. Sizning rejissyorimiz, efir rejissyorimiz texnik tomonlarga qarab yuradi. Aynan u Titan Gaming'ning muxlislari uni albatta tabriklab qo'ysa bo'ladi. Va oxirgi aytib o'tadigan narsam azdaka pastda Instagram sahifalar yo'q. Bemalol o'tib ham obuna bo'lib qo'ymasanglar ham bo'lmaydi. Albatta hammaga rahmat. PMPL Yevropa o'yinlari liga bosqichini o'z yakuniga yetkazdik va tez orada o'sha aytib o'tganimizdek 6-chi, 7-chi, 8-chi sanalarda yana xuddi shunaqa Toshkent vaqti bilan 19:45 da adashmayotgan bo'lsam va bizni aldab boshqa vaqtga ko'chirib qo'yishmasa yana shu vaqtda ko'rishamiz. PUBG Mobile YouTube kanali bizni yo'qotib qo'ymang va yangiligimiz bor. Yangilikni kim siz tanishtirdingiz aka? Yangilik yulduzlar bilan. Albatta mana shu kibersport communitiesida taniqlilar bilan eng kamida.
Nomlar bo'yicha aytib o'tmaymiz.
Albatta.
Grand finalda o'rtoqlar mehmon tariqasida biz bir qator aynan mana shu community ichida taniqli nomga ega bo'lgan streamer, kibersportchilarni chaqirishga tayyorgarlik ko'rmoqdamiz va xudo xohlasa final bosqichlari ham bundan ham qiziqroq voqealar bilan
efirda albatta
efirda
mana shunday
o'tadigan umiddamiz.
Albatta bizni kuzatuvchilar ko'rishga ulgurgan, kuzatadigan streamerlari, balki o'sha kibersportsmenlari, Namostoy kanali, yangiliklar olib boradigan kanallar, mashhurlari juda ham ko'p. Tiger, Giro, Shoh News va shunga o'xshash juda ham ko'p Namostoy kanallar bor, yangilik olib boradigan kanallar bor. Va aynan ularni ham taklif qilamiz. Sizlar bilan mikrofonlar qarshisida llab-quvvatlang, Kamina va Azzaga ritim bo'ldik. Bizdan uzoqlashmang, tez orada yana qaytamiz.